Surprise communism!
Keep it up.
Surprise communism! Rah, darling.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Hello, 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 my darlings, and welcome back. It's been all 24 hours, and I missed you so much. Give me them! Give me them? No? No, no, pals? There we go. I was like, is anyone here? Mwah, 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 mwah. Mwah, 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 mwah. Wowzers, that's a lot of pals! Oh, I love when they overlap and then you get a big scuffy rainbow
I
of
missed
cutie
you all
pals.
so much. I hope for an amazing stream.
I really like cold.
What do you like about
Who
corn?
hates me? Spider! Spider hates me.
Up good, it
Thank you for my song, incredible. I see you, and thank you for the pal tax. Oh, more pals! Mwah. Are you guys making up for the fact that you didn't attack me for all of 2 seconds when I came on screen? Is this compensation for something? Welcome on in, my darlings. How are you all? It is so good to see you. I've missed you terribly. Let me see here. I'm gonna try it. This is gonna be this will be like one of the harder ones that we've done recently, so. Thank you for the power talk. Awesome, Oz, incredible Icy, Nick Spido / Jam Slice, incredible Eisen, terrific talents, sweetest solar, radical radish, incredible Eisen, the cutie cloak, lovely light, incredible Eisen, sweetest Sir Jesse, incredible Eisen, sweetest Sir Jesse, sweetest Saru. I gotcha. And thank you for the pal hat, beautiful bubbling. Boop, 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 boop. Thank you. Also, sweetest Chateau Princess, my darling, thank you ever so much for 6 whole months. That's crazy. I missed you all so much. I hope for an amazing stream. I'm sure it'll be a blast as long as you're here, darling. Thank you so very much for the sub, the resub even. Thank you, hon. I really do appreciate it. That's very, very generous of you. Thank you for your amazing dedication, support, and generosity. And then lovely Liv as well, who right after I got up to go and refill my water bottle, gave out 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, lovely Liv. I really appreciate it. That is incredibly generous of you. Thank you, darling. I hope you get your unicorn mat. I'm only a little bit jealous. Thank you so much, lovely Liv. You guys, you may have seen, because I freaked out about it, I didn't know this was happening until I went live, but apparently there's a rainbow unicorn mount available for gifting 3 subs to your choice of FF14 streamer. And I do believe it ends in about 9 hours. So it's kind of your last day to do it. If there's someone you would rather support than me, then make sure you get your mount. If you would like to support me, that's fucking sick and I'd appreciate it. But like, I hope everyone gets their cool mounts, and I hope that I'm not too jealous. Let me see here. Lovely Liv. Thank you very much for these 6 and 7 bidets. Awesome, Ozzy. Thank you very much for the 100 bidets. Ooh, the double 100, the 200 total bidets. So you start Jeffrey. Thank you so much for the 15 story. Wait, sorry. 15 story streak. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thank you for your dedication and support. And Fabulous Feather. Welcome on in. Cutie cool with a fucking outstanding 120 stream streak. Incredible. Good shit. Thank you so much, Cutie Cool, for your incredible dedication and support as well. All right. I think that's all of that. Okay, so now I'm gonna read what you guys have said here. Catnip tea for moi from you. Thank you, lovely Renata. Delicious. I give it back to you. Not the one you gave me. A different one. This is a TauTassieTiger variety. Hi there, Sita Steady. Welcome on in. How are you, lovely lady? How are you doing? Thank you for contributing to the movie night and the Fuddy and Game Challenge. Wait, is good thing I got it then. Yes, it is a limited time thing. I think it's only been around for like 2 days and then you lose access to it. But Haku, hi, hun. Welcome on in. It's been a minute. It's great to see you. Cutie Cloak. Guess what? I forgot has been installed for a long ass time. So when I tried to install it, and it said it's already there. Final Fantasy 14? Was it Final Fantasy 14? Welcome on in, Cutie Cloak. Campaign duration from Tuesday at 2 a.m. to Tuesday. Oh yeah, so wait. Oh wait, to August. Sorry, I definitely read that as July. Wait, hold on. Yeah, okay, I read those backwards. My bad. It's around for another month. Sorry. False alarm. I apologize. I don't know what I'm talking about. I clicked on it when it was up, and I like skimmed, and I was like, oh, this looks like 3 days, because I think I read it as 25th of July to 28th of July. And I was like, oh, wow, that's short. But no, it's like a whole month. Lovely luck. Thank you so much for the 20 stream streak. I appreciate it. Thank you for your dedication and support as well. How are you doing, darling light? Also, I want the unicorn butt pour. I'm sorry, hon. I think it gives you a key, right? It doesn't automatically, I mean, again, I very well could be wrong about this too. I should not speak with such confidence when I glean over a page. But I think it gives you a key, so maybe if you have like a friend or something, they can get a key for you? I don't know. Renata, thank you so much for the 5 stream streak. Gorgeous. I appreciate you, darling. Thank you, thank you. That is very kind of you. Thank you also for your dedication and support. Also, Icy gets Abby's. Abby's for Icy. Yes, good, Icy. Yes. Nix went to Slice Jam Slice. Abby's. Yee, good, Nix. Hello, Tau. I just got the new Twitch unicorn mount. Let's go, Hako. Oh, let's go. I hope that you, I hope you love it. Incredible Eisen also gets Abby's. Yee, good, Ozzy. Ow, Asilger is your name without spoilers. Hold on, I have to think about this. Without any tease, that's really funny. Okay, I love that, Renata. I sound like a dragonborn or something. That's a sick name. Sweetest sponsor, welcome on in. Sweetest TauTassie, thank you so much, honey, for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 gifted. Thank you so much, sweetest TauTassie. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you, darling. That is so, so sweet. Thank you ever so much for the support. Oh my goodness, you are too kind. Thank you. Thank you so much, hon. Sweetest Soritza, welcome on in. How are you, awesome Ozzy? Welcome on in. Uppies. Yes, good, Ozzy. Terrific Talon, uppies for you. Good, Talon. Sweetest Seti, good to see you, darling. Sweetest Shadow Princess, how are you? Let me see. Eugene, welcome on in. How are you? Sweetest Solar, hi, lovely. Welcome. Let me see. Sweetest Soritza, Sweet Striker, hey, bored at work, but at least getting paid to do absolutely nothing. That is good. I was afraid that this message was going to be about the fishy bone. Is that completely done now? Is the fishbone devastating saga completely done now? I hope so. It's good to see you though, hun. Let me see. Terrific Talon, come on in. Let me see here. Who else do we got? We got. Sweetest Star Talon, welcome on in. How are you? Lolbit, hi, lovely Lolbit. Welcome. So many precious pearls. Okay, that's as far as it goes, but I want it to be known that Lith, my dearest Lith, bestie, I am aware that it is you that the brother in the short was talking about. I read the comments. Dude, people are so intense about their pizza. Fuck, man. Our most recent short on YouTube has attracted people who are like, what's wrong with you? In the comments. And like, Lith's brother was like, my little sister is so into you and loves watching your content, but wait until I tell you're a pizza heathen or something. And I'm like, goddamn, all I do is stack pizza slices on top of each other for me to eat. I don't make anyone else do it. Chill. People are very intense about their pizza. I mean, we've had this conversation before about like cold pizza and how I fucking can't stand cold pizza. But that doesn't mean you can't enjoy it. You know what I mean? I just don't get it. But like, you do you. God. Clearly, I guess, fake rage bait works. We didn't even realize we were rage baiting when I was just telling people how I eat pizza, but apparently that's what I've done. All right, let me see here. I want to make sure that I didn't miss anybody when I scrolled back down. Lai, thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. Oh yeah, cutie cloak. I made bad financial decisions and bought 3 months. Well, that's good news for us. I hope that it's not financially ruinous for you, but like, we're glad to have you. Precious Para, thank you for the 115. A stream streak. We'll be here all night. Thank you so much. 115. Thank you very much for your dedication and support, darling. And ooh, Haku wants an ooh. Thank you. Thank you for the ooh, Haku. What is that Ditto badge? Oh, good question that Solar has. Let me see. The Ditto badge is a badge that was earned by subscribing or gifting a sub to a Pokemon Pokopia streamer during launch. There you go. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. I was given information that Houndoom is based on the Tasmanian Tiger. Wait, really? That's interesting. I thought it was like it looks more like a, I mean, I guess I get the stripes on the back, but those are like bone plates, you know? But I guess that is Pokemon, right? But I don't know, I always thought that it was like a Rottweiler or something. That looks very Rottweiler-esque. It does indeed give a key, cool, okay. So if you guys gift 3 subs to an FF14 streamer, for the next month, you have plenty of time. I take back what I said 10 minutes ago. Then you guys will get a key. And if you don't play the game, I guess you can give that key to a friend who does. I need rich friends that don't play 14 then. Poor geeks. Hello, dearest Dandy Man. How are you? It's so good to see you. Hello, Tao. Hope you're doing well. I'd like to welcome you to the big screen, aka my new 50 living room TV in my new home. Happy new home day. There's a way to say that. Happy housewarming. I'm going to warm this house with the warmth of the pouch, okay? I'm distributing heat around the room, or if it's too hot, I'm distributing coolness around the room, okay? Thank you so very much, wonderful William, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. That's so generous. Thank you, darling. Thank you, sweetie pie. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity and support, Angel. And also, Swedish Shadowgun, welcome on in with a 200. 200 Steens to week. Amazing. Thank you so much, darling. I hope you're having a good one, Swedish Shadowgun. Let me see here. A unicorn would be so cool if I actually played FF14. That's valid. That's valid. It gives you a code and then the whistle gets sent to your account. Oh, wait, how does that work? I've never done one of these drop things. So wait, can you not get it? Wait, oh wait, okay, so you could hypothetically give it to your friend if you don't play, right? Or is it like your account is integrated into Twitch and Square, and then it gives you a code that you have to enter, but it still has to coordinate with your account. How does that work? I'm speaking out of turn right now. I don't know why I'm so out of turn-y today. Uppies for you, Engage. Hi, lovely Engage. Welcome on in, sweetheart. How are you doing? Today's fun fact, bananas, lemons, and pumpkins are technically classified as berries. I think I did know that. Like in my heart of hearts. No time like the present. And speaking of presents, get cherished. Hiya! Thank you, sweetest Tassie. That's very, very generous of you indeed. Thank you so much for the gifted subs, darling. I really appreciate it. I caught up to the last 15. Okay, FF stands for 15. Final Fantasy 14 stream while at work today. I guess my memory is foggy because you got that closure of Nanamo after I went to bed. I swear I thought that was done so much earlier originally. Yeah, yeah, that's right. We are going to start off by hopefully finding her, I think, and returning Raban to her side. Dovahkiin, Dovahkiin, da 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 da. Exactly. So da. Let me see. In other news, I also have all the current expansions. I didn't think I had Dawn Trail. Oh, well, congrats, Cutie Cloak. In my opinion, that's smart financial management then, you see, because here we go, right? 3 months of your subby is still less than if you had to buy Dawn Trail again, which you don't because you already have it. Nice. Don't think too hard on that one. Let me see. I didn't even get a chance to test the pizza thing. I tried, but the takeaway failed me and did not deliver. What? That's unreasonable and horrible. Oh, I'm so sorry. That sucks. What do you mean they didn't deliver? Did they refund you or give you like a 50% off or something? That's shit. They shit. Stacking pizza? That's like more pizza per pizza. Right, Cloak. This is why I'm big brain, right? And nobody seems to get it but me. If you guys go watch the most recent video here, you don't even have to you don't even have to watch it if you don't want to, but look, I'll just send you the link to the most recent short. You guys can have your pick of the comments, dude. People are like, rah! Hold on. I'll just pop it in here. Boop, there you go. If you want to know how I eat pizza, that's how I eat pizza. And the comments, man. I cannot believe he commented on that short. He's commented on a few things actually, Lith. He's a cutie pie. Why doesn't he come in? I want to hang out with your brother too. Does he like to tease his little sister? Surprise communism! Surprise communism! Exactly. That's how you pizza. Surprise communism. I see negative numbers of issues. Thank you, Cloak. Precisely right. Pizza cubed. He did tell me afterwards that he was mostly joking. There's someone on there who I don't know if they're joking because they say, what's wrong with you? No emojis. And I wanna reply as I normally do to things like that and just say like, lots of things, bud. Lots of things are wrong with me. Come see. Come see. Just watch the short. Tao, what the fuck? See, I've lost Sooty. I've lost Sooty to the pizza gods. It's crazy. Stacked pizza means more slices in my mouth. Exactly. Thank you. Also, for the record, my favorite part of pizza tends to be the bread. So stacking pizza gets me more bread in my mouth. My issue with the stacking pizza was more just too many stacks. Like 2 slices together is just an unsealed calzone. No. You need 4. You need 4 to do it my way. I'll do some work for my mom throughout the next month to make up for it. That's a good idea, Cutie Clegg. Lovely Lilton. Welcome on in, sweetie. How are you? It's so good to see you. If it makes you feel better, Tao, pizza sandwich sounds pretty good, actually, and I don't think you're a pizza heathen. Oh, thank you. That's so sweet. Go tell your brother that I can do no wrong in your eyes, okay? It's less than 4 hours of work. Oh, good. Yosh. Gorgeous Gecko. Welcome on in, Gorgeous Gecko. It looks more like a Doberman. Yeah, what did I say? Did I say a Doberman or did I say something else? I think I meant a Doberman if I said something else. Slender body, long nose, tallest stripes. Huh, yeah, I thought it was a Doberman, yeah. Into the pool of community giveaways they go. Oh, wait. Are you giving away the codes for the unicorns? Tao counts as an FF14 streamer, by the way, at least for today. It's true. I do count as an FF14 streamer. This is valid and factual. If too hot, consider iced water. Also a good idea. Also a good strategy. How goes your day? It's well, lovely William. Thank you so much for asking. How was your day? I hope that you're doing incredibly well. Not for drinking, but for applying directly to cranium. It's fabulous, the amount I mean. It even sparkles. I want someone to show up in our... Excuse me. Ah, wow, that sneeze snuck up on me. I want someone to come hang out with some Final Fantasy, so that they can show me their cool mount and I can be like, I want that. Thank you for the blessings, precious pals. I appreciate you, cutie pies. I did headbutt the mic a little bit. Excellent, Esme, how are you? Hi, Tau, saw you in another stream, was watching, fancy running into you here. Yes, oh, or there, yes. Esme's hanging out in the wonderful Romani's channel, in case you guys haven't checked out lovely Ro and Saku. These are outstanding, mainly Tomodachi Life and art streamers. Here, I'll just give them a little shout out. They are live right now. I was just lurking in there, right before stream during the countdown, but Ro and Saku are amazing artists. They're actually working on rigging for Pearl's model at the moment. And it's looking fucking sick. So please go check them out if you haven't. Let me see. She's an FF14 streamer every Wednesday. It's true, that's true. You enter the code into Mog Station and you get the whistle. Oh, cool. Okay, so it's not actually locked to your account. That's cool. Like until you redeem the code, obviously. Looks like you get a code without having to link to Twitch or anything. Very cool. Distributing coolness is appreciated. I live in a subtropical region in the height of summer. Of course, it's your so cool. The room became more livable immediately. Yes. Yes, that's what I want. I want to make all my precious pals super comfortable, pretty please. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Yummy. Sweet, made it. You sure did, lovely little bit. How's prep for the culinary expertise classes going, huh? I'm doing good. Still at my old house on really bad cell towers, so it's really low quality, just to be able to watch. Oh, I'm sorry that it's low quality, Swedish Shotgun. I hope you can at least hear my voice, because I feel like for for interactive streamers, the sound, the audio is the most important. So to stop, thank you so much for the gigantified emote, darling. I appreciate it. How you doing? Welcome on in. And we got the cutie core out here with the 75 stream streak. Thank you so much, darling, for the 75. Oh, amazing. Thank you so much. I'm doing good. Sorry, I'm literally with that one. What is this about Fusolda? Fusolda, the crossover we've all been waiting for since Skyrim and Ulda was published. Wait, which was first? Was Skyrim after the original release of FF14? I don't know. You give 3 gift subs and you get a code from Twitch. Example, not a real code. I was gonna say, did you just give a code? Then you log into FF14 Mog Station Online, click on redeem item code, and then enter the code. Select the character you want if you have more than one character, and you'll get it in game mail with an item that will give you the mount. Okay, gotcha. Cool. Awesome. No contact, no refund. There will be a phone call tomorrow. What the actual fuck? That's crazy, geek. So they just took your money and didn't even say anything? Ah, stop! Sweetest generous storm. Thank you so very much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 gifted subbies. Thank you so much, honey bun. I super appreciate it. That's really, really generous of you. Thank you. I think you may have just gotten a unicorn drop now that you can give to people, unless you want to start playing Final Fantasy. Thank you so much, fabulous stuff. Thank you, Angel. I really appreciate it. That's so generous of you. Sorry, gotta go. Oh, good. Oh, you have an emergency weather alert. Shit. I hope everything's okay. Lovely little bit. Oh, Core, thank you so much for supporting on Patreon, sweetie. I appreciate it. That's very kind. Thank you. You guys, I spent about 10 hours on our little tutorial, so I will be putting that up in not too distant future as well. Before 2 days from now, when it would be late, officially in July still. But oh, I hope Yuki is okay too. All of my Japanese pals please stay safe. I heard about the earthquake, massive earthquake. It was like the highest on the Japanese shaking scale. I forgot what that's actually called, but it was like really, really bad. Yeah, so I hope everyone is okay. Let me see. Speaking of emergency weather alert, and I hope Lilbit and anyone else who's under a weather alert is okay as well. Please, please, please prioritize your safety. Get lots of fresh water. Canned beans, maybe some baked beans. Yeah, be careful. Okay. Sweetest Soritsa, by the way, side note, Strat is cooking with these shorts. Strat's an outstanding editor. I just want him full time. I really do think that the channel could be a lot of fun if we could have like longer form, like 15, 20-minute edited versions of like demo days. Like yesterday, are you fucking kidding me? The particularly the airlines one. If he had the time and I had the money to pay him for his time to cut that like 2-hour bit into like 20 or 30 minutes for just the funniest, most unhinged shit, it would go crazy. I think that'd be really funny, but I sadly don't have that money and he does not have that time. But he would be outstanding at it. He's an amazing editor. Let me see. I eat slow and small. I cannot stack. That is totally fair, lovely light. I am just, yeah. My mouth looks proportional, but I go, ow! Oh, you guys can't hear him. That's good. My dog's going ballistic. I think you can probably hear him when I'm talking, but if it helps you, Tao, my brother used to fold his pizza, sometimes twice if it was thinner crust. That's a great way. That is a very efficient caloric intake right there. Thank you for the blessings, cutie pies. What server are you on? Oh, great question. Hold on, let me see. How does this work? FF. Did I do it? No. Is it this one? Fuck. Hold on one second. There's someone at the door. I'll be right back, cutie. Hello. I have returned. It was the mailman, and he was scared of the dog. I'm gonna open packages live on stream, except you can't see me opening them. I don't know what I have here, but I'll open it after I catch up with you guys. Let me see here. Just watch the short. I can see why it makes people angry. Be sure to put some pineapple on it to get everyone tilted. Pineapple's one of my, if you give me 2 options, if you only give me 2 toppings besides cheese, I'm going with pineapple and onion. So, you know, yeah, I guess you could say fuck, I don't even know what is the, a rage baiter, that's it. Let me see. Surprise communism! Surprise communism! Indeed. I might get updated by the time Tao swaps to the game. That's probably true, actually. To answer your earlier question, Tao, yes, my brother teases me all the time, but I annoy him back, so it's all good. I'm glad you guys have that relationship, to be honest. That's adorable. Let's see. Which version of Skyrim? Oh, that is valid. Whatever version starts with Fusroda, which I think is the original. I can hear you just fine. My tower's in my old hometown are not very strong. Okay, gotcha. That's fair, hun. Storm, thank you once more so very much for the 5 gifted. I really appreciate it. That's very, very kind. Nerd, welcome on and thank you for contributing to the movie night. Skyrim released in 2011, FF14 released in 2013. Okay, all right, and Skyrim's the original. Huh? Who did what? Don't gaslight me like that. I'm pretty positive I got the push notification. Nani? You know what? Sounds like a good idea. Do you want to raffle that off today or on Friday? Oh, it's up to you. It's up to you, sweetest Storm. It's up to you. Earthquake? Oh no, Richter scale? No, it was like it's a system that was, I think it was actually established in Japan to talk about not what the actual shaking is, but how it feels and how it impacts the surface and how humans and building experience it. And it's like at the top of that. 30 minutes until I can fantasy finally. Let's go. We'll probably be in around that time actually. Yikes, stay safe, y'all. Yeah, for real, absolutely. Yummy, yummy. Welcome on in. Uppies for you. Yes, good, yummy. How are you? I reached out to Yuki before I went to bed. The earthquake happened very far south of where Yuki is and was told she didn't feel anything. Okay, all right, that's good. That's good. Thanks for reaching out, cutie Ozzy. I appreciate you keeping our pals safe there. Strat is cooking with the shorts. What does it matter if he's wearing shorts or pants or whatever? And here I thought, Corey, you were gonna take the cooking part literally. You were gonna be like, I hope he doesn't burn it, but you went with the pants. Thank you for the I'm so bad at hold on. I'm really bad at the Strat does this all the time for me and I don't know how to do it. Spoiler warning. FFXIV spoiler warning. Spoiler warning. FFXIV. I'll have to actually look at it. Hold on. Let me go find it. It's on Streamlabs. Oh, is it SWF? Actually, that might be it. Look at you go. Look at you go. You're so smart. Once I get to that, thank you so much for keeping thank you so much for keeping an eye on that cutie club. Great memory. Look at you go. You're my honorary non-mod today. Let me see. Sorry, I'm just scrolling down to find it so I can pin it. Let me see. Surprise package opening stream. Exactly. Got errands to run. All good, Seti. Thanks for dropping in real quick. Could you imagine lemon and lime on pizza? I mean, I like lemon lime drinks, but on pizza? Nah. I can't do like citrus on pizza for some reason. Tao is based pineapple on pizza enjoyer. I love it. I don't call pineapple citrus is the thing. But yes, absolutely. Pineapple is like the prime ingredient for a good pizza, in my opinion. Elder Scrolls and Skyrim steal heavily from FF2. Ooh, I mean, I feel like a lot of stuff kind of, everything's a little bit derivative, right? Sweet Sabu, thank you for contributing to the movie night. Right, how should we set this raffle up for right now? Do we use the Q command or, ooh, actually, if you want to do it literally right now, do you want to do it right now? Or at the end of stream? Or do you want to do it once we get into Final Fantasy? What is your preference? What about corn pizza? I love corn pizza, but nowhere offers corn as a topping, so I can only have that when I make it at home. Okay, there we go. We will pin this. I finally made it to the bottom. Oh, according to Ozzy, you were relaying what Ozzy said. Oh, thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And thank you very much, Ozzy. I'm on Sephiroth, amazing. I can't do whole fruits, so I can only do like pineapple juice on pizza. Oh, fair. I find pineapple juices too wet. Right now, unless Tao wants the code to show the mount off. Oh, no, that's okay. I want the pals to have it. Wolvo, welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. Let me see here. I can open the queue. One sec. I will open the queue so that the pals can join. There it is. Okay. Excuse me, login. There we go. Sorry, hold on. I haven't looked into Streamlabs in a while. All right, Q. Q. I think it's in the cloud. Damn it, where is it? Hold on. I will find it. Mark my words.
Hello, motherfucker.
There it is, I found it. Okay, all right, I will open up the queue. This says beginner dungeons. I'll close this, hold on. Okay, I don't know how to fit. I'm a professional. I don't know how to change the name of the queue thing. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Lovo. Welcome on in. Thank you for the care package, sweet spider. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna open the queue. If you would like to join for the giveaway that Storm is very generously doing. Oh, I figured it out. Okay. Unicorn mount giveaway. Ta-da! Okay, feel free to join. You don't even have to put a note if you don't want to. If you guys would like to be put into that, the possibility of getting the unicorn key, the key for the unicorn. Oh, join for Tao? What? Wait, like if you win, then I get it? That's very good, very sweet. Cutie Cloak is too kind. Oh, you're so sweet. Oh, what the heck, you guys? It's really sweet. You're gonna lurk. Oh, you're in a shitty mood. Oh, I'm sorry, Ram. I appreciate the support though, darling. And I really, really hope that even in lurking form, we can help make you feel a little bit better. But have a good day, okay? Have a better day. I really, truly hope so. Thank you for the lurk, darling. All right, do we have any other people who would like to join this? I am gonna pull up our little raffle thing real quick. I'll put solar, I'll put light, I'll put shadow gun, I'll put cutie cloak, I'll put yummy yummy, I'll put gorgeous eat. All right, is anybody else interested in joining this giveaway? There is for those of you who don't know or you just came in, we are having a giveaway on behalf of the sweetest Storm, who has a key to give away for the new Final Fantasy XIV rainbow-maned, rainbow-tailed unicorn mount that you can only get through participating in a stream by gifting 3 or more subs to a Final Fantasy XIV streamer. So, if there's nobody else, I'll give you 10 seconds, okay? 10, 9, 8, 7. I can't play FF14, laptop is at home. No internet here if I had bought it. Oh, this isn't like, you don't have to redeem it now. It's a code that you can keep. So if you ever intend to play, or maybe you know someone who plays, even if you don't, that you think they might like it, then you probably want to join. What are we trying to claim? You guys are getting to join this queue if you would like to be put in for the raffle for the Rainbow Unicorn for Final Fantasy XIV. It's a drop that you only get from gifting 3 or more subs to a Final Fantasy categoried streamer. And even if you don't play Final Fantasy, you could enter this raffle for free and gift that code to a friend who plays if you would like. How do you add or use badges? I actually don't know, Haku. That's a good question. I think there are lots of things that you can participate in. Okay, bet. All right, so if you want to join, make sure you do !join. !join. All one word. Oh, Car! Cutie Car, holy crap! Thank you for the gifted 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you so much for the gifted 5 subs, darling. That is so fucking kind of you. Thank you so much. Or you could do that. That's true. Now you can give that to a friend if you would like. Thank you so much, Cutie Core. Or you can play. You're gonna start. Is this your moment? Are you gonna start playing Final Fantasy XIV? Let's go. Thank you so much, Cutie Core. Thank you. That's very, very generous, darling. Thank you so much. Okay. Is this, so we're doing, okay. Oh, and Core would like to join as well. It looks like, yep, Cutie Core. As well. All right. Anybody else want to join? Otherwise, I will close this in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Oh, wait. I should, 2, 1. Sorry, I will just, I realized it probably would help if I gave you guys the raffle. There we go. There it is. Check it out. All right. Joseph, it's great to see you, darling. Uppies for you. How are you, lovely Joseph? All right, you guys, here we go. We are going to spin this right now. Boop. Ah, Lloyd! Congrats, lovely Lloyd! You win, honey! Congratulations! Thank you so much, Sweetest Storm, for offering that code up. That's very, very sweet of you. It looks like you get the cutie horsey. I'm only a little bit jealous. Congrats, lovely Light. That's awesome. Oh, Light, no, you wanted the horsey. No. Can you give it to Tao? No, hun, it's yours. You wanted it. You even said you wanted it. Please have it. You're so sweet. What the heck? Give all the mounts to Tao. No, I can't handle it. That's very sweet of you, but no, sweetie, please. It's your mount. Do you have a mount? Well, no, but I didn't enter. Look, my name is not up there, right? I run these for you guys. Games, keys, mounts, whatever. Even if I like them or want them, I want you guys to benefit from this. You know, I benefit from your company every single day. I'm lucky enough to spend time with you guys every single day. I want you guys to get. Light has given them out to you. This does not compute in my brain. The choice has been made! Oh, Renata! I'm so glad that you got a gift sub from Cutie Core as well. Thank you so much for that gift, those gifts, Cutie Core. Thank you so much. Oh, you guys are so sweet. I wish, TauTassieTiger indeed. Truly, I can get it later. It's 1 month. Yeah, but you are unable to afford it. I want you to have your amount that you have earned through raffle. Tao is the chosen one for a unicorn. A month is a long time, Tao. Well, I mean, that's fair, but still. You made your cake, now lie in it. Oh, really sweet. Thank you. You guys, Judge Storm has made a decision. Thank you so much. You guys are very, very kind. I do appreciate it. Are you guys sure you don't want to just... well, I won't re-roll, right? Because I don't want to disrespect your wishes. I'm so, my brain is not, the wiring is not computing.
Hello,
can't.
motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Zelacilla. Sweetest Sailor Peter. Welcome on in. Thank you for these 65 stories. Thank you so much, darling. I really do appreciate your dedication and support. You cannot fight the storm. Tao gets haunts. I will ride my haunts all of this month. Okay, that's my promise. Thank you so much. Tao not thanking her community wouldn't give her them out. I thought you knew us well enough. I know you pretty well, but still. Sweetest Spot, thank you so much for the $10 dues, darling. Adore you, sweet Tao Tao. Adore you, sweetest Spider. Thank you so much. That's such a generous donation. Thank you for the tip, darling. That's so sweet. Thank you. Thank you, darling. Sweetest Spider, thank you for always being here. I know you're lurking a lot of the time, but I do appreciate you very much. Thank you. I don't feel like I don't deserve the nice things, you know? You guys deserve the nice things, and it is my job, and I get a great deal of satisfaction facilitating you getting
Code
the nice
has been given
things.
to Tao. No more arguments.
Only because you ended it with a period, and that means serious. Hello, everyone. Hi, Zelacilla. Thank you so very much, Sweetest Storm, for not only gifting 5 subs to me and the channel, but also then for gifting the code to the community, and then thank you, community, for gifting the code to me. Light, that's very, very sweet of you, darling. Thank you so much. And then I know that a couple of you also said like 4 Tau in your notes, and I'm sure there were more of you that were thinking of doing what Light does. Thank you so did. Light, I can't talk. Fuck. Thank you for the pal hat, sweetest Sir Jazzy. Tau may just decide to give it away herself later. I mean, it's possible, but I don't want to, like, Light has said that he wants me to have it. So, I don't want to displease the kind Light for such a generous, I don't want to go against their wishes. I lurk when I can. Wish I could be more. Oh, that's okay, sweetest spotter. I really appreciate it, darling. No. I know that you're there a lot, like most of the time. So please, do not worry at all. Hey, no talking like that. You deserve all the nice things. Ah! Welp, it's done. Now Tau can ride the mount on stream, demonstrating what can be won. Well, that is true. Okay, that is that's some clever marketing. This is why I am very slow to grow. I'm really, really terrible at marketing. Thank you for the care package, Lizzie. Thank you. You can't give it away. Okay, that's kind of what I thought. That's the one condition. You get it. You can do what you want with it, but you cannot give it away. Tau breaks with generosity. To the throne! No, you did more than enough this time. You have been very generous. Please do. You are all good. Please, you just being here is so incredibly generous of you, and I appreciate you being here. TauTassie speaking.exe has encountered an error. Yeah, it's true. Except the gift and the spirit was given. To do anything else would be unthinkable. Why is that a link? Just because it's .exe, probably. Lurkers untied, unite. Accept the compulsory love. Thank you guys. You're very
my god.
Stop! Thank you for contributing to our ASMR microphone. I really appreciate it. That's very, very sweet of you. Thank you so much. Thank you, sweetest. I really appreciate it. I think you're like with small increments, you're like filling up the bar. You're gonna wind up being the person who's contributed the most at this point. 10 here, 10 there, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, done. Thank you so very much, Cedar Storm. I do appreciate it. That's very, very sweet. Good vibes all around. Always in the pouch. Am I right? I don't know. Core has already given too much as well. Both of you have. Lith, you have too. All of you have done more than enough by being here, okay? And being sweet and kind. The power behind the throne. All right. We have to go on a break. While we're on break, I'm going to go to my, did you say Mog Station? And I will go redeem that code. And I'm also gonna open this package. We might come back and I might be opening the package still. I don't know how far we are away from a dungeon.
Oh my god.
Ah, Core! Fuck! Core! Thank you so much! Oh my god, now that I've got fountain pens and watercolor and stuff like that, I would love to write letters to pals on stream. That would be so much fun, dude. Oh my god. Core, thank you so much. Thank you, honey. Thank you. That is such a generous contribution. $50? Holy fuck. Thank you so much. Jesus. Thank you so much. What happened? I blacked out. I can't refund that. Thank you so much, Core. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. That is very, very generous. And that's so generous to the pouch as well because, you know, that would be a writing letters to pals stream. Multiple pals, right? Oopsie then. Thank you so much, cutie. I
Oh
really
my
appreciate
god.
it.
What?
Ozzy! Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Oh, it's so cute. Look at it, isn't it cute? I love it so much. That's not really going to the pouch. That's just for me. Thank you so much, amazing Ozzy, for contributing $25 dues to the walking Thylacine statue. I really want it. That's all I have to say about that. I just want it. It's so pretty, and it's handmade, and it supports a local artist. And that's so amazing. Thank you so much, awesome Ozzy. I really appreciate you, darling. Thank you, cutie pie. Far too kind, far too kind. All three of you, what the fuck? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, truly. What happened? I blacked out. Oopsie then. Very welcome. That'll teach you to say you don't deserve nice things. I actually don't know how to... So if I legitimately wanted to stop you from doing nice things, then I have to say, I deserve nice things. But if I do that, then that's not who I am. And it's insincere and also really gross. So I don't know how to actually get you to not do nice things. We'll simply agree that you deserve nice things. I don't agree with that. You guys deserve nice things. I love giving you nice things. And I love having you. You guys are my nice things. And I don't even think I deserve you.
Oh my god.
Sorry. Honey. Oh my god. Thank you, Suri, for contributing to the ASMR mic. Holy shit. How close are we to that? Hold on a second. Let me look. Thank you so much, Suri. It's, that is insanely generous. Thank you so much. It's 65% funded because of you guys. Oh my god, thank you so much. Doing nice things is what the pouch is about. Well, it's true, but the idea is that I do nice things for you. There's no reciprocal payment there, you see. The message I had didn't pop up. Oh no, I'm sorry, Ozzy. I think of it whenever things get, like contributions don't seem to have, the messages pop up until after the whole thing is completed, which is super weird. So they like message only pop up either when a whole contribution is completed, like a crowdfund is completed, or it's bought like outright. I don't understand why. I can't, like I'm on Throne and I can't even see it. Like I can see your contribution, but it doesn't actually say, you know, message from Ozzy. Let me see. We'd never not give you stuff and give you nice things. Reverse psychology. Ahem, Tau, you deserve the world. Ahem, I don't. Ow, fuck, owie. Ow, sorry, I hit my microphone with my hand. Ow. It was a sharp part too. See, this is what happens when I don't like vehemently disagree. I get karma. I did see a message at the bottom of that last one. Wait, really? Because this is what. Oh, forgot that you guys can't see that screen. I'm not seeing it on my in my feed on Throne or on the OBS the Tau tax. Let me see. Purely hypothetical question. If someone wanted to donate another unicorn code to be raffled, could we spin that wheel again? Totally hypothetical. Rhetorical even. Yeah, if you guys want to, you know, that's the name of the game for the pals is and if you want, you can actually put it in the community giveaways section.
Oh my god.
Dirty down to my lunch. Jesus. Sucker.
Thank you so much for contributing even more to the ASMR mic. Holy shit, thank you so much. Dear Standy, oh my gosh, Standy man, Thank you so much, darling. Thank you ever so much. That's so fucking kind of you. That's so incredibly generous. Thank you so much, dearest Andy Man. Thank you so much, sweetheart. If you would like for me to do that raffle now, we can. Or if you want to get more people in on it, you can put it into the community giveaways channel in the Discord. Just fill out the little form that's there, and then more people could have the opportunity on Friday if you want. Yeah, it's up to you. We can do it today instead if you want. Thank you so much, dearest Daddy Man. Thank you so much, Terrific Talon. Holy shit, you guys, that's crazy. Thank you ever so much. You are so generous. Woo! Thank you for my on-screen celebration of gigantified emote, sweetest Storm. The response I had to "there is no reciprocation" is not Twitch appropriate, but the song I will redeem covers it pretty well.
Oh my god. What?
It finally hit a low enough number, yeah! Oh my god. Dude, we have had that microphone on the throne for years. Thank you so incredibly much, you guys. Holy shit, Sonny! Thank you so much for the final sprint. That's crazy. Oh my god. Thank you, hun. Thank you so much, precious pals. Okay. All right. That means you guys get an ASMR stream, or you get some more consistent ASMR streams. There'll be shorter ones. The first one will be a little bit longer, I think, but whoa. Sorry. Whoa. Yay indeed, dearest Daniel. Sorry, I'm so overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you so much, you guys. Holy fuck. Yes, so that is gonna, I'll order that, and when it comes in, I will schedule a time for a 3 to 4 hour ASMR stream, and then we will have consistent ASMR streams. Do not worry. The ASMR streams will not take over any other streams.
Mama Tao,
okay?
do you need to take a break so you can say thank you without tripping over your dropped jaw?
Probably. I was there when it appeared on the throne. See, so Storm remembers. Storm remembers. Thank you so much for the care package, sweetest spider. Tao spitting bars over here. Microphone on the throne. The microphone on the throne. Sorry, I'm cursed. Brain.exe, stop brainulating. I'm fucking for real. Let me, okay, holy shit, hold on, sorry, okay. Wow, that is unbelievable. Thank you so much, you guys. Okay, so, I want to say, before we go on break, I want to say, massive thank you to all of our contributors for that over the years, the literal years, multiple years. Starting from the back, we've got, I'll read how many times people contributed. Because Storm is like the majority of this. Okay, so we got, thank you so much, sweetest Storm. Thank you so much, sweetest Storm. Thank you so much, sweetest Storm. Thank you so much, amazing Anonymous. Thank you, Valiant Valos. Thank you so much, sweetest Storm. Thank you so much, sweetheart Suritsa. Thank you so much, amazing Anonymous. Thank you so much, Terrific Talon. Thank you so much, sweetest Storm. 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 Thank you so much, sweet Storm. Thank you so much, sweetest Suritsa. Thank you so much, amazing Aussie. And for the final 145, thank you so much, sweetest Suritsa. Thank you guys so much for funding this. I'm so excited. I hope that we'll be able to do some actual like ASMR videos and and we'll do some ASMR streams, and I'm so grateful. Thank you so much, you guys. I promise this will benefit you as long as you like ASMR. If you don't, just pay attention to the schedule and don't come in when I'm doing ASMR. Like I said, there is literally no downside to this. It's just adding on an extra, albeit short. It's a shorter stream, but it's an extra stream in the week for like a couple of hours, and it doesn't replace anything else, okay? So if you really don't like ASMR, you just don't come to those, and you come to the other ones, okay? We still will have Demo Day. We still will have Persona. We still will have Art Day. We still will have Final Fantasy Day. I'm just gonna add a fifth, probably nighttime. I think probably a nighttime, or a morning. Maybe it'll vary. I'll figure it out. But yeah, we'll do a shorter ASMR one.
What?
Anonymous, thank you for contributing to the matcha bowl and tool set. I would love to try and make matcha on stream, and I hope that Yuki, well, I want Yuki here, but at the same time, I'm afraid she will be devastated by how poorly I will do. Long have I awaited for the ASMR stream. Literally my whole existence in chat for a couple of years there. It's true. I'm so glad that you finally will get what you deserve. I will say, I clicked on it and it says it's got a lead time of about 2 weeks, so I'll need to make sure that I place the order today, and then it probably won't be here until like mid August. But once it gets here, I will schedule that. We're gonna need to put bubble wrap on throne just in case Tau waves too much and smacks it again. Ow, for real. I need to bubble wrap my microphone. I don't think you guys would want to hear that though. Actually, oh, it sounds something like this. Let me see. Pray return to the rising suns. Now I can save up all my channel points for constant ASMR stream redeems. Dun, dun, dun! ASMR sounds good to me. Oh, perfect. Okay. Just please make sure you have clips so we can save our streak. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. That's a good point. We do need to make sure that that we have clips for those. I will try to remember to remind people to get clips if they don't. I don't actually know if we've had a single stream in at least a couple of months that haven't had at least one clip. I will never lose my streak. If it starts in like 8 hours, do you still think you won't lose your streak? It'll probably be at one of the later ones is all.
Keep it up, good job.
That was me? Oh, the anonymous was you, I see. Thank you so much, incredible Icy. I really appreciate it, darling. That's very, very kind. Thank you so much, honey bun. I really appreciate it. I'll come in for to keep the streak alive, but might not stick around. I'm not much of an I'm not sure if I'm an ASMR person. That's okay, Swedish Shadowgun. No worries at all. That's totally understandable. I actually think that with the ASMR stream, what I might want to do is a few more. I don't know. I haven't thought about it too thoroughly since I first put on Throne because it's been a long time. So I'll need to think about it a little bit more. But I'm thinking a little bit of doing more frequent with the ASMR mic for people who like maybe having 1 week where it's like whispery, and then another week where I either don't talk at all or I pretty much just talk right about here, so that's not really triggering for people who hate mouth sounds, but it's an art stream, and it's a traditional art stream with like watercolor and stuff. And if I set the microphone up right next to my working surface, you'll get to hear things like the pen on the paper, or like the watercolor, right? Or something like that. But yeah, that's kind of just off the dome. I'll need to think about the logistics of that. Maybe a collab with Yuki for the stream. I mean, that'd be awesome, but she's across the ocean, so I don't know how much help she could be if she was just in my ear or something. I looked at the community giveaways, but it's too complicated for me. Can we run it now? Oh, that's all right, dear Standy. Yeah, if you want. Dandy Man, if you do need some help with the little form there, I can kind of explain it to you a bit more, but if you would like to just run it now, we totally can. Let me see. Let me go back to Streamlabs. I'll put that queue up so that you guys can join during the break. And then I'll give you another like 4 or 5 minutes when I get back so I can like be constantly reminding you for a couple of minutes. And then we will do that raffle again, okay? Magnificent Mokram, a piece for you. Good Mokram. Did we go on brick hunt already? No. The pals have been incredibly generous over on Throne and with subs. And we actually are doing another raffle for the Dearest Dandyman's mount giveaway. Uno mas, let's go. That is open, so please do !join if you would like. And you can't say for Tau anymore because Lovely Light already gave their code to me. So yeah, feel free to join. And Light, you can of course join because you just gave it to me. So I think it's only fair that you get to join again. Yeah. All right, let's go on a quick break. While we're gone, I will open these packages. I will start the game. I will log into Mog Station so I can have my cute unicorn. Thank you so much, Light. Thank you so much, Storm. Thank you so much, you both. You're so sweet. Okay. It's my birthday tomorrow, and I want the instant gratification of handing it out now. That's so sweet, dearest Dandyman. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do for your birthday, sweetheart? Or after break? Yeah, no, all good. Please do make sure that you, please ! Hashtag get TauTassieTiger unicorn. I have one already. I got it at the beginning of stream. That's true. You did, Lovely Lit. Thank you so much for the amazing support at the beginning of stream as well. You will find your jaw that Coda is chasing around the flow. The flow! All right, cutie pies, please make sure you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, darlings. This is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. When we get back, we are going to do this raffle for the unicorn. We are going to be over in Final Fantasy Land, Eorzea. And yeah, I will see you in 3. Thank you guys so much for the absolutely astounding support this morning. It's been crazy. Thank you for funding the ASMR mic. Thank you for getting our subs up to 41. Thank you so much for the $15 toward the matcha bowl and tool set. Icy, thank you so much. Soritza for finishing up the 145 for the binaural microphone. Thank you so much, dearest Daddyman, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Trevor Talon, for contributing to the $50 to the ASMR mic. Soritza, 25 to the ASMR mic. Sweetest Aussie for contributing 25 to the really, really beautiful Thylacine walking statue. Cutie Core for $50 towards the Letters to Pals stream. Sweetest Storm for the 10, another 10 towards the ASMR mic. Sweetest Spider for the donation, the $10 donation. Cutie Core for the 5 gifted subs. Sweetest Storm for the 5 gifted subs. Wonderful William for the gifted sub. Sweetest Tassie for the 5 gifted. Sweetest Shadow Princess for the resub. Let's see, Lovely Lith for the 5 gifted as well. Okay, I think I'm caught up on all that stuff now. Thank you so much, you guys. It means the fucking world. You guys are so incredibly kind and so incredibly generous. I could not ask for a better group of precious pals, a better community. I am so thankful. You are far too kind, and I cannot wait to get back here and spend some time with you in Eorzea. I love you all so much. I'll miss you so much, and I'll see you so soon. Mwah. I've been wanting to kill my customers. Bruh. Unbelievable. Here, you want this yet? All right, I'm just gonna stand here until someone wants the thing I'm holding. All right, that's my new strat. All right, okay. Okay, what's next? Do you want this? Nope, okay, you don't get any food then. All right, okay, what about you? Do you want, or whatever? Shut up! Think I'm a clone now. There's always 2 or 3 of me just hanging around. I think I'm a clone now. The beating of our hearts is the only sound. I don't have to change that one, do you? The pun of stream notification hurt my soul. I need a ruler. I need to actually measure my swords. I would love to know how big your sword is. Wait, that sounds very strange. Anyway.
Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, whether you like it or not.
No. Tao's telling me no. Doesn't fit the vibe. Are you sure? No. Okay. Welcome on in, Uwu.
Welcome on in. Uwu. Thank you so much for the follow, lovely Zelda. I appreciate it. Okay. If someone spoils something, or backseats significantly, serious trip on that. Oh, mate. What do you think of being made to eat fish? I think that's disgusting. You better not redeem it. Don't do it. Fuck! I know you're gonna do it! No! Damn it! Damn it! Ah! No! My Wed Dead Redemption. Poo. Still have to accidentally vor the pals, Drozza. Thank you for that. Nothing wrong will happen. Cut to the scene where everything goes wrong. Hit the blade a few times and watch aggravate Aussie. And thank you, Storm, for the lizard. Fuck. Having Valley Girl do blacksmith is so funny. I'm so glad you like it. This story would totally go with this outfit. So true. Passage into Aaron Keep is barred by a colossal gate. It's taller than a ship's map. You want this yet? All right, I'm just gonna stand here until someone wants the thing I'm holding. All right, that's my new strat. All right, okay. Okay, what's next? Do you want this? Nope, okay, you don't get any food then. All right, okay, what about you? Do you want? Wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh God, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my God, no. The blame on you for that one. Did you really needle that money? That one was a stretch. I don't know, oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my God, no. Straight. My guns slinging. Yeah. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. Ah. One more time. Pew, 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 pew. Stickmen, show them how it's done. Show them how it's done. Done. Yeah, there you go. Is Save a furry? Yesn't. I've got it. This overwhelmingly forgettable appearance, generic speech style, and total lack of sex appeal. Hi, cutie pies. Well done on your boss. All right, let's get them words done, and then we will head back over. Hello, awesome Aussie. Yummy, uppies. You guys, remember, if you would like to be put in for the, actually, I'll show you guys my cute horse once I get into the game. And then you guys can maybe decide if you want to join the raffle. All right. Welcome back, lovely Lahi. Welcome back, Sweet Solar. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. Beautiful being. And back over we go. Okay, you can hang out with other people. That's totally fine. Hello. Let me game sound it up. 1 second. Where's my, there it is. We have some uppies for Ozzy. Good, Ozzy. We have some uppies for Yummy. Good, Yummy. Welcome back, sweetest Sir Jazzy. And fabulous Frostbite. Thank you so very much, lovely, for the 230 stream streak. That's crazy. Thank you so much, hun. Okay. How do I find out where my animal is? Is it in my inventory? Is it, did I do it wrong? Oh, there's a black chocobo whistle. I should probably use that. I don't know how long ago they gave it to me. Thank you so much, Fabulous Frostbite, for your outstanding dedication and support. And incredible Eisen uppies. Yee! Good, Eisen. Valiant Valos, how are you? Welcome on in. Cutie Cloak uppies. Yee! Good, Cloak. How are you, darling? See the Shadow Gun. Welcome back. You have to go to a Mog Postman after the code redeem. Oh, talk to a male Moogle. Is there a male Moogle around here somewhere? I think I redeemed it, but I might be wrong because it said there was an error, but I don't know. Oh, there's delivery Moogle? Oh, they're only in major towns. Boo. Hold on, I want to make sure that lovely Dandy Man can do that. Ah, great. Hi. So cute. Here, I'll go to the Oh no, that is the one? Oh, delivery Moogle. Oh, great. Okay. Mail Moogle. Okay, let's see if it went through or not. If not, no new letters. Rude. Okay, hold on. I might have to. Okay, I might have to do this again. 1 second, please. Bear with me. I want to make sure that we can advertise this. You probably redeemed it wrong. Yeah, you're probably right. Okay, hold on. Let me try this again. 1 moment, please. Okay. Enter an item code. Hold on, I gotta go grab my message from Storm. Sweetest Storm. Okay, hold on. No, not that one. Sorry. Hold on. Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong one. And then, okay, next. What? It says the code has already been registered. What happened? What happened? So it did go through. I thought it probably did. It just said there was an error and why? It says that the code's been registered. Oh no! Sometimes there's a delay. Sometimes there's a button for reward delivery requests on the Moogle. Just have to wait. How about now? Oh. Oh, yes! I want my unicorn! Reward delivery request! I put the request in, please! Hi, Precious Politely. How are you? It's so good to see you. Need a new code to redeem now? We're about to raffle one on! No. I can barely handle the fact that Lovely Light gave me their raffled code. I got an email saying the ASMR mic got fully funded. It did, Lovely Valis, it did. Just today, the immense generosity. Oh, hi! Someone ungayed my unicorn. That's okay. I'm sure that you can get a different unicorn that's a little bit more rainbow and gay. No new letters! Why is it broken? Help me. I want to ride my rainbow unicorn. Wow, that's how I feel. One of the small buttons when you talk to them might just be a delay, or you might need to relog in. Ah, fuck. Where are you? We're in, sometimes it can take a few hours. Fuck. Okay, well, we're in the Silver Bazaar. Could be worse. Could be playing Uh-Oh Airlines again. That's true. I'm very glad that we are not playing that. You guys, if you haven't checked out the precious sister to Politely's, you should really do it because she's beautiful and thoughtful and sweet and has the most soothing voice. If you do like ASMR, you are missing out by not being in her chat. And I don't mean that because she's like intentional ASMR. She's like, I personally love unintentional ASMR. She's unintentional ASMR like 100% of the time. It's amazing. Please go check her out. She's a dear friend and she's an outstanding streamer as well. Tau describing herself? Nay, darling. Describing you. Hashtag justice for Tau. Hashtag give Tau her unicorn. Yeah! Cutie cousin, welcome on in. Politely, the coven sister to nicely and cousin to kindly. Yeah, exactly. Does it like alert you? Oh! Yay! I get it! Yay! Okay, I'm so excited. Yay! I get a unicorn. Ooh, I'm getting a pony. I'm getting a pony. Hold on. Look at he's gay. He's so gay. I love him. He's beautiful. Ah, he's everything I wanted in a pony. Oh my gosh, he's got glowing, like, gradient. Listen to the music. The hashtags worked! They did! You guys are champions! Fucking legends! Yay! Oh, I love him! Thank you so much, sweetest Storm. Lovely light. Thank you for my new beautiful pony. I'm going to exclusively use my beautiful new pony for the entire month of August, just so you know. Okay, so now we can do this raffle. I just realized that's literally perfect for Tau. It's a horse with corn. It is! It's a horse with corn! Precious Politely. Beautiful Politely. Thank you for the 125 stream streak. So many Tau streams! Never enough Tau? I mean, I get enough of me every day, but I'm so glad that's how you feel. My horsey is smaller than your horsey, and that's okay. Haku, you look awesome. I do love that you, here, I'll invite you to the party if you want to join us. Look at the size difference. For anyone who's ever played, I love Robot Unicorn Attack because that's all that's going through my head looking at that. Always I wanna be with you and make believe with you and live in harmony, harmony, oh love. Yeah, I know that song. That lives rent-free in my brain too. Politely spitting, never enough a Tau. No, it's not true. Okay, so now Tau doesn't have to put up a new throne fund about buying me a pony. Pro singer indeed, falsities, lies, and falsehoods. But you guys, this is what you will win if you are willing to, so there's 2 ways you can get this mount. 1, if you gift 3 or more subs to any streamer who is in the Final Fantasy category from now until, well, it's actually a couple of days ago, but from now until like a month from now in August, like August 25th, I think, you will get this drop, okay? Or if you want it right fucking now and you don't want to spend money, there's a chance for you to win it if you do !join, because we have, at the moment, we have a raffle. Sweetest Shadow Princess, gorgeous, thank you so much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 gifted suppies. Thank you so much for your immense generosity, darling. I really appreciate it. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. What's that? Free mount? Free mount after 5 subbies. It is. It should be in your notifications on Twitch, the key, if you would like it. Thank you so very much, Swedish Shadow Princess, for your immense generosity. I really do appreciate it. That's very kind of you. Thank you, darling. But yes, you guys, the dearest Dandyman is doing a raffle because I don't think Dandyman actually plays this game. So, Dandyman very generously gifted subs and is now gifting to you guys through a raffle ooh, that's cool and creepy. Ooh, I like the reflection in the eye. Ooh, spooky. Anyway, sorry. Gifting this cutie pie, and we're gonna do the raffle right now. So if you guys would like the chance of winning this, literally all you have to do is !join, and then I will bring up our wheel of names. All right. And you guys can do !join and potentially get it. You don't have to sign up for anything. You don't have to do any of that shit. Don't even worry about it. I just realized also I started talking like this, and I think it must be subconscious because there's 5 whole minutes. Hold on. We got 5 minutes of Mobs to Thou. Courtesy of Politely. Precious Politely wants 5 minutes of this. Hold on. I just need to get just gotta get my Joey here. Hold on 1 minute, please. All right. Here we are. We got 5 minutes. There we go. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right. Let's see here. Right now, just so you know, I have Solar, I got Light, I got Shadow Gun, I got Geeks, I got Yummy, I got Sama Cloak, I got Feather Brewer. Anybody else interested before we spin that wheel? hold on, I do gotta write everybody's names. We got Sola, Light, Shadow Gun, Geeks, Yummy, Cloak, Feather. Is anybody else joining? Cause if not, we might just do this. Here we go. Just the 7 of ya. Nobody else wants it, eh? The way the hair changes Tao's accent makes it seem like a parasite. Joey is a parasite. Beautiful Bublin. Hey, thank you so much for the 20 stream streak. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I look back to see Tao wearing hair from Save. What is going on? This is indeed Save hair. However, we've had it for a good week now. This is part of our mobs to redeem. Oh, my dog. I love the Joey hair. I'm so glad you like it. All right, you guys. I think that's it. Seven people. 1 chance. Let's do this in 3, 2, 1. Your luck, my dear, is absolutely extraordinary. Check it out. Light gave me their first unicorn, and now they get their own unicorn. Scam. Twice. Wow, I promise it's I don't even know what to tell you. It ain't rigged, hey. Light, congratulations. Yes, indeed. A very warm congrats to you, my dear. Thank you so much. Give me just a second, because I realized because of in the midst of all of the excitement, I forgot to put all of our, in case we do hit the 150 oh, there's a hype train. Hey, what do you know? What do you know? Thank you for the hype train. I forgot to put our subs in case we hit the 150 sub goal for the week. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's that one. And then we got Core doing 5 as well, just in case. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We got Storm. We got Storm too. All right. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got William with 1 as well. Thank you so much. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I'm very well prepared. You guys know how I run streams flawlessly and without scuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Shadow Princess as well. And oh my. Well, shit. Thank you so much, Sonny, for the 2 gifted. Holy hell! Let me give you some hearts for that. Hey, 1, 2. Thank you so very much for the 2 gifted, darling. I appreciate it. Daddy man, thank you so much for giving away that code as well. And congratulations, like double time. Thank you so much, Sonny. I'll put you on there. I'll put you on the list as well. All right. Oh, that's Steam. Hold on a second. 1, 2, 5. Oh my gosh! Thank you so much for the 100 biddies, Valos. That's so sweet of you. I do love a piece of candy, hey. Thank you so much. Alrighty. I'm ready to play the game. We're almost 2 hours in, and I think I'm ready to play the game. Thank you guys so much for the level 3 hype train now. I do appreciate it. And thank you once more for the for the raffle. Darling, I really appreciate it, Tandy Man. Thank you so very much. That is incredibly generous of you. I am just going to remove my Joey hair until when next we meet again. Does Tao like my glam? I'm sure I do. Let's see. Oh my god, that's super cute. Yeah, you look adorable. Oh, I love the feathers. I love the, like, the what are these sleeves called? Aussie! amazing. Ozzy, thank you so much for the 1, 2, and 3. Thank you so much, hon. Thank you, awesome Ozzy. That is so incredibly generous of you. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Thank you for your incredible kindness and generosity, darling. More horse? 2 hours of streaming stalling due to Tau Yap and chat generosity? Sounds about right. Yeah, that is 85% of our streams, isn't it? Not me having my little hair flowers toggled off. Oh, don't have the hair flowers toggled off. That's a prime part of your... That's so cute. I mean, you can probably tell, but I do love some flowers in the hair. Happy to give everyone another chance. Oh, wait, you wanna do another raffle, hun? Okay. Amazing. All right. We might not. I'm trying to think of how we can do this in such a way that it's not gonna constantly interrupt, though. Okay, we'll do this one more time, and then I'll have to think about that if we do another one. If we do another raffle. All right. One more unicorn mount giveaway. Exclamation point join if you would like to join. Real quick, what is your favorite color? Oh, Feather, my favorite color is dark red. Unicorn mount giveaway. What? Oh, I forgot I can fly in this area. I forgot that Got it, thank you. Making something real quick. Oh, thank you. I'm so excited to see it. You guys, we will be doing the next raffle in T-minus 10 seconds. Wait, I like the landing animation, I think. I like that. I like that. Oh, you sent a friend request. Oh, absolutely, of course. There you go. Sorry, I often miss things that are on the lower part of the screen. My bad. Okay. Let me see. You like dark red? It's official. Tau is now Kami Yoshi. Is that your favorite color as well? Yeah, dark red's my favorite. Basically, the colors in my the red in my hair is my favorite color. Idea. If we get more giveaways, we either save it for Friday or do it rapid fire at the end of stream. I think that's a good idea. This will be our last giveaway for this point in the stream. You guys have to remind me, please do. If you guys want to host more raffles, then we will do them at the end of stream, okay? Finally trying to head over to your server now. Let's go, Gorgeous Geeks. We'd love to have you. Everyone's gonna be on horses. This is my dream. I want everybody on a horse. Leth, beautiful Leth. How are you over here in the shade and not in my party? Rude? Okay. Stop! Thank you so much for the 400 biddies. Holy shit. Thank you, darling. Ooh, that's several candy bars. Thank you for completing level 3 of the hype train. We are now into level 4. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You're not in the party either? Oh, sorry. Wait, Sam is not? Oh, what? Did it not let me? Wait, I friended you, did I not? Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought I did. Ah, now I can see. I look at the colors of things. I don't look up here, sorry. I was like, oh, you're light blue. That means you're in the party. Saving the hype train. Thank you so much for saving the hype train, hon. Sweetest Saritza. Thank you so very much, honey. I appreciate, what the? That's weird that that's not working. Sori, thank you so much for the precious prime. 9 months as well. Would you like to name our sub baby? Hi. Hello, Merly. Hi, magnificent Merly. Welcome on in. How are you? It is so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. How was your stream, Alan? Raiders, if you got a raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. We are actually about to do a raffle for a code within FF14 for this beautiful rainbow horsey. If anyone in your community plays FF14, exclamation point join will put you in on that. You guys, oh, everyone in your community probably does play FF14. I see that you're playing. Awesome. We are only at the start of Heavensward, so please no spoilers. But if you would like to let us know, what did you get up to today? What have you been up to? Sage, the champion of DoorDash. Sweetest Sage, thank you so much for the follow, hun. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome, welcome. You guys, this is the magnificent Merly Mimic, a chameleon VTuber who have graced us with their presence. This ADHD-powered monster girl tomboy yaps her way through various games and streams, transforming models and personalities like a true monarch of chaos. From Final Fantasy XIV to horror reactions, Merly's streams are a delightful mishmash of gaming and yapping. Don't be fooled by the gimmick. This mimic is no mere jester. Hello there, A2 Ren, A2. Trying to think of what the 2 could mean in, like, Leet speak, you know? But welcome on in, how are you? The Merlyporium has come to town, and you are always welcome here, my dears. Dearest Doc, welcome on in, how are you? Fabulous Foodolphins, welcome, welcome. Cutie Carl Snarl, I love the rhyme there, that's very fun. Vivi, welcome in. Excuse me. Magnificent Merly, amazing Avefe, Cutie Keldarius, hello! You've just started a new FF14 character, how fucking sick, that's awesome! I decided to be a menace to society, being a tank Lala who tanks ankles of all types. Let's go, that's awesome. She kept biting my ankles because I wouldn't give her uppies. We do allow uppies here, we have an emote for it, but yeah. Merly, if you would like uppies, I am happy to provide. Merly, would you like to let us know when your next stream will be so that hopefully we can come and join you, darling? There you go, some big uppies for you, Storm! Hey, good Storm! Let me see, but yes, welcome on in, Magnificent Merly. It's such an incredible pleasure to have you and to welcome your gorgeous community in. Thank you so much for bringing them in. Yeah, let me know when your next stream is and what you will be streaming. In the meantime, I might introduce myself if that's all right. Hi there, you guys. I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger VTuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm also a professional artist, so if you come on in on Fridays, you can actually help me decide what we're working on and also request music. I'm also a professional voice actor, so any games that are unvoiced, dialogue that is unvoiced, I do that for you. If you have any interest in hiring me for one of your projects, !VA demo, all one word, will get you there. If you want to know what I was recently in and go wishlist some of the games I'm in, !VA will do it. We also are doing first-time playthroughs of Persona 5 Royal, as well as Final Fantasy XIV, this game. So please no spoilers on those, and on Tuesdays Aussie time, which was just yesterday, by the way. I think it's probably Tuesday for you now if you're in the US, but anyway. Yesterday is our demo day, where you guys, the community, this is a very, very community-centric stream, by the way. Everything I put so many polls to you guys so you can vote. But yes, yesterday's our demo day, so you guys get to send in demos, and then we play them on stream. It's a really good time. Do you have hand tracking? That's sick. I do have hand tracking. I'm glad you like it. My next stream will be tomorrow around 4:30 p.m. CST, and we will hopefully do more FF14, but knowing me, it'll be a lot of yapping. Let's go, Merly, you and me both. Let's see, we've been live for almost 2 hours, and we've done 0 quests because we've been talking too much. The pals have been incredibly generous today. Very, very, very sweet. And we've been talking about like future ASMR streams and like writing notes to pals, like traditional notes to pals on stream and stuff like that. So we're really, really excited about things coming up here. You sadly have to bounce. Oh, good, lovely Haku. Thank you so much for coming in. Thank you so much for showing me your awesome glam as well. I'm gonna invite Codex. Hi, lovely Codex. Gorgeous Gray. Invite you both as well. My next stream will be tomorrow around 4:30 p.m. and doing more FF14. So you guys, please, 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 if you're interested in checking out some more FF14 after this, go check out lovely Merly Mimic, who will be streaming once more tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. CST and doing more FF14 and probably yapping. Thank you so very much, Merly, for bringing your amazing community in, darling. I really do appreciate it. I know that you have been streaming those long hours and working real hard with the yappings, so if you gotta, you know, do some after stream care, maybe go for a walk or go shower or go to bed or go eat, whatever you gotta do, please make sure that you do it. I promise to take the best care of your gorgeous community until you come on back for them, okay? And yeah, rest well if you do decide that you don't have time to hang out. Tao is an amazingly interactive streamer. Thank you, Vandals. I'm so glad you like my interactivity. Oh! Beautiful Black! Dearest dressed in black, thank you so very much for the very generous 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted, darling. I so appreciate it. That is insanely generous of you, sweetheart. Thank you, beautiful Black. Thank you, sweetheart. That is so sweet. Oh my goodness. So much incredible generosity today, you guys. Thank you. Fabulous Featherbrew, what do you use for hand tracking? I use a Leap Motion 2. It's basically exactly where my choker is. Yeah, it's my Leap Motion. Let's see. There's room in the party for a codex? Oh, there's room in the party for everybody. Why not, you know? Can you invite me again? Yes, of course. Oh, wait, no, never mind. You're in the party. Never mind. Literally, my existence is just yap. It took 2 streams for us to actually get to the FF14 stream. Honestly, Marley, I admire that. I feel that in my soul. I'm right there with you. Cutie Killers. Hello, darling. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. That was amazing. Cedar Spider is so sweet, darling. Thank you so much. You're very kind. I absolutely love your vibe, so I have to send my treasures to you. They are weirdos but like I am a super weirdo, so I love them and must send them to cool people. I'm a weirdo too. Everyone's allowed to be here as long as you are inclusive and kind. I would love to have you. And we can all be weird together. Thank you so much for such a kind compliment, Marley. It really is humbling and very meaningful for you to say that. Thank you. And Beautiful Black. It's a good event, and you're a kind individual. I missed the hype train, but that's okay. Oh, Black, you're so sweet, honey. Oh, thank you. You're clearly a kind individual as well. Thank you so much for your incredible generosity, darling. Thank you so much. Black, and thank you so very much for yeah, thank you. That's really sweet. I hope that you'll consider sticking around if you like the vibes. I looked into that, but didn't know if they were any good, but now I've seen they look decent. Yeah, they're pretty good as long as you, one of my problems is, in real life, I do kind of wear my hair like this, like the tassels on the side, and sometimes it'll get in the way of the camera, and that's when you get like this stuff, right? But I constantly, when I remember, I try to clear my hair back so that it's not in the way, and then I get really quite good tracking. Shall we give one last reminder about the mount? Yes! Oh, sorry. You guys, we are doing one final giveaway for this mount. This is the mount that you can get simply by gifting 3 or more subs. Or here for the precious pals who are, like I said, this community is super warm and welcoming. In fact, weekly we actually have free giveaways on the Discord as well. And if you would like to join in and get, like, you know, free keys and stuff for games, that's a great place for it. But a lot of pals do just give stuff away, and today the lovely Aussie is giving away a code for this because he's not playing FF14, similar to what Storm did about 45 minutes ago, I think. Storm gave it away, and then Light got it in our raffle, but then Light was generous and gave me the horsey. Are all gone. Hi, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. How are you doing? Thank you so much. Okay, so let me see. If you want to join the raffle. Sorry, I do have memory issues, clearly. Yeah, if you guys would like to join the raffle, all you gotta do, !join. That's it. That's all you gotta do. And then we're gonna put you on a wheel, and then we will spin it in like 10 seconds. Yeah, thank you so very much for the follow, lovely Aralgon. Am I saying your name right, sweetheart? Light, unfortunately, you can't join again now that you've actually won it for yourself. I know you're kidding. It'd be a race spin. Is it just a race spin then? Hold on, let me tab out and get, there's less than last time. There's only 6 people this time. So there's, Geeks, Yami, Dandyman, Feather, Cloak, and Shadowgun. If anybody else would like to join for a chance to win, this mount, again, for free, please !join in the next 10 seconds. Otherwise, I will be writing just these names. Cloak, Feather, Dandyman, Yami, and Gorgeous Geeks. All right, you got 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, no more entries. Boop. And now let me drag our little wheel over here. and see who wins this from you, lovely Ozzy. Ozzy, thank you so much for your generosity. And it looks like it goes to Cutie Clock. Congrats, Cutie Clock. You are the winner of a beautiful rainbow unicorn. Now, if anyone else does decide that they want to give away more keys for the unicorn, we won't be doing it like as you gift subs and stuff. We'll save them for the end, okay? But yeah, because if we do it this way, we actually probably won't play the game today. But yes, thank you so very much, amazing Ozzy. Thank you so much, Sweetest Storm. Thank you both so very much for being ever so generous to this community, as you both continue to be, and for the incredible support and making so many other pals' days. Let's see, Aral Gun. You can just call me Aral or Ellie. Oh, Ellie's cute. Okay, I'll call you Ellie. Excellent, Ellie. Friday raffle luck did not transfer to today. Oh, I'm sorry, God. Thank you so much, Ozzy. All right, you guys. Am I missing anything? Did I forget anything? Sorry, I had to go talk to a person. Oh, you're all good, Sweetest Seller. We can only call them gone when they leave. What? What do you mean? One day I'm gonna win something. Anything. Haven't you won maybe one or two things in the Friday giveaways? I might be wrong. Joyous Jet, thank you for the 75 stream streak. And Tyga, welcome on in. Oh, you're also doing some FF14. Absolutely sick. Thank you so much, by the way, you guys, for the level 4 hype train. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go through and thank everybody for the gifts and bits and stuff as soon as we welcome the lovely Tyga. What's up? Hi, lovely Tyga and Star Blue. Welcome on in. How are you guys doing? How was FF14? And when will your next stream be, if I may ask? While you let us know, actually, since I've just introduced myself, let's try our video.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression.
Ooh.
Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Body and go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Yay! Welcome on into our other raiders. Hi there, Dragonfay Library. Thank you so much for the follow, sweetheart. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thanks so much for being here. You guys, I'm gonna read about both of our lovely back-to-back raiders here real quick. Also, hi, Cutie Company. Welcome on in, sweetie. How are you doing? You guys, this is the incredible Tigerkin385, who is currently raiding in from their Final Fantasy XIV Online stream. This streamer doth embody the spirit of camaraderie and chill vibes, inviting all to partake in their digital adventures. From floor raves to open mic nights, their content is a delightful melange of excitement and relaxation. A true sovereign of fun. And then we also have the wonderful, wonderful esteemed guest, Dragonfay Library, who hath been spotted in the realm of Eorzea, slaying dragons and saving crystals with fellow adventurers. When not conquering FF14, this regal streamer doth enjoy delving into the realms of Resident Evil and other fantastical journeys. Truly a vibe fit for royalty. Thank you for bringing in your lovely bookworms, dearest Dragonfay. I appreciate it. Tyga, Dragon, would you like to let me know when your next streams are so that we can let everybody know? Thank you ever so much for the incredible generosity with your communities and for the raids. Thank you for the lurk, Cutie Cade and Cutie Corn. It has been cozy chaos since I joined in today, and I love it. It has been, truly. You're starting Vampire Therapist? Oh, we love that game!
How is the pretty lady on a Wednesday?
I am doing well, fabulous Frostbite. How are you on a Wednesday? Vampire Therapist is great, Dragonfae. It's so good. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. We really enjoyed it. We didn't play all the way through, but I think we spent 2 hours in it. It was really, really fun. But yes, welcome on into both of you. Quick intro besides what you saw there. I'm also a professional artist. You come on in on Fridays. You can help me decide what we're drawing and also request music. We're also doing first-time playthroughs of Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward and Persona 5 Royal. We've never played those before, so please no spoilers, but if you'd like to join in and see a complete noob play them, then please be my guest. We also do demo days yesterday, that's Tuesday Aussie time, probably Monday America time, where you guys, the community, get to send in demos and then we play them on stream. So yeah, it's such a pleasure to have you. Will Tao manage to do a quest before I have to go to bed? Isn't that the quest of the hour? Oh, Stormtelling! Hi, CD. I wish it was Wednesday. Oh, I'm sorry, Yummy. Hopefully soon, right? Have 2.5 hours before Tuesday ends for me, but I'm doing all right for now. That's good. I'm glad you're doing all right, lovely. And Tonta, welcome on in. How are you, hun? You guys, I'm just gonna say really quick, a huge thank you to the amazing Precious Pals who contributed to our level 4 hype train a couple of minutes ago. Thank you so much, Storm, for the 30 bits. Thank you so much, Soritza, for the for the resub. Thank you so much, Suda Storm, for the 400 bits. Awesome Aussie for the 3 community subs. Valos for the 100 bits. Suda Soritza for the 2, that's what I was gonna say, the 2 gifted subs. And Suda Shadow Princess for the 5 gifted subs as well. Thank you ever so much, darling. I need a dip and get back to work, but Tao, if you want to peek at something in, I'm working on, check Fanart before I vanish. If not, I'll suss the VOD some stage when I can. Hold on, I think I can probably do that without too much of an issue on FF. Ooh, an animation test I felt like putting the Tao into. Oh my god, this is so cute. Hold on, I'll show you guys. This is so stinking cute, holy crap. You can use me for cute, wholesome dancing or fighting animations anytime. That's adorable. You're just gonna be lurking? All good, dearest Dragonfae. Thank you so much for coming in. Thank you so much for the lurk. Thank you so much for trusting me with your lovely community. To both you and Taiga, I know you guys have been streaming those long hours, so if you've got to run away and go do some after-stream care, please don't hesitate to do so. I promise to take the best care of your lovely communities until you come on back for them, okay? Let's see. All right. Next time, can you do the intro in Valley Girl? If you guys redeem a Valley Girl, I will do it in Valley Girl. She do in fact be vibin'. I do. All right, you guys. Let's see. What can we get up to? We got a big party today. Oh my goodness. Hello, all you precious pals. It's time for your hugs. Whenever we have precious pals in the party, I give them all hugs. I'm on my horse, but you guys get hugs from horseback. I like that you guys have just been beating each other up. If you move, I cannot guarantee you will get a hug though, because I don't remember every name.
Solar. I know.
Hugs for all the precious pals. I lost a pal. I get to be told I'm autistic on my Wednesday. Oh, Cutie Cloak, did you get tested? Oh, hold on. Friendship. Time to get back to work or give up and go nap. All good, Fabulous Feather. Thank you so much for coming in, sweetie. It's always a pleasure. We'll see you later. And Cutie Killers, hi, honey. How are you? All right. Let's see. What do we gotta do? We gotta speak with Alfie. All right. We gotta speak with Alfie. Does anyone know how far we are from the next, what's it called? Oh my god, please God. Dungeon, that's it. By the 12th, I feared Lord Lolorita's arrival would herald another bloodbath. Little did I suspect that he of all people would gift us the means to rouse the Sultana. Let's go! I still hate him. You got a psychodiagnostic assessment. Well, that's good, Cutie Cloak. It's helpful. It's helpful to know that stuff, hey? Aiken! Hi, amazing Aiken. Welcome on in. 4 quests between here and the next dungeon. We will get through it. I promise we'll get through it before the end of the stream. Didn't realize you didn't finish this quest last week. Said it earlier, but I feel like they moved this quest in particular to later because this is the part I mentioned last week for all the exposition of stuff. Yeah. Next dungeon is my favorite one. Oh, is that why we're very popular today? I see. Many pals want to join us. Shall we also make our way to Ul'dah? I should imagine Bartholomew has been instructed to admit us. her back to life. All right, gotta go to the Royal Promenade. Where's that? That's, there. And I'm lazy. Aw, cute. Oh, sorry, that's not the right. Okay, I think you'd put that in say, and I put that in not say. This dungeon is a good one. I just want to be a part of the vault when we get to it. The vault, ooh. Just wondering, does your model have hand tracking? It sure does. Sure does. I do indeed got that hand tracking. All right, Bartholomew. Chamber of Rule, let me see. Magnificent May! Welcome on in, thank you for my pal hat. Hope you're doing well, sweetie pie. Sharp right. Bartholomew. Blame General Rabon mentioned you might be coming. Please, this way, if you will. The evil table. Lovely, loud, and super sweet. Hi, honey. Welcome on in. You look so peaceful. Exactly, Yummy. That's the one. Bartholomew J. Simpson from The Simpsons. Probably. Surely that's the same guy. They didn't want to show her actually sipping it, huh? They're just like, block it. It's Bartholomew from Spaceballs. There you go. Can't show the sip. All the animation budget went to Hildy. It's true, geeks. Good point.
I was having the longest dream.
Aww.
'Tis time to wake up, Your Grace. Another day begins in Thanalan, and the sun blazes bright upon the sands.
Aww. Cute.
Her Grace is awoken. The palace physician assures me she is none the worse for her slumber.
Isn't she like horribly dehydrated? Or something? Don't like what coma patients need to have, you know, IV fluids and stuff.
I believe Her Grace will soon resume her plans to place the government of Uldar into the hands of its citizens.
How long was she supposed to be out?
Whatever path she chooses to take, I shall walk it with her. And we shall tread slowly, lest the nation be unsettled in our wake.
I hate this guy.
Her Grace's compassion is a shining beacon to us all. But what our city truly thrives upon is competition. 'Tis in the struggle against our rivals that opportunities are seized and fortunes made. And with the Empire on the offensive once more, now would hardly seem the time to turn our system of government upon its head.
You're not the boss. Fuck you. Shut up.
Are you privy to new intelligence, my lord?
Yeah, get him, Alfie. Get him.
I would hardly call it new. Remind me, what was the name of that enormous Imperial warship which met its end in Mordona? Oh, wait, I have it. The Agrius. Yes, well, 'twould appear that the Garleans have been hard at work on another such vessel.
How close are they to completing this ship? Is it operational?
Pippin!
Its maiden flight was a success, I hear. I should imagine Emperor Varys is eager to see how it performs in battle. My lords and ladies, I move that it is time to repair the damage caused by Teleji Adeleji and prepare our great nation to repel the Empire once more.
Brief celebration for, Nanamo, huh? She's alive! We're all gonna die.
"'Tis well that the Sultana has awoken. The Syndicate yet needs to put its house in order, but 'twould seem the worst of the confusion has passed. Uldar has taken control of its future, and I must do the same."
Just don't do it stupid. Don't do it stupid style, like you've done before.
I have decided to disband the Crystal Brains.
Ah, Greg!
Among the
Sorry,
recruits,
I haven't looked
there
at
were
chat.
those who
I've been
supported
absorbed
our
in my
orders, goals,
story.
and convictions with all sincerity.
Hi there, gorgeous
'Tis my
Greg.
hope
How
that
are
these loyal
you?
men and women will choose to remain
Welcome
our
on
allies in the
in,
battles to
Soccer
come.
Power. Ah, okay, I can stop lurking in your stream now. How was well, number one, how was Hearthstone? But how was Strikers Club? Are you still enjoying it? I take it you are. You guys, this is the lovely Neo Greg. If you haven't checked him out, please do so. He's such a sweetheart, dude. He and SafeFile17 are like arena guys. They are both like flesh tubers, but you check them both out, okay? You guys, this is the fabulous Neo Greg, who also is playing like Strikers Club occasionally. This valiant streamer doth conquer Hearthstone Arena with speedrun prowess and educational insights. When not battling in the arena, they groove to rhythm games like DDR. Truly a monarch of both cards and beats. I actually am not sure if my bot's correct on that. Is that right, Greg? Do you play DDR? I was unaware of this. That's sick. Greg, please let us know when your next stream will be. Greg has been so freaking supportive of the stream, you guys. You have got to check him out. Please, please, please. He's playing killer beats. He had a very good laugh while, he has such a cute laugh. He had like this very hearty laugh when I came into his stream earlier today. I was like lurking. And something happened, and I was like, what was that? And everyone in chat was like, cack, 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 cack. And I was like, what happened? And he said that basically the opponent like blew up their own side of the board, but it was really funny. So yes, it's so good to see you, gorgeous Greg. Hearthstone was great. Football was even greater. I scored the game winner thanks to my peak teammates. Let's fucking go. That's awesome, Greg. Are your teammates, is it like a PvP thing? Are you, is this like, are these NPC teammates, or are these fellow human beings with pixels teammates? But yes, welcome on into Greg and Raiders. If you guys got a raid and run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. Thank you so very much for the raid, hun. It's always a pleasure and a privilege to have you. You guys, I mentioned this, yesterday when he raided in? But you guys, Greg also, if you are a sub to his channel, which you should definitely do, every day you get to have a free song request, which is really cool. He'll play pretty much anything that's not, like, deeply offensive. Fellow humans with real feelings playing the soccer game. Fellow humans with real feelings playing the soccer game. I love it. That's awesome, Greg. That's so cool. You did have peak teammates then. How good. Are you gonna keep playing it when you stream again? What is it, tomorrow? please let me know. Hi there, Magnificent Merc. Welcome on in. I'll catch up with everybody as well that I've missed in just a second. But you guys, please do check out the fabulous Neo Greg. Like I said, awesome Hearthstone streamer, Cedra Sweetie Pie, and killer music taste. What else? Lots of really cool sponsored stuff as well. Had some really funny moments in like Forza with that fucking insane little buggy that you put the most bizarre engine on. Merc, hi honey. Thank you so much for the 25 stream streak, Sweetie Pie. I do appreciate your dedication and support. Thank you, thank you. Okay, while Greg lets me know, let me scroll up and save! Speaking of arenas, hi, sweetest save. Quest accepted. Nah, 5 more minutes, exactly. How are you doing, sweetest save? It's so good to see you. Welcome. Yes, Save was playing Conan Exiles yesterday. This is fact. This is fact. Okay, she's been out a few weeks without any hydration or food. Incredible. She must go into like hibernation mode like a bear. Kick the Lolorito. Can we punt him? Yes, I would love to punt him. 2 hours and 15 minutes after stream start. Okay, chat, let's get started. Love you, Tao, never change. It's okay, Lith, you can tell your brother that I take 2.5 hours to get started on a stream, and he'll be like, I'll comment that on Tao's next video. Ah, yes, Ul'dah, the city that turned racism into economic theory. Actually, that is kind of true, huh? Pippin sounds way too hot in the Japanese dub. Wait, really? Really? Sita Saritsa, thank you for the lurk, I appreciate it. Okay, Gorgeous Greg, I'll be playing Japanese Drift Master tomorrow around 6 p.m. PST, but lots of Hearthstone before that. Japanese Drift Master? Is this on this game app? Steam. Hold on, I have to find out. I must find out. I just realized I have a gift sub, but I am not even followed. Time to correct that. Oh, sweetest shit. Oh, that's okay, hon. There's never any pressure to follow. We'd love it if you want to join us. What an honor it would be to count you among our ranks, but I want you to do what you want to do. I'm so glad you have a gift sub, though. It's a pleasure to see you again, darling. Let's see. Japanese Drift Master. Is this a game on here? Ooh. Ooh. Okay, so this is what Neo Greg is going to be playing tomorrow post Hearthstone. If you guys are into cars and stuff, you can discover Japan's legendary car culture in JDM. Take on challenging mountain roads, visit Japanese legendary drifting spots, and license JDM cars and immerse in the story about second chances told through manga pages. Explore an open world where every turn invites you to master the art of drift. Very cool. Very cool. Well, for any of my car fans in the chat, and I know we have quite a few of them, you should definitely check out lovely Neo Greg. He is going to be doing his Hearthstone, his bread and butter, his exceptional gameplay in Arena tomorrow. But then he's going to be doing this. So if you like cars, which you do, Ozzy, just pointing to you, Ozzy. I'm not saying anything about you, Ozzy. Maybe check him out. Maybe check him out, hey? Is this just Tokyo Drift the game? Could be, could be. Thank you for coming in with the raid as well, so to say. Steam? Yes, they're new, but they're good. Yes, they're new in the last 20 years or so. Hi there, lovely Lucy. How are you? It's good to see you, darling. Welcome, welcome. Just like Forza. Oh my god, if you tell me that you have like a clip or something of something hilarious that happens in that game, I will watch it over and over. I just got messaged, my dying clothes dryer that has been faulty since I moved into this apartment has finally progressed into getting replaced. Finally, approval has been given for the works to go ahead. Landlady's penny pinching. Wow. Well, I'm glad that it's finally, I'm so glad that it's finally getting done, Sweetest Storm. I will for sure be watching. There you go. Excellent. I am happy to hear it, Awesome Ozzy. Only car stuff I give a shit about is Mario Kart. You know what? I do think that there's very different people who like Forza and JDM versus Mario Kart and like Kirby Air Riders, right? Those are totally different communities, I'm pretty sure. I've been showing interest in that game actually, just not knowing if my PC is powerful enough. Oh, that's fair, Ozzy, that's fair. Actually, Greg, what is your specs on your PC, if I may ask? You guys, please do check out the Gorgeous Greg. Like I said, he's been so supportive of us and this community and this channel, rating and constantly helping us towards our dreams of partner. And always a sweetie pie every single time. So please go check him out. Like I said, he's a very very good arena player. He's got really great music playing. He plays lots of fun sponsored stuff, as well as like he was playing like Hotline Miami. He was playing like I said, was it Strikers Club? Is that what it's called? Just today. He's got quite a wide range of stuff he enjoys playing. So please go give him a shot. And as for you, gorgeous Greg, if you've got to run away, which you probably should because you have been streaming a very long time, please make sure that you go eat or sleep or walk or whatever you gotta do. Whatever you gotta do. Please go and do so. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. 9800 X3D, 9070 XT, 4 terabyte main SSD, 64 gigs of RAM. How does that compare for you, Ozzy? Yeah, it's juicy computey. I actually haven't looked into computers since I got mine, and that's been 3 years. So I was lucky enough to build it before the advent of the AI apocalypse. Good job, Greg. Well done. Did you get did you go visit like a fortune teller or something to because I'm feeling like I probably should have. Oh, that just fell. Anyway. I'm feeling like I should have probably done that because my computer's functioning all right 80% of the time, but there are times, and they do happen on stream fairly frequently, where it'll just lag a game for no reason. It's one of the reasons I couldn't possibly play anything competitive online, besides the fact that I would never want to. But yeah, thank you so much, gorgeous Greg. You guys, we're playing Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward for the first time. If you guys are Final Fantasy fans, please come on in, hang out with us, get comfy. The correct words you're looking for are the Rampocalypse. The Rampocalypse. I don't know. AI apocalypse is kind of what is causing it as well, you know. I need to upgrade my CPU, motherboard, RAM, etc. Yeah, I probably should do some of that too. Oh, fuck. We also need to take a break. I just realized we're quite over. All right, let me finish talking to Alfie and then we'll go on a quick 3-minute break. It's not very long. You're heading out, amazing Ken. Thank you so much for coming in, cutie pie. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Bye-bye. PC's entry level, so I don't know. Is there like a demonstrator thingy? Oh, fuck. What is it called? Oh, my God. Benchmark. A benchmark. Is there a benchmark for that?
As for those who sided with the traitor, Ilberd, they shall be hunted down and held to account for their crimes. It is my earnest hope that they will surrender themselves peaceably when the time comes, though I think it unlikely. Ah, my all-conquering crystal braves. The model army meant to pave the way for a single unified grand company of Eorzea. That so high an ideal should fall so low.
Hey, Mara, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subbies. I really appreciate it, darling. You get a 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 gifted. Thank you so much, darling. I so appreciate it. Thank you for your immense generosity and support and kindness. Thank you. And you're also first-time chatter. What a pleasure it is to welcome you on in. You seem fun. Take my subs. Hey, don't mind if I do. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. And thank you so much for the folly, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Darling, I really appreciate it. Moder, I assume that you are here for the horse. Are you here for the horse as well? We spent 2 hours talking about the horse. I'm a horse girl. Greg, have a great stream today, Tao. Gonna feed on a Taco Bell pizza now. You know what, Greg? Tasmania does not have a single Taco Bell in the entire state. And I miss Taco Bell so much. Just be careful with the lettuce. Thank you so much for the well wishes, sweetheart. I really appreciate it, gorgeous Greg. Thank you for feeding me. Rainbow Unicorn is kind of pog. I agree. I was just singing the Eraser song for anyone who is, 187 years old, that that knows the robot unicorn attack on adultswim.com. Remember that? Do you remember that? No, don't tell me. I'm gonna feel old if you say that you don't. But thank you so much, Marta, for the very generous gifted sub, sweetheart. I really, really do appreciate it. That's so kind of you. and welcome on in.
I need not tell you how deeply the betrayal stung me. Yet I see now that it was mine own naivety and pride which allowed the braves to fall prey to corruption.
As someone older than you, Tau, creaks and old? Storm, you're younger than me in spirit.
As ever, it is to your own shining example that I turn for inspiration. Like you, I mean to stand firm in the face of hardship and give mine all for the cause.
Aw, Alfie, you are improving. You're not as annoying as always.
Let us resume the search for our missing comrades, that we might come together to shine the light of dawn across the realm once more.
Safe! Robot Unicorn Attack is barely old enough to drive a car! What about in JDM? Hey! Do you like that segue? Was that good? Yeah, no, that's fair, Safe. I don't know. I remember Robot Unicorn Attack is something I played when I was a baby. I haven't had Taco Bell, but I'm like 90% sure that they don't have any Canadian original items compared to Wendy's or the GOAT CMD, Canadian McDonald's. Is that what you guys call it, CMD? Is that like the Canadian way to say it? Kind of like how Macca's is how Australians say it?
The role of Crystal Brave Commander suited me ill, and I shall play it no longer. Henceforth, I shall be no more or less than Alfino, proud member of the Scions.
Okay. I appreciate... Our boy's been humbled. Our boy has been humbled. I love a humbled boy. Nah, that's just what I call it. I like short forms. Oh, okay, fair enough. CMD is good, though. I do like that. Although it does sound like a disease, maybe. Thank you so much for the care package, I'll see. All right, cutie pies. We gotta go on a very quick break. I'm so sorry. I know we just got back, but like, we haven't gotten through everything. But for those of you who are new here or who came in with all of our lovely raiders, and thank you so much once more to our lovely raiders. Someone or everyone remind me to do the exclamation point raiders when we get to the end of stream, please. But every hour we go on a 3-minute break, and that is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, you don't actually have to worry about missing content, because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run the ads, and then we come on back and make more content together, all right? So please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and dongs, this is also your meds reminder, in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I remember Robot Unicorn Attack from when I was a baby in 2010. This is clashing with your Mr. Ed knowledge. I have so much knowledge and so little knowledge from times that I shouldn't and should know about. No one knows what my actual age is, because I do in fact know of Mr. Ed, and I can sing the whole Gilligan's Isle song, you know? But I also remember Robot Unicorn Attack as being something I played when I was a baby, so. I'll see you guys in 3. You see, you better pay up. You know the Dawn wants a coin right now. It's true. Nuggies? Where? Where Timkin Nuggies? Damn, you guys, you were fucking these bosses up. Well done. I'll let you guys finish your words, and then we will go back to our game. Hello, awesome Aussie. Did the clip stop working? Wait, what in the fuck? Welcome back, Swedish Shadow Gun. Hey, and welcome in. Take a chill pill. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome back, Swedish Shadow Gun.
Totally fine. I'm doing all.
All right, here we go. Hi! I have missed you so. All right. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. Some ubbies for you. Eee, good Aussie. Welcome back, Belly and Velosa. I probably don't want to take this at the moment. I will wait it. I will wait it, and I will talk to Alfie. I blush to speak thus of mine inner turmoil. But the fact remains, there is no woman alive in whom I would rather confide. Were it not for your shining example, I might never have emerged from beneath the pall of my despair.
Ah! Talon gets uppies. Yes,
With Talon. Exceptional engagement, uppies. Yee, good engage. Thank you guys for returning to me. Get me uppies, very demanding. Ah! Good, Lucy. Huh. Still no word from Master Garland. I hope this mana cutter of theirs is nearing, can't talk today, completion. Welcome back, Sweetest Solar. How are you? I am assured that her grace will make a full recovery. I, and Uldar too, shall flourish once more. General Raban and his colleagues have matters well in hand, I believe. Lady Yugiri, a question, if I may. I believe your people have been keeping a close watch on the Crystal Braves. Might you know how things stand at the Rising Stones? Ah, yes, of course. You will be pleased to know that the 3rd Unit Braves abandoned Revenant's Toll when they learned of Captain Ilberd's defeat. The only blue uniforms to be seen there now are those worn by soldiers loyal to you, Master Alphanal. To me? I see. I'm grateful to hear that at least some of our members were true to their oath. Ere we return to Ishgard, I must go to the Rising Stones and thank these stalwarts for the service. It shall be my final act as Crystal Brave Commander. Will you join me, Tau? You were there at the company's inception. It is only fitting that you be present at its end. And I would appreciate the support.
lovely look. Uppies. Eee, goodly.
All right. Rising Stones. We're back to Revenant's Toll. Is this? Yeah. Go there. Wait, is that where? Is that? Wait. Okay, that's the steps. Okay. Wait, do I have a? Am I once more missing a pal friend? A friendship? I traded my Silk Song icon for a little Moogle. I love your little Moogle. That's so cute. What if we just say no to his kind offer as a joke for the funny? I think he doesn't have a lot of humor in him, I think. That's what I think. I think that Alfie is one of the least humorous characters. He is funny, but I don't think he's aware of his funny, you know? Are you ready to go inside? I feel waiting will only make him more irritable. This is a empty room. Very empty room. Jesse, am I supposed to know you? So, you're Mistress Tassie, huh? Took you long enough. The name's Jesse, Deputy President of Garland Ironworks. That's a different quest? Fuck, it's side quest? Fuck, no! Ah! No! How did I, wait, I thought that did I literally just, hold on. Doing side quests, are we? Not intentionally. Oops, hold on. I'm in the right area, right? Oh, it's over this way. Oh God, they gotta stop having multiple buildings in a town. Who has multiple buildings in a town? I get confused between the buildings. You've had that one there forever. Fuck. Okay, there's rising stones. I probably just need to pay attention to the words on the screen. Lovely Lucy, thank you so much for the 7 stream streak. I do appreciate it, darling. Thank you, thank you. It's a town. It is a town. It's the song from D&D. It is, geeks. Alfie's head is down. Commander, you're alive. And Tau too. I knew you'd scrape through. I forgot what voices I used for these people 10 weeks ago. My splendid crystal braves, I have wronged you. All of you. My promises of glory and salvation have brought you naught but blood and betrayal. Ah, you'll not hear us complaining. 'Twas a sight messier than we expected, aye, but we was still fighting for the freedom of all, just like we swore. Ain't that right, mates? Aye! They're making it harder on him. It's like a breakup, no. Hey there, lovely Halos, welcome on in. Did someone say towel? I will tell you guys, there may be a towel in your future. I may be in talks with a merch company for a towel, if you want one. We really need to have a stream or two where we get through all your Realm Reborn Blue quests. We probably should do that sometime. We call it Tau's Blue Abadi Abadai. Gotta get running. Have a good rest of the stream. Oh, good, sweetest TauTassie. I'm so sorry I was so slow today, but thank you so much for your incredibly generous contributions to the stream, to Throne, to Final Fantasy. I really appreciate you, darling. We'll miss you lots, okay? Hopefully we'll see you on Friday. Our next stream will be Friday for some art, okay? And thank you for the care package, Lindsay. You humble me. I am truly blessed to have such steadfast comrades. It's with the most profound regret, then, that I must... That's enough of that, Commander. We know what you got in mind to say, and we ain't having none of it. We've talked it over, see, and we're all agreed. You can take our uniforms and strip off us our rank, but we will not be any less of company. But the Crystal Braves, The Crystal Braves may be finished, but the ideals upon which the company was founded live on. They bind us to each other. And to you. Commander, Fanart, our minds are made up, so you might as well get used to it. Let us help the Scions. Let us help you find Minfilia and the others. I forgot about Minfilia. She got kidnapped, huh? There's a blue quest we plan to do in October. Spooky quest for the month. Ooh, that'd be fun. The chatting is part of what I love about the community. No sorry. Oh, thank you, sweetest TauTassie. You're so sweet. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Not kidnapped? She wasn't kidnapped? Was she murdered? I forgot about Minfilia. That's fine. So did Square. Damn, geeks. I love when people throw shade at their favorite things. Istala did experimental magic that turned them and all the Scions into ether. Why don't I have any memory of this? What the shit? What the shit? Why don't I have any memory of this? What? They're somewhere. Was this a quest? Or did they just tell us that happened? Is that a spoiler? Because it was all in the sun moment of running away. It was a super long cutscene at the end of A Realm Reborn. It was all in the sun moment of running away. This was back in old Alfie voice era, is that right? When you were running away from Ul'dah? Hi, sweetest Shadow Cat. Welcome on in. How are you, hon? It's good to see you. Sorry, my hands were my hand was covered by a sleeve. How you doing, darling? I must confess, I don't remember a lot of that big cutscene. It was the part where Raban lost his arm. After the Sultana got murdered, Raban lost his arm. I do remember those things. I don't remember them Yeah, those two make sense. I remember that. And I remember running through the, Oh, everyone ran away. Ah, yes, they're in like the sewer area. Right, okay, yes. I actually don't know. Did they make it clear that Ishtala turned everyone into ether? Because I saw that she did something magical, but I don't know if we know what it was. Do we know? Can you talk to your merch guy about an official Tau wacky wavy inflatable tube toy I got? I would love to engage. I don't know how many sales we'd get on that though. That's when the spell is cast, but I don't think they said exactly what happened. Yeah.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, dearest Darth. How are you? People being like, go Tau, we'll hold them off. Right, I do remember that. Ishtala did a thing and it turned white. It was unclear at the time. Not saying more until then. So wait, have they not told us that that's what she did? Because yeah, I have no idea what happened to them. But I also have bad memory, so I don't know if it's a spoiler and we weren't supposed to know it yet, or you still haven't found people. They have not told you what they did. Oh, okay, got it. Okay, so that is a spoiler, okay. Sorry, Lift, please no spoilers. My memory is that it wasn't made clear. I ended up reading a wiki about it afterwards. Oh, they didn't even they didn't, but you'll forget when we get there, so it's fine. Honestly, that is very, very likely. That is very, very likely. Okay. My friends, after all that has happened, I know not what to say. Aww. All right. Excuse me. I had thought my tears spent. My grandfather used to say that one could measure a man by the constancy of his comrades. Mayhap I am the exception which proves the rule. Nay, do not protest. I know I am not worthy of their loyalty, Tau. But as Thaliak is my witness, I shall do everything in my power to earn it. Aww. I love character development for him. It becomes clear much later, but that's a long ways away. I thought it was said at the time, because I know it's explained after, so it's probably less spoilers, more Realm Reborn shenanigans, still my bad stories. It doesn't explain until after. It's fine, we don't need the scions. We got Estinian! He's the Azure Dragoon! I still don't understand, is that sing-a-songy? I must speak of future plans with the remaining Braves. Any information we uncover on the missing scions will need to be shared with our allies across the realm. Specifically, Oriange and the Waking Sands, and Tataru and Ishgard. While we are organizing our various channels of communication, I would ask that you call upon Master Garland at the manufactory. I will join you in Ishgard as soon as I am able. More teleportations! Actually, I'll go outside in case you guys want to teleport with me. Oh, that's a Joe Cat thing, yeah. I'm here for now, but I think I should go. You seem to be at a part I haven't reached yet. Oh, fair enough, Darth. Yeah, well, sorry, we were just discussing, spoiler, but, we are not at that part yet. But we are in Heavensward. Are you in Heavensward, Darth? Joe Cat sings that whenever Estinian shows up. I'll send you a clip later. Thank you. Mogram, uppies. Peace. Good Mogram. Since I don't know this game's story enough to block spoilers, I'm just gonna delete some messages at random, okay? Save is my Agent of Chaos mod. It's really funny. He's just gonna close his eye and go, delete, delete, delete. The ocean is a soup. Ugh, I have heard that before. It's yucky. Because Joe Cat knows that Estinian is the best character. Not that you're biased or anything. Do we have to go? I think we gotta teleport all the way over here, no? Foundation! Who wants to join me? Whee! Yeah, you're in Heavensward? How many hours is not a good metric for me, is it? What's your most recent quest called? Do you know? Kapow! How did the Lala scrape her knee? Lala fell. It's full of microplastics. I hope you're hungry. It's so depressing. Kind of funny anyway. Okay, I'm waiting. Look, you guys, we might get to a dungeon. Is this a 4-person? Is this a 4-man dungeon? Am I gonna have to be sad and not have certain pals? If we have like, it is a 4-man. Let's see, we have 6. If we get 2 more, what I'll do is I'll go through the dungeon with the first 4 people who joined, and then we'll do another dungeon. Okay, we'll do the Rollos. Is that what you called it, geeks? We'll do a Rollo for the other 4. How does that sound? It's more fair. Town, how in the 7 hells did you do it? I was just about to send for you. We have but this moment completed the mana cutters. Why can't I fucking read this? I want to say manufacturers and it's mana cutter. I'll drop out for the dungeon. It's already 4 a.m. for me. Oh no, geeks, no. Thank you for the care package. See, yeah. We have but this moment completed the mana cutter's first successful test flight. A few minor adjustments and she'll be ready to go. While we see to the finishing touches, you might want to pay a visit to 4 Times Manor. A dragoon by the name of Estinian was looking for you. Ah, fuck. Sorry, Estinian fans. He's just such a butthead right now. Maybe I'll like him more later. Hunga! Hi, lovely Hunga. Welcome in. How are you? Rolos is roulettes. It's the daily dungeons within the dungeon finder because I don't have any online friends in this game that when I play. Oh no, I'm sorry, geeks. Oh, poor geek. You don't deserve to not have these friends. I'm sorry. I wish I could be online more. I'm at a part where I was supposed to meet someone who didn't show up, found an item that I was encouraged to keep on me, and now I'm supposed to meet an important NPC where I'm sure everything will be fine. I won't get very predictably plot twist. Supposed to meet someone who didn't show up, found an item that I was encouraged to keep on me. I'm supposed to meet an important NPC. I might need the pals who have good memory to tell me if that's before or after where we are, because I have no memory. Yay! Stinky! Pizza on the way! Got it this time because my dessert wasn't available yesterday, and I wanted a riot. Fair enough, Ozzy. There is no maybe. Eventually, you will love Estinian. Oh! Gonna strong on me, huh? I'm great and vibing. I'm so happy to hear it. Lovely Hunga. Excellent. I've been warned a very long cutscene is coming up, so I've been procrastinating working on my ninja and warrior jobs. Oh, what level can you do ninja? That sounds familiar, but it sounds like a Realm Reborn. Okay, yeah, so... But Darth said that they are in Heavensward. You have fulfilled your obligations to the old Dons, then. Mistress Tataru has been keeping me apprised of the situation. Once I learned that these mana cutters of Master Garland's were nearing completion, I saw no reason to tarry in the mists. For the present, Nidhogg seems content to remain in the Eyrie, plotting his revenge. Might not this be an apt moment to unfold our plans to Sir Emmerich? I think we may have kept him waiting in the dark long enough. Then there's just an upgrade to Rogue, so you can do that from level 1. Oh, okay. I'm having trouble recalling that in Heavensward. The Eyrie! You got that hunger down from down under. Ninja is the unlock that you get at level 30 Rogue. Right, okay, my bad. My bad, I know nothing about this game. Exclamation point Yugi all the time. Let's see. Ready to fly. Wait, no, I won't be late.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Mas. Please? Another Yugi? Another Yugi? Please?
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Thank you. That's all I wanted.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Too many. I'm just kidding. Gotta get Tau to finish Heavensward because I'm way more interested for Tau to experience the post-patch
Yugi, I don't
Heavensward,
understand
my
how to play
favorite
this
bit.
game.
Is that because of Hildy?
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
So many Yugis! Thank you, Magnificent Milgram, for the 5 stream streak, darling. I appreciate it.
Hello!
Hello! Lovely Lava, come on in. How you doing, darling? And Magnificent Milgram.
Thank you!
Surprise communism! Thank you. How you doing, lovely love?
Pretty
I don't understand this
lady.
game as well. Heavensward Hildy is good, but now the post-patch MSQ is the best bit of Heavensward. Oh, okay.
Pretty lady.
Is it the Ithrak closet? Is that... Am I blind with the tribunal?
Keep it up, good job.
Foundation. Go there. Go to the Forgotten Night. Okay. My opinion is subjective. Oh, okay. In this case, it's subjective, but Estinian is objective. How pretty lady. Keep it up, good job. Good job. Keep it up. I used to understand this game, Yugi. I was the project lead on the original FF14. The original that was such a disaster, they fired everyone and basically remade the whole game? Yeah! It was awesome! That sounds about right. That does sound about right, yeah. Never-ending story. Ooh! Estinian is objectively the best character in FF14. I will die on this. No one's allowed to have any opinion that is different from geeks. Everybody must know. Sir Aelric has been eager to speak with you. Pray proceed. Estinkian.
All stands ready, Lord Commander.
God, he even has like Batman
The
voice.
moment has come then.
Pray excuse my lateness. I paid a brief visit to the workshop to inquire about the mana cutters. The engineers assure me that they're ready.
The area is now but a short flight away. Yet what a long and winding path we took to reach this point. Were it not for Master Alphino's proposal, we never would have attempted to parley with the dragons. Though our negotiations yielded little, our expedition with Lady Isar taught us much.
How does he see? Where
You
are the
took
eye
an
slots in the
unimaginable risk.
helmet?
I could scarce believe the tale Estinian told.
Aye. 'Tis true that many of our countrymen would sooner die than join hands with the heretic's mistress. But 'twas through that most unlikely of alliances that we came to speak with Hraesvelgr.
A conversation that went rather poorly, as I recall.
Yep, I would say so.
In this instance, the journey was more important than the destination. Had we not slain Nidhogg's consort, Tiaman, and put the Great Worm on his guard, the Dravanians would have arrived at Ishgard's walls long ago.
Aye, that they would. Full grateful am I for every hour of respite your actions have afforded us. Thanks to you, our defenses are much improved. 'Tis but a pity they won't be enough.
Thus, you believe an assault upon the area represents the city's best chance of survival. Is that not so, Estinian?
Oh. Thank you, my googly woogly eyes engaged. Heavensward is immediately after A Realm Reborn, right? Nothing in between. There's like quite a bit of like in between like patch quests or something. Post A Realm Reborn patch questy things. Hildebrand, that's also depending, yeah. Who needs to see this? Sorry, who needs to see? All he needs is unyielding rage. Sight is not required for jump! Probably safer if I just go. Okay, that's fair, lovely Darth. Well, thank you so much for dropping in. I do appreciate it. I hope you have fun with wherever you are in the game. You'll know when you hit Heavensward. Yeah, there is like a title card, I think, right?
I am under no illusions. Nidhogg's might is legendary. But with his eye in my possession, I can stifle his strength at the source. Victory will be hard won, even so. And I shall be glad indeed to have the Warrior of Light at my side.
You shall have my blade as well. There are more of these mana cutters to be had, yes?
Histidian, take the floor!
Lord Commander, no.
How can I, a proud knight of Ishgard, stand by and do naught while an outsider risks life and limb for our homeland? I swore an oath to protect this city.
Pray leave the slaying of dragons to dragoons, Sir Knight. Your duty to command the city's defense is no less vital. Should we fail, and Nidhogg slip through our grasp, who then will hold the walls against him? Will you leave Ishgard in the hands of the Holy Sea's zealots?
There are others.
Who but you has the authority and the standing to orchestrate a city-wide defense? I do not, and neither does the Warrior of Light. That is why it is our place to fight, and yours to remain here, Lord Commander.
Yeah, he's got a point. He does have a point there. I knew I was in Heavensward when Alfie said, this realm is no longer Weeborn. Now we are going to Heavensward. My bad. He stole a cast a spell, but they don't name it in that cutscene. I misremembered. She and Thancred are engulfed in white light. Minfilia stays behind and won't, and we don't find out what happens to her either, other than that Hydaelyn spoke to her right before you leave her behind. Ida and the little Lala mage both are unknown with what happened to them as well. Yeah, okay. Waraz, thank you for contributing to the movie night challenge and engage. I skip story in MMOs. I don't understand how you can do that. I feel like there is no MMO that has engaging enough combat to literally not care about the story at all.
What? You too, Master Alphino? By the Fury. You have shown some promise, but this adversary is far beyond your skills.
And you're short, so there.
Your candor is appreciated, Sir Dragoon. I shall remain then and cheer you from afar.
Alfie does not sound thrilled about that.
Well, my friend, would seem I have discouraged the last of the volunteers, and claimed the task as ours alone. But if any alive can best this worm, 'tis surely we too.
I played EverQuest, and that didn't have much story, but there was also no alternative at the time. Yeah, see, like, I loved WoW as well, but so much of what I loved about WoW was, like, the lore building, and, like, roleplay kept me for at least twice as long as I would have played if I was only focused on, like, my raiding and arena and stuff. Especially since FF14 is all about the story. It's an FF game first and an MMO second. Yeah, that's also true. I have pricked Master Alphinaud's pride, I fear. But had I been less forceful, the boy would have insisted on accompanying us to the area. Do not think me blind to his talent. With a few more campaigns under his belt, I have no doubt that Alphinaud will make a fine field commander. But one does not practice on an adversary such as Nidhogg. We shall be hard-pressed enough without the added worry of carrying a novice. I was into Destiny for a while, and the story is really good. Too bad you can't experience it anymore. Is Destiny gone? What happened to Destiny? Am I stupid? I played a lot of WoW. I can't tell you a thing about the story or lore. Really? I don't think I would have stuck with WoW beyond, like... Wrath would have been my absolute last, I think, if I didn't, love the story. Saka! Hi, sweetie Saka and Radical Ro! How was your stream? It was so good to hang out with you, cutie pies. And you are doing such an outstanding job on that rigging, Saku. God damn! Destiny 2's story got cut from the game years ago. What? I don't think you're getting 16 quests done today. I don't think so either, but I think we're getting to a dungeon. Destiny 2 deleted large portions of their own story to minimize file size? What? What kind of bullshit is that? That's so dumb. Huh? You skipped all the stuff in Destiny 2. So this is something with Fanart. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so excited. Oh my god. I'm so amazing job. What the fuck? How is that possible? You did such a great job. I didn't realize how customizable. You got like the strands in the right spot and everything. How is this possible? That's so cute, dude. You guys, Ro and Saku, they're mostly artists, right? But they've been playing some Tomodachi Life, and you can go on a wheel to be put onto their little island. And I went on the wheel like 4 weeks ago, and apparently I came up today, or not today, like recently. So cute. It's face paint. I had to hand draw it. That's fucking brilliant. Oh my God, that looks amazing. Holy shit, how long did this take you? You did such a great job. That's going in the saving folder. Yep. Oh, and it's, yeah, like, I'm literally just gonna put this in here. Let's see. We've got the, this is the Ro Saku, Tomodachi Tao. Tomodachi. Cute! Oh my God. Okay, that's in the rotation now. That's fantastic. I'm obsessed. Holy shit, that's so cute. She did it in like 10 minutes. That's so amazing. I love it so much. Thank you so much for including me. I love you. You're adorable. You're adorable. Oh my God. Beautiful. How are you? I count that as being lost. Wait. What, when you're no longer into the gameplay, but you like the story? I don't know about that. Thank you so much, Ro. I'm so grateful to be. What a privilege and a pleasure to be upon your island. I might have to go to bed before we can dungeon. Shoot, sorry, I'll work on this. Sorry. How was your stream? Okay. We have tarried long enough. Let us call upon Master Garland and take possession of the mana cutters. How many more quests are there? Still only 4 from when we started. I think we've done 3 or 4. Into the airy. The devs literally can't even play it. It's lost. Oh, you mean, we love you. We must go to bed. Absolutely. Oh, hold on. Shout out for the lovely Ro. You guys haven't checked out lovely Ro. Ro is an outstanding artist. Wow, 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 wow. Gorgeous. And sweetest Saku is her twin sister, real life twin sister, who is an outstanding rigger. So if you are looking for anybody for that kind of stuff, please think of that. Pretty sure you're about to dungeon. We're about to dungeon. Sleep super duper well. Have those sweetest dreams, gorgeous girls. Related question, Tomodachi. Just guys are all for attraction. Wait, what? Just guys are all for attraction tea? What do you mean by that, Shadowgun? Destiny 2's original story content is unplayable by devs, players, and legal courts. Legal courts? Nani? I also always mute the music of every MMO immediately because I'm just gonna put something else on in the background. But the atmosphere! Tao, old friend. The cutters are ready when you are. Finer adjust, wait, Wedge. The Wedge is little.
The finer adjustments cost us a few sleepless nights, but we got there in the end.
Which means you can get where you need to go. I tell you, these little beauties will tear through the wind barrier like a cement drill through cottage cheese. And that, my friends, is a Garland Ironworks guarantee. You have our thanks. Come, warrior of light. The dread worm awaits. He's so theatrical. In another life, Stinian is definitely like a Broadway actor. Thank you, and you have so much fun with the story. Thank you, lovely. I appreciate it. Look at that ship. It's the same one you saw in the Heavensward trailer. Ooh! That last one became relevant when someone sued the devs about the original Red War story. Wait, what? Why? Look at! I did it! We're at a dungeon! That last, sorry, wait, what? But the music in FF14 is outstanding. Everyone plays things differently, I guess. The airy sorry, mishit enter. For relationship in Tomodachi, loves guys, loves girls, loves non-binary, or loves all. Like, you get that option? It is your sub and you can do what you want, but you are missing 2 huge pillars of Final Fantasy by removing music and story. Right. Yeah. Okay. Now, precious pals. We have many wonderful pals here. I'm gonna do this regardless, okay? Even if we don't have a total of 8, because this is only a 4-person one. is there anybody who is willing to step out? 2 people at the moment who are willing to step out for this, but then immediately after we finish this dungeon, we will do a the daily Rolo thingy, the roulettes, we'll do one of those, and so that means that 2 of the people who are not going to be able to be, there will be 2 people who can't come to the current one, and then there will be 2 people who will participate in both. If this dungeon takes more than 20 minutes, I don't have time. I actually have no idea how long it will take. Do we think we can finish in 20 minutes? Sounds like bedtime to me. Later, pals. No! Have a good one, Cutie Codex. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, beautiful Briggy. Yeah, get some good rest. 4 a.m. is pretty late. Probably closer to 5 now, huh? I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Let's see. 20 minutes is wall-to-wall pulls. Politely, it's true! Briggy is outstanding! As are you, precious politely. Dungeon will take about 20 to 30 minutes depending on DPS and wipes plus cutscenes. All right, well, I guess that's everybody then. Okay, let's get in here. This one. Okay. You're out, Cutie Cloak? Okay, hon, all good. All good. Sorry I'm slow. Sorry I blab. I am excited. A lot of people, is this like your favorite thing? Yummy. A lot of people forget Destiny 2 wasn't built for longevity. It was supposed to be an entry of 10 years of annual releases, so when Bungie and Activision split Bungie, now had a game that, despite continuing to produce content for it, became overly bloated in file size, and so to continue to support the game on old consoles, they made the decision to vault the older, unplayed content, including the first campaign of the game. It wasn't the greatest decision, but was a band-aid fix at the time. Wow, that's sad. You're running with 2 healers? Oh, sorry, I didn't even actually look at anything. Are we good now? This is the one dungeon I've run the most in FF14. It has a special place in my heart. Ready now? Okay. Oh, wait! Hold on! Wait! Sorry, I just looked at the time. We gotta go on a break, because if this is gonna take 30 minutes, we're gonna run into ads potentially, and we can't have that. So, let's go on a quick break. Sorry, it's only 3 minutes. Oh, we'll be fast. Please make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe you're gonna let the wind around. Let's see, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Aggravate Aussie. And thank you, Storm, for the lizard. Wait, I need to put water in there. Oh God, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my God, no. For the follow, lovely Zelda, I appreciate it. Okay, if someone spoils something, or backseats significantly, aggravate Aussie. And thank you, Storm, for the lizard. Fuck, it's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my God, no. Oh my God. Exclamation point, Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off. Why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? Like to stick around, we would love to have you. I feel like Tau should be in black and white for this. I might actually be able to do that. Hold on, let me see. My Joey hair's over there. Hold on, let me see. Effects? Color grading? Whoa! Fuck! Oh no! Ah! Wait, what have I done? Oh my God. Take it back, I take it back. Fuck. Drop saturation? Well, yeah, we're savage to lie about what he is. Oh, thank you. Nix makes her aerodynamic so she can swim faster when she never goes in the water. Correct. Correct. What do you think of being made to eat fish? I think that's disgusting. You better not redeem it. Don't do it. Fuck! I knew you're gonna do it! No! Damn it! Damn it! Here. distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. Is save a furry? Yesn't. Bruh. Unbelievable. Here. Do you want this yet? Alright, I'm just gonna stand here until someone wants the thing I'm holding. Alright, that's my new strat. Alright, okay. Okay, what's next? Do you want this? Nope? Okay, you don't get any food then. Alright, okay, what about you? Do you having Valley Girl do blacksmith is so funny. I'm so glad you like it. This story would like totally go with this outfit. So true. Passage into Aaron Keep is barred by a colossal gate, taller than a ship's map. One more time! Pew, 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 pew. Stickmen, show them how it's done. Show them how it's done. Done, done. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, the train's in trouble. I can't stop it. I'm on the way.
I would love to attempt venting, but I do occasionally use like the 6th sense option thingy. Sorry, the dog did the fucking thing where he's like, can I come out? Can I come in? Can I go out? Can I come in? Blah, blah. Okay, let you guys finish your words and then we will jump back into it. Sorry. Nice. Well done on your boss. In your words. And now we go over here. The clip machine does not like that clip. Should probably get rid of that clip anyway. Hello! Welcome back. Okay, all right, we're going in. We're going in. Right now. Boom, go! Some ubbies for an Aussie? Hey, good Aussie. Sweetest son, welcome back. How are you? Terrific Talon, uppies. Yee, good Talon. Incredible Eisen, uppies. Yee, good Eisen. Time to heal? Oh fuck, I just realized I think I'm tanking. Oh, this could be very bad. I apologize. If we die, if we wipe one time, everyone else gets to do it. Yummy! Uppies for yummy. Oops, for yummy. Whoa! That's a big boy. Ha! You won't die on my watch. But everyone else might because you're busy trying to heal me when I'm doing things poorly. You know? Steady jump! Wicked mortal, I shall melt your flesh and turn your bones to ash. So angry. Why are you so mad, bro? You guys, I got a cool little syringe in the thing that you guys got me for my fountain pen cleaning, and it is really cool, but I had to assemble it. Wee, that's cool, I like it. Okay, remember Tau stands on. Boom, it's on. Okay, I'm scared. I'm so scared. Go. There's no one here. This is good. We can just walk through. This is good. Okay, I forgot which thing is like the distance attacky thingy as well, so sorry. Oh wait, there's I didn't notice him. I thought he was dead. My bad. 3 of them or 4 of them? Oh, that's so loud. Extra evil enemy. Do you think that an enemy's evilness is, what was that? Oh, that was you. Do you think an enemy's evilness is directly coordinated with the loud sound it makes when it dies? I think so. Oops, shit, I didn't think. Ah! I turned off the stands, my bad. At least I'm noticing that, guys. I'm happy about that. I should tank on stream or heal on stream. I think my only job on stream is allowed to be DPS. I'm so nervous. I'm so quiet, being nervous. Ah, there's a one bad guy. There's a bad guy. I forgot. I'm sorry. I forgot the bad guy. Oh, it's so loud. That guy's really fucking loud. Ooh, I like your getup. Ooh, he's scary. Okay, he's scary. Do I need to know anything about any of these guys? Any of our bosses? Is this my first real dungeon I have tanked? Why does it say that he's targeting me, but he's facing you? I don't like it. I wonder if in extremes you guys have like, how many people are in your extremes? Also for those are raids, right? Our extreme is raids. How many people were in that? I also think I probably have some kind of Keely thing, but I don't know where it is. Like, just in case I need it. No, don't worry, Solar, you're doing great. I just, if I can take the burden off of my feelings, I would like to. There's bad guy! I missed this bad guy! Woo! Go away! Oh, we did it. Nicely done. Nicely done. Okay, for some reason, okay, this reminds me of, what are they? Not millipedes. Millipedes are cute. Centipedes. Centipedes. Like with the, I know that there's like a dragon thing, but it kind of looks like it's got the leggies. Cutie Cloak, you going to bed? I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Hi there, iTanks, welcome on in. Savage raids are 8-person content. Oh, so you need what? 2 tanks? You got a tank and an off tank? We're just diving. Okay, we're just diving. Ah! Oh, we didn't even take any damage. Have a good one, cutie. Kala. I'll see you soon. Terrific talent. Thank you for wishing the lovely cloak a good night. Oh. They really do draw, like, not just draw, they make their dragons, they got big badonkadonks in this game. 2 tanks, generally you need to swap tanks during those savage raids. Oh, wait, swap tank?
Ah, leave Gray alone.
Normal difficulty raids don't generally have that mechanic. What treasure? Okay, this fucking dragon is just like dive bombing us randomly while we're trying to get to our next destination. Very funny. I just went through old messages. My fastest I soloed the Ari was 5:51 as a tank class back in 2019. That's crazy. I'm too sweet. That is true. I can vouch. You are too sweet. But is it really possible to be too sweet? I love sweet. I support the sweet. To be sweet is to be kind. Comes from a place of being genuine, which I feel like you are. Try the savage content? Not even a little. Not even a little. My days of intense gaming are gone. Are you kidding me? I played Airlines and I like died inside. It's like Overcooked, but on a plane, and I was like, no. This is as intense as I can get. Eventually, I mean. Okay, like the real answer is I probably will try things as we get further into the game, and if I get more comfortable with the class, and if you guys want me to try, I might do it as like a DPS, right? I don't think I would ever be comfortable with being like a hinge mechanic like class. I really want to only worry about my DPS. I don't want to worry about other people's health or my own health. I just want to press buttons. And I don't mind running around on the ground, right? That's fine too. I'll also run around on the ground. But yeah, I don't think I would ever be comfortable. I'm like super tense while we're doing this, and this is like with Precious Pals, so I know we're not going to judge me. But I'm not a regular or anything. I just like talking FF14, one of my favorite games of all time. Ah, yes. Yeah, no, it's a fun game. This is my first time playing through it. How long have you been playing it, hon? Oh, you're back! Art thou how kick thy villain asses? Yes, art thy art. Thy art. Thy art trying. Thy art trying. Thy art tanking. Poorly. Poorly tanking. Oh, thanks. Good idea. Thank you for saving me. I assume, is that like a insta-death kind of thing? Five fun stacks. What do you mean 5 fun stacks? I feel like it's not fun stacks, no? More greeting, more greeting. It's fine, I got this. I believe. No, great! Okay. Started back in 2019, put in 1,838 hours into the game so far. Damn, that's a trend. Holy shit. Wow, 1,838. Are you keeping up with everything, I think? Have you watched the most recent like keynote that they put out? Wow, we're gonna get crushed before we even see the dragon. Dude. Tao playing the time-honored tank game. How many Vuln stacks can I collect before I die? You might have to explain this to me. My vulnerability stacks, I have no memory of that. FanFest? Yep, I'm so hyped for Evercold. Took a break after finishing Dawn Trail, didn't vibe with it, but that's not gonna say, but not gonna say much about that, obviously. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. You just didn't like the story as much. I have no idea how many hours I played 14. Well, based on what so many pals have said, having thousands upon thousands upon thousands of hours, I reckon a lot. Yeah, I dropped into Feather's chat the other night. They were talking about Master Class, I guess it was. Symphony of screams. If you change your battle pose for Gunblade, you use lightning stance from FFXIV Oh, do you? That's cool. You know, I never did play through that. I should probably try that gaming, dude. I can't. This is the. Oh my god, what am I supposed to do here? Fuck, dude, what the fuck? What do you mean? I don't know which of these moves is. Which one's a quadruple with bypass AoE surgery? Fuck. Oh. Never mind, sorry. That was very dramatic. It's fine. Don't say here we go. That's scary. Looks so evil. Take his eye. 5 a.m. Just got into bed. Going to miss watching so much Tau stream when I get a job. Oh no, geeks. We will miss having you. Here we go, baby. Shit, iTanks is also saying it. All right, Nid Boy, time to die again. Okay, do I need to know anything about this game, this particular part of the game? Or do I just run in and go, ah! Leroy Jenkins! We could do that. Tank and spank him. Just go for it. Okay. If you say so. If you say so. Nah, he telegraphs pretty much everything. Okay. He's so big. Can't see past him. Where is the dragon? Past this thing. Oh, what are you doing here? Yowie. Hot wing. Ooh, a hot wing. Oh, the dragoon. Sorry, I totally missed the second O. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Uh-oh, I assume we stay separate. Oh, and maybe not in the way. I'm back. Oh, God. Vulnerability stack. During boss fight, if you get hit by an attack that is avoidable, the game will punish you by applying vulnerability stack. After 2 or 3 of these, the unavoidable attack will be enough to kill most DPS. What does this mean? What does this mean? What do I do? What do I do? Most DPS can heal with 1 hit, but tanks can generally take these hits like a champ. Some tanks will use mitigation instead of dodging, collecting vulnerability stacks like candy. I think the highest amount I've gotten is 11 without dying. That's crazy. Oh fuck! I pressed the wrong button! Ah! I'm sorry. What I get for? I'm sorry. I was looking at the chat. Don't be a coward, Tau. Go for 16 vulnerability stacks. You know what? Maybe I will. Just as a very scary. Ay ay ay. Oh. The danger Dorito! I've heard of that term! Is he hot winging? Oh yeah, give me them hot wings. Wait, stay away from this, right? Right, away from each other, right? No! I hate that they turn away from me, dude. I'm like, what do you mean? I have your fucking aggro and you're still looking elsewhere. Am I not enough for you? Tau is a tank reading chat. Me as a DPS walked in and barely spoke to the party. We are different players. We have different jobs. I think we've got different jobs. I think that's a fuck! I fucking did it again! How do I accidentally keep on not being in my Yay! Thank you for carrying me, you guys! Red mark means a big hit is coming. Normally it means to use mitigation, your damage reduction move. I forgot which one of those is my damage reduction move. Yes, tanks are very yandere towards bosses. Random aside, but I had the thought that I want to hear Tau sing in the mobster voice. I don't even know if I could. I don't know what song I would be able to do that in. Easy. Ooh, I can accept the next class/job quest. Let's fucking go. Dragoon Estinian doing his job. This early, you probably only have 2 or 3. Oh, of the mitigation stuff? Let's see. Reduces damage dealt by nearby enemies by 10%. Damage taken by 20%. Reduces damage taken. Okay, all these are all that. Increases parry rate by 50%. Interrupts the use of a target's action. I spam these occasionally, so I guess that's a problem. Yup. Rampart the wall. Yeah, reduces damage taken. Yeah, all 3 of these are reduces damage taken. I didn't want a backseat, but can point out your mitigation on your bar. Yeah, please do, thanks. It looks like it's these 3. I guess camouflage is technically also. And then the rest of these are not. Camos too, yeah. You already found it, woohoo! I ran this dungeon on repeat because it has a small chance of dropping the lesser panda pet. Oh, cute! I want to see. I got one for me and each of my friends, like 5 people at the time. That's so sweet, Yummy. That's awesome. I want to change the world or something, Wonderland. Safe knows how to get me to do it even without a sing redeem or a mobster redeem, so I hope that you enjoy that politely. Generally, tanks want to rotate through their mitigation throughout the dungeon. Oh, got it. Instead of just going like, whoops, wait. Because this is what I've been doing. And then it's like, wow, that's a long cooldown. I partially imagine it in the song you sang to me earlier. Yay! You guys, I'm so glad you mentioned that. You guys, it's Precious Politely's voice day. Happy voice day to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Politely. Happy birthday to you. And many more. It's only for a few hours still. I know, but I got to you before. I cannot believe my brain has just been completely shot. I'm so sorry. One at a time is best. All right, I got you. I hope you enjoyed your song. Thank you so much for reminding me in a most indirect way, gorgeous. Yes, Precious Politely, we're so grateful to have you on this planet for another year with us. Time to switch it up? Wait, what do you mean? I'm not even used to not switching up. Oh! Thank you for the care package, Elsie. Generally when you tank through a dungeon, as long as you grab aggro from a monster, you can run to the next group. I know, but I'm not confident enough to do it yet. Oh my god, that's Valley Girl voice. Wait, did this get unlocked? Oh yeah, it did. That's right, I remember. Okay, fine. Let's go back to Bestie. But happy birthday to Precious Politely. Hey, Bestie. Like, OMG, it's like so good to see you. Tell one day be a wall-to-wall tank like the rest of us nodders. Maybe. I don't know how to do a mobster Valley Girl. I don't know how to do it. I truly have no idea. Oh my god. Improvise! Oh my god, that's so much pressure. Well, well, I don't even like, I don't actually know, I actually don't even know what happens. No, bitch, I can't do it. Whatever this is not what you're looking for. Mobster plus Valley Girl equals like radical cipher dude, bro. Okay? Okay. I'm gonna like totally make you an RE for sure, cat review, like for reals. Refuse, not review. For reals. It'd be sick, bro. I love it. Oh, I'm so glad you love it. Color! Hey, Color, how you doing? Now let's do this together, bro! You gotta head to bed, of course! Thank you so much for the, whoops, it's like, it's slipping. Thank you guys so much for, like, helping out and, like, carrying me. Like, oh my god, for real? So rad, bro. Do you guys, like, remember that? Oh. I think I killed Gray. What the fuck is this voice, bro? This is like Valley Girl plus Mobster. Do you guys remember that game? It was like a browser game where like You could like add things together, right? And then they would make shit like grass plus, I don't know, wood is tree, and then 2 trees is forest, and then like a bunch of trees is like a rainforest. You do that with these accents. I wonder if we add an ooh, infinite craft, is that what's called, bro? That's fucking right, bro. The thought that Tao has like secret menu voices when you combine redeems is pretty funny. That's pretty crazy, isn't it? Oh my god. So like, I actually don't even know what you want me to do with any of these voices all at once, okay? Like I don't even, I just wanna know. I think you probably want to redeem this when we don't have like 2 other super goofy redeems, because otherwise this is what you're gonna get. Gangster Mom Valley Girl? Ooh woo. Ooh woo. Wait, oh my god, wait, no, what in the Well, I really am gonna lose my shit, woo. I don't even know what the fucking Exodia. Oh my god, I actually have no fucking clue what they would want from me. What? This is so weird. Please, I just really want the Valley Girl one to like expire because this is so weird. You're gonna generate a black hole if you're not careful. That's true, okay? And this to go even further beyond the Voltron of access, except none of these parts are supposed to like match. You know what I mean? We are definitely doing the clips today. Are you guys making clips of this? I'm losing my mind. I can't stop smiling. Absolutely spectacular. Ooh, woo. I'm so glad. Happy birthday, Hawaii. Woo. Ah! Oh my god. Oh god. Oh my god. Okay, I gotta be back down here. Hi gaming, welcome on in. Now I gotta put like the, wait, okay, Valley Girl, oh my god, is Valley Girl almost over? Fuck. Gaming, I'm sorry, they're stacking accent redeems and I'm having trouble keeping up with them because there's 5 of them right now. Okay. There's no more, okay. There's no more Valley Girl no more, so now we just gotta add, we gotta add our woos, our Wav talk woo, and then we gotta talk like this woo. Okay, so this is kind of where we gotta,
hello,
so
lovely
many
town.
accents,
How
so
has
cute, vocal
FF14
cords,
been?
wait, fuck. You're fine, thank you guys. This is hard. Let me start down here. Let me see if I can do it from here. All right. So, we're going to Tahiti. Okay. We're going to Tahiti, and then we're a mobster in Tahiti, but it's not quite coming through because it's still, the fucking inflection is opposite. And now we're talking in a British Southern accent. What the fuck? Okay. Southern British. Wav. Ooh. Gangster. Mom. Fuck you. Save me. Southern British is a bit cockney, I think. I think it kind of winds up right about there. But I don't know how to add in the gangster and the mom, to be honest with you. Hey, Precious Pocky, how's it going? Thank you for the care package. Gaming, may I ask how are you doing? Sorry, darling. Pleasure to meet you. Fuck. You guys, if you haven't checked out the Precious Politely, I shouted out politely. Whose birthday it is? Everyone needs to go wish the beautiful Precious Politely a very happy birthday. But I'll tell you what, if you ain't checked out the precious pocket chalk, you do be missing out. I'm just saying. It's a fact. Southern British gangster. Gotta teach you how to do roadman. Well, who is that? Giggling. Just doing some quests in 14 myself. I hope that you're enjoying them, darling. I hope you are having a good time. How long you been playing? Okay. If I may ask, I can't fucking... 10 years? Wowzers, that's amazing. Holy crap. What's your favorite class? You guys, if you're not checking out Pocket Chalk, I'm gonna mix up all these accents in no time at all, I'll tell you what. Local VTuber offends 6 cultural groups, including 2 previously undiscovered groups. When asked for comment, VTuber stated, I'm probably gonna do more redeems. Happy birthday, Politely Wicked, a VTuber who has not offended 6 cultural groups. Fuck! Damn it, save! We need a redeem to cancel out multiple voice redeems if it gets too much. It's never been an issue. Oh, flowers! Oh, you're so sweet, gorgeous Gray. More hugs for you. Thank you for my flowers. Okay, I think that's everything. Okay. That was fucking crazy. I don't even know what that was about. Just finished the Hildebrand quest at patch 7.55, so I'm current. Oh, that's awesome, Gorgeous Gaming. Very cool. I am, in fact, as you smelled, I wonder what a sprout smells like. Freshly cut grass, perhaps, but, I am, in fact, a sprout. We are in Heavensward. We just finished the Airy, and I will let you guys decide if you want to do that. I did say we would do a dungeon, but that was mainly if we had like 6 people or more. Some people weren't able to participate. So I will let you guys decide if you want to do roulette or if you want to go with a, wait. Hold on, we better watch this. I keep dropping words while I'm trying to make memes while they're still relevant. Come on, save, the internet moves fast. Oh, why does Stinian get the credit? He didn't participate. Dungeon. Stinian, bye-bye. Hi, Tanks. I think you and Geeks are best friends. I do need to level my dancer, but I can swap to a healer if you need. Oh, thank you, Gorgeous Game. That's so sweet. Yeah, I'll let you guys vote. Thou wouldst use mine own eye against me. Time hath done naught to dilute thy kind's depravity. I have not forgotten thee, Dragoon. Mine essence claimed thee once, and shall do so again.
No, Worm! This ends here!
What? Let's see if this is the moment that I fall in love with Estinian, like you two. My maid dress Taylor does look cute. Oh, that's very cute. I do love seeing your guys' glamours if you would like to show us cinema. If more are needed, I can log in for a dungeon, but if a regular community member wants to, I'd step out, of course. It sounds like you guys probably do want to do this, but roulette or MSQ? And I better put dungeon, roulette, or MSQ. You guys, I'll give you 3 minutes on that. Please do vote. Whatever you guys decide is what we'll do. Yami, thank you for your vanishing. No one will ever forget about you saying Estinian daddy, even if it was for a fraction of a second. Oh, that's the jump! That's the jump that you don't need eye holes in your helmet for. Got it. I feel like I needed more, like, I don't know, choreography? Oh, you see his eyes! Oh my god, he looks psychotic for a second. Scary. Please do vote, cutie pies. MSQ is currently way out doing dungeon roulette, but if you guys vote, you still got 2 minutes. You can change that. We can also, we do still have about an hour and a half of stream. If you guys would like to do 1 dungeon roulette and then go back to MSQ, you can do that if you vote for dungeon. He's so cool! This guy is just collecting eyeballs. Very creepy. Superhero landing,
gifted
cap
my
point.
people 1,000 years of suffering. Now I gift you an eternity in darkness.
He did do the superhero landing. Is he always red, or is this like a feature of his class or something? Ooh. Okay, while you're being proud, I'm gonna have a heart attack. Oh, it's his new fit! It's just covered in blood. Oh, hey! Hi there, cutie cat. Long time no see. How are you? It's great to see you. Watch out, it's a Cade raid. Hi, sweetheart. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. How is Pal World? Dearest Doxy baby, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. You guys, this is the Cutie Cade VT, an official Hunt Showdown content creator who hath graced us with their presence once more. This goober, as they humbly proclaim, doth stream a variety of content, including the recent Pal World and Baldur's Gate. Their streams are a delightful mix of camaraderie and gaming prowess. Truly a worthy addition to our realm. Thank you so very much for the raid, Sweetie Pie. Raiders, if you got a raid and run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we would love to have you. We're doing our first time playthrough of Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward. So please no spoilers, but if you want to be a part of it, come on in. We're also doing first time playthroughs of Persona 5. We'll be doing a first time playthrough of Blood of the Dawnwalker when that comes out in like a month and a bit. And I'm also a professional artist, so if you come on in on Fridays, you can help me decide what we draw and also request music. Gorgeous Trans Girl Gaming, thank you so very much, sweetheart, for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. You completed the main story of Pal
They are
World.
ours, Lord
Amazing.
Eldrath. The eyes of Nidhogg.
Woo! Sorry, we'll focus on the story in a second, but thanks, sweetheart. Thank you so incredibly much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much. But yes, Cutie Cade, do you happen to know when your next stream will be and what you may be streaming? While you let us know, here's a little bit about us. I don't know why I said that creepy.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch pal.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
And go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Yay! Welcome to the pouch indeed, and you as well, dearest Draconia. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. You guys, please do check out the Cutie Pie Cade V2, who will be streaming once more tomorrow at 6 p.m. EST. More Black Flag. I love that game. I haven't played it, but I have watched some other people play it. Most recently, I think Save, actually. But Cutie Cade is going to be doing some Black Flag tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You guys, please go check out that Cutie Pie Cade VT. We did actually recently raid into him. We've been disconnected for a little while because our schedules, well, my schedule, he's still normal, I think, but my schedule went from like being able to, like I sometimes used to stream during the day and then at night and then at day and then at night. But I've gone all the way to daytimes now. So it's good to see Cutie Cade again. Thank you so very much for coming in, darling. I appreciate it. Let me see. I hate being a walking heater, too warm to sleep. Oh, Loudon, I'm sorry, darling. I hope that you can get some like ice packs or something. Gaming! Why do I have a feeling I can't zip over to your DC? This is, we're on Materia, of the Sephiroth server, and I hear that because it's so sparsely populated, you actually might be able to come over pretty easily. Is that true? Welcome to the pouch, or else no? Tau says that's not a vibe. Oh, here, that references my dear friend Sweetest Save File 17, who is also my mod.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, whether you like it or not.
No. Tau's telling me no. Doesn't fit the vibe. Are you sure? Okay. Welcome on in, Uwu.
Welcome on in, Uwu. Save's a mod now. He is a mod. He's a wonderful mod and a wonderful friend. Let's go. I normally go way later, but I need to get my sleep schedule under control. That is totally fair, Cutie Kate. Well, darling, speaking of that, I know that you've been streaming those very long hours, so please go practice that after stream care. If you got to go to bed or go to the bathroom or go for a walk or go cook or go eat or whatever you got to do, please go ahead and do so. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. Okay, sweetie pie? Thank you so much for bringing everybody in. It's such a pleasure to welcome you in here. Thank you, thank you. And thank you for the care package, Osmosi. You can get there. Amazing, gorgeous gaming. I'm so happy to hear it. We're on Sephiroth, sweetheart. Sephiroth. That was a very aggressive welcome. Yes, we like to keep people on their toes. No, Precious Patricia, I did notice you. Hello, lovely. He's not VIP anymore. It's true. Instead, he's VIP in a way that allows him to damage the channel if he ever decides he doesn't like me anymore. There it is. I'm blind. That's okay, gorgeous gaming. You're all good, sweetheart. But yes, Cutie Kate, thank you ever so very, very much for the very generous raid. It really does mean the world. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Go get that sleep schedule under control, okay? I specialize in making sure Tau doesn't see any spoiler messages from 1990s Star Wars books. She's sure to read at any minute. It's true. He's very good about that. How's FF been today? How do you feel knowing that you've played this game for 6 hours for 43 or so days across around 44 weeks and are still roughly only 1/5 of the way into the game? I don't think about it. You have to head out. Valiant Valis, thank you so much for hanging out, sweetie pie. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Hopefully we'll see you on Friday. Our next stream will be on Friday. We're going to be doing our art stream. So we would love to see you then if you'd like to join us. That's a nice long one. That's an 8-hour one. Spoiler, things explode. Yay for potential but highly unlikely destruction. Yay! But yes, massive thank you to Cutie Kate, our wonderful raider. Thank you so very much, sweetie pie. I do appreciate it. Who is going to be doing some Black Flag and recently finished up, actually today, finished up the Pal World main story quest, which is sick. Speaking of awesome streamers, I started to talk about Pucky, and then we got distracted, I think, by either the story, the raid, or stacking redeems. So, you guys, if you haven't checked out the Precious Pocket Chuck, she is absolutely incredible. She is an amazing voice actor, a fantastic writer, a great director, a fantastic mixer, a very patient friend, an amazing person, and hey, she goes to Offkai, and she just got back. So please go check her out. She's super, super funny, very witty, and very interactive, very hyperactive as well. If you like my energy level, you'll love hers. And she does a lot of like gacha game stuff, so please, please, please check her out. She's a wonderful friend of mine, a wonderful friend of the channel, and she's also an amazing chef. I have only heard of her making chicken parmigiano with spaghetti, I think, but you know what? Fucking yum. I would eat that every day, no problem. Precious Pucky, how was your stream? I was hanging out and having a little lurky. I hope it was excellent. Two eyes.
Aye, the worm lies broken and my father is avenged. With the wellspring of his vitality thus denied him, Nidhogg shall not linger long in this world. But behold the terrible price we have paid. My sire is dead, so many brother knights slain. We traded our honor for the strength which now courses in our veins. And still we are forced to make such sacrifice.
But not in vain, my lord. Kreisfelger is the only great worm left in Dravania, and he dares not leave his lair.
I made it to the OC. Let's go. I'm so happy to hear it. It looks like you guys have decided to do the MSQ though. And it was not even close. So we probably won't do another. We probably won't do a roulette. But I would love to see your glamour all the same, Gorgeous Gaming, if that's okay. Let me see. Let me see here. Gotcha Games. Hey, are they a proxy? Do they play ZZZ just as much as moi? I don't know if I've seen Pucky play ZZZ, but I know that she plays Neverness to Everness, Withering Waves, yeah, NTA Abridged, yeah, that was Blast, so that's something that she made, and I got to voice act in as well, which was a blast too. Fuck, what else? Oh my god, Nikkei, she's been doing Nikkei. Actually, that's right, her next stream is actually, oh, I forgot, today is not yesterday, is it?
Communism.
I'm so sorry. I'm like, I've been lurking in your stream. Not today, because you weren't live today.
Surprise
Bro,
communism.
my fucking brain. Pocky, how was streaming today? Where you didn't stream. You streamed yesterday and you raided in, I think, right? I am so sorry. I actually genuinely have really, really bad memory. But Pocky is going to be streaming some Nikkei. She's all caught up. So if you're trying to hang out with someone who's up to the current event quests in Nikkei, she's going to be doing that in like 2 days from now. I think she said Wednesday, Wednesday America time? So that's tomorrow. Yes, you raided yesterday, okay. I'm so sorry. I was not lurking today. I believe I'm standing where you're about to pop out. Oh, perfect. Is there an exclamation point redeem for the NTE Abridged so we can plug it? There is not. Probably should do that though. If you guys do search NTE Abridged, I'm pretty sure it's the first thing that comes up though. And Pocky wrote that, directed it, starred in it, got all of her friends together for it. I used to, planning on getting back into ZZZ for their 3rd story arc. There you go. I think that's a follow right there, Lucy. Let's go. Let's see. Rated yesterday. Okay, I was trying to remember what happened yesterday. All I remember from yesterday are Uh-Oh Airlines. Wow, they made the lurking in real life. Wow, they made the same icon in real life. Oh, Valos, thank you for contributing to the Fighting in Game challenge. I will obliterate an entire
icon in real life.
Okay, sorry.
With Nidhogg's eyes in your possession, who now can challenge
Yugi, I don't
the might
understand
of
how to play
Ishtar,
this game.
Ascend
I
the
don't.
throne and take your rightful place as the ruler of our people.
Of course, Ozzy, go for it.
Nay, my friend. I must forsake the mantle of king. Though Nidhogg be defeated, his wormling horde yet darkens the skies with wings beyond counting.
Why follow them when I'm already following them? Good point, Lucy, good point.
As one who partook of Ratatoska's strength, it shall be my penance to bear a knight's arms until death grants me leave to retire. When that day comes, no prince shall perish, but a hell's-bound hunter of dragons.
But Lord Haldreth, what then shall become of the royal line?
The shock, the horror, Nani.
Think of your people, my lord. Without a king, who will the common man turn to in his hour of need? How will he find his way without your benevolent hand to guide him?
I thank you, Sir Flavian and Sir Silvertrill, for dispelling my remaining doubts. With men of such wisdom and compassion in service to the realm, 'tis plain that Ishgard has no need of a king. But if you must bow to the demands of tradition, you need look no further than yourselves for one worthy to wear the crown.
Democracy, and I'm out of it. So many spikes on this gear, I feel like you'd hurt yourself.
Fare
on
thee
it.
well, my brother knights. My loyal friends. On these shoulders shall I bear the weight of my father's sins. With this lance, shall I repay the debt accrued through our misdeeds.
You can't see anymore.
What cruel jest has fate played upon us? Have we seized this desperate victory only to lose a king?
We can but act as our lord has bid. We few who remain must divide between us the rulership of Ishgard and her people.
Not I. My oath was to Lord Haldrath, and he alone. If he is not to be king, then I would hang up my shield as well.
Will you abandon us too, sir?
How long ago does this take place? Is this...
I would wash my hands of blood and betrayal, and
Hey
take
Tau,
up an honest
how
trade.
goes FF14?
I
Have you
hope I
killed
shall
any
serve
bad guys
ale
and made
instead
their
of
big bad
sharpened
guy plans
steel.
their Final Fantasy?
Hey Alex, welcome on in. Yes, we just killed a big bad guy. Nidhogg is a big dragon guy. But I don't know what the sepia tone is denoting here. I think that I might have missed something. 1,000 years ago. Okay, thank you, Lith. How is this the Final Fantasy? This is like the 14th. Wasn't the whole like reason for calling it Final Fantasy way back when was because it was their final attempt, and now it's just like a massive franchise that will never die?
Forton, Hylanat, Dyrendare, and Zemail. But 4 houses to rule all of Ishgard.
Ducky! Hi, dearest Ducky. That's a false rumor, actually. Oh, okay. Was it? Is it? It was originally going to be called Fighting Fantasy. So why did they decide final then? Thought it was confirmed? Yeah. I don't know. I guess I heard that somewhere. I have no idea where I heard it from. I love to perpetuate false rumors. I don't, for the record. I'm teachable. But I did think that was something. I forgot where I heard that. Dearest Ducky, how are you doing, by the way? It's so good to see you. Why is the elf man mogging? Why not? He just killed a dragon.
And what of the throne?
Fighting Fantasy was already taken.
We keep it empty. Until the day a king rises once more, we must assume the role of stewards. We shall shape our nation anew with a history of our own making, and let the truth of this dark day die here, upon the battlefield.
It's a popular theory, but not, it wasn't called Final Fantasy due to that reason. It was Square Enix's final attempt on a game, though. That part is true. Oh, but that's not why it was called Final Fantasy. Oh,
Tau,
interesting.
I won't say
Okay.
why or how, but once you get to Shadowbringer, you will get an explanation for why there are 14 plus Final Fantasies. There is an actual lore reason.
Ooh, that's cool. I mean, I've always just kind of thought that all of the Final Fantasies share some kind of a parallel universe or something. I appreciate you not spoiling anything, though, hon. FF7, I think, was the last attempt, or it would have ended. Hironobu Sakaguchi, the creator of FF, wanted a catchy 4-syllable or 2-letter abbreviation in the Roman alphabet, similar to how Dragon Quest was shortened to Draku in Japan. And Fighting Fantasy was already taken, but they still wanted FF, so Final Fantasy. Oh, okay. Interesting, that's good to know. Thank you. Thank you both for educating me. We will see how well that adheres to my brain juices. Oh, I'm so sorry. I've been standing there having a little heart attack for the last 20 minutes.
What ails you, friend? Are you wounded?
You're so red, brah. It's cool. It's like my favorite color, but... not the case. It was just what made FF very popular in the West.
You have borne witness to history. To the culmination of the first battle with Nidhogg. The legend of Ishgard's founding tells that our ancestors were led to the land of Kurthus by the valiant King Thordan. In the midst of their journey, they came to a wide chasm, where they were set upon by a great worm, Nidhogg. A furious battle then ensued, with Thordan leading the van. Though the brave king was slain defending his people, his son, Haldrath, the first Azure Dragoon, fought on undaunted.
Tau takes in this information, but it gets muddled up, and she tells people of a whole other story as to why it's called Final Fantasy. Well, yeah, I mean, I already hallucinated that Pocky streamed today when it was yesterday. So, what would stop me from hallucinating that, you know? Sakaguchi had already... Geeks? Aren't you supposed to be asleep? Sakaguchi had already said in other interviews that FF was his last possible attempt at making the kind of game he wanted to make. If it had failed, he was considering going back to university. That's probably where the urban legend got its start about Square going bankrupt. Oh, that makes sense. Makes sense. I heard he was the first to usher to Tau seems like she has hey, look, a shiny! Basically, that is kind of where my brain goes, yeah. I mean, I hallucinate that Pocky will play FF14 one day at a time, so I think it's okay. You know what? Yeah. Yeah, one day. That'd be pretty cool. I would love to play with the precious Pocky if she decided to play some Final Fantasy. Tau spreads information on the internet. Not exactly false information, nor correct information, just information. Exactly. There's no malice behind it. I just say things. Square was actually going bankrupt, so they really needed a breakout game. Well, it worked out for him, hey. Fucky.
And with a mighty thrust of his lance, he gouged out Nidhogg's eye, forcing the wicked creature into retreat.
It's almost like I can feel Pocky staring at me right now. Now! Oh, the Joey hair. Anyway, I am channeling Pocky. Hello there. Hello there. Also, hello, dearest Ducky. How are you? It's so good to see you. My inner nerd likes to come out during lore and theory stuff with Final Fantasy. I'm so glad to hear it, lovely Ducky. I see you lurking a lot, and I really appreciate the support, sweetie pie. Tau has nose hair. Lore unlocked. My new brand of Band-Aids is amazing and a bit itchy. Saw a close-up of Tausita and came back in. Ah, hey there, Joseph. Thank you for returning. You are a professional lurker. It's true. You're very good at it. You're also very good at coming out when we need you to clarify or you know, fix false information. Thank you. Screenshots, put them in memes. Thank you. I can just picture that. Instead of Twitch ads, it's just random information read out by Tau. That's the right amount of Tau on my screen. I was gonna go to sleep after this cutscene. That may have been a bad decision. Shit, sorry, geeks. Thank you so much for the lurk, dearest Ducky. I appreciate you. Actually, let me give you a quick little shout out, hun. You guys, dearest Ducky is a sweetie pie. A sweetie pie, honey bunch. Also Australian, a lovely, pleasant voice to listen to. And who is also doing a lot of, I actually think that we rated into him when they were doing Pocopia. Which you were doing near. Oh, geeks, I guess I'm losing you. I'm losing you to Ducky today, aren't I? Please do check out the dearest Ducky Doolittle, a wonderful Aussie streamer, and does a lot of really, really cool games. Very cozy, and also very cute little bird. You're not a cockatoo. You're not a parakeet. Fuck, what are they? Oh my God, Nath would be so disappointed in me. You are a cockatiel. A cockatiel. It's literally right there. I can't read. Cockatiel. There we go. You're a cockatiel. Got it. Yes. Have you played Dragon Quest? I have not played it. Are you interested in it? I'm kind of passingly interested in it. it's one of Nate's absolute favorite games, so I'm kind of interested in it, but his favorite game is Persona 5, so we're playing that. Tao, didn't you actually VC some ads in the US? Like voice yeah, no, I mean like some of the ads that I have done are still available to be listened to. It's true. Estinian, this is an eye. I'm about to watch NTE Abridged. I'm alert just so I can watch it. Ah, let's go, Lucy! Yes, please do. Tell me what you think, and tell Precious Pocky what you think. You'll love it. I like you having said there's no malice behind it. Well, this dialogue is on screen. There's no malice behind it. Die. Cockatiels are adorable, and Ducky is adorable. Therefore, go check out Ducky. There's the logic right there. Yeah.
Thus, did this eldritch orb become a sacred treasure of Ishgard, lending its power to every knight deemed worthy to bear the title of Azure Dragoon. A rousing tale, is it not? Would that I could still believe it. But your vision, which we must accept as immutable truth, leaves no room for doubt, save on one point. If Huldreth took both of Nidhogg's eyes, then how came this eye to be lodged in the worm's skull? Beneath every answer we unearth, another question lies buried. 'Twas a fierce battle, but one I knew we would win. Your fame is well deserved, warrior of light. Full proud am I to have fought at your side.
I swear to God, if I go to the US and some random old ad comes on the TV or my phone and I just slowly turn like, I swear to God, that sounds like Tao. Oh, shit! That would be very funny. That would be very funny. But you're not allowed to dox me, okay? Let's see. Great logic. I shall listen to it. Yes, go listen to Lovely Ducky. If you decide to stream Dragon Quest, you should start with the remakes. Those are the definitive starting points. If you should play, and you should play 3 remake first. Wait, 3 remakes or the 3 remake before moving on to 1 and 2 remakes. That'll make more sense. Plus, the devs prefer players to play it in that order. Okay, good to know. May look tiny and cute, but you may be surprised by me. It's okay. Ducky is cozily voice. Very smooth, lovely Australian voice. A little out of pocket, you know, sometimes, but we've rated into him a couple of times for a reason. Very lovely. Can you take Nidhogg's eyes, Ducky? Dragon Quest 3 remake, not 3 remakes. Okay, good. I was like, whoa, that is a lot of
I would fain return with all swiftness to Ishgard to inform the Lord Commander of our triumph. But we must first have words with Hraesvelgr. There are parts of this tale that the worm has kept from us, and I would know wherefore.
Okay. Though Nidhogg is fallen, my heart is yet heavy, and the stain of corruption pleases me not. When all has been put to rest, I must needs forge my armor anew. I will never mention any ads or roles credited with your actual name. I have a track record of encountering secret videos or unmentioned channels owned by Vtubers that have their actual faces and even their real name in them, and I will take that information to my grave. And those Vtubers will greatly appreciate that. And I will greatly appreciate that if you happen to run across an ad I posted. F me, definitely not standing where you are. Oh no, I'm so sorry, gaming. Oh no, sorry. Also, honey, I meant to ask you, lovely Transgal Gaming. Do you want me to call you Transgal Gaming? Gal? What is your preferred, or something else, where if you come in enough, I'll remember what you want me to call you. And it could be like Ellie or something, which is what one of our newer precious pals, oh my god, what was their name? Arolgon wants to be known as Ellie, so I will try to remember. Just my in-game, Asuna! Okay, I will do my best to remember that. Just please correct me if you come on in and I forget. Cutie Cairo, come on in. How are you? I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. And how are you? We got quite a few trans gals here, and I am one of them. Yes, this is a very, very cozy space, cozy chaos. Actually, we've had a lot of raids today and a lot of lovely new people. So I should probably like rehash like what this community is about. You guys, welcome to the Pouch. You already know about me. I'm Tau. I am your host. No brain Tau. That's what they call me. But the Pouch is an 18+ only space, not because of anything. In fact, I'm quite against like lewd or objectifying comments on me, or like really, you know, barky stuff that even characters on screen. Fine if you're like, oh, that Estinian's hot, but I don't want to hear anything more, you know what I mean? But anyway, this is an 18+ space because young people need a place to hang out, adults need a place to hang out. This just so happens to be a place for adults to hang out. We talk about taxes sometimes, we don't really, but we do talk about adult things. Usually it's not sexual or anything like that. But if it is in an academic manner, generally. This is also a very accepting and cozy space, so any level of teasing that can drive people crazy, even if like elsewhere on the internet it might be just kind of like, oh, get over it, bud. Please just listen to what people say. They'll let you know if they're having an issue with something that you're doing or saying, and it is up to you to please respect it. And absolutely no mean-spirited shit is allowed here. This is not the space for exclusion or like, yeah, mean-spirited teasing or anything like that. I was just joking, Matt. Banned. Okay. And let's see. Yes, furries, welcome here. LGBTQIA+ queer people, welcome here. Basically, if you have ever felt discriminated against, you're probably pretty much welcome here, as long as you're not excluding other people. You know what I mean? Yeah, Luna is a cool character who is hot. But not, Save would never say that. Save would never say, that's me, I'm saying that. Because Save, he's not a furry. The jury's still out. But yeah, it's a safe, cozy space. Also, if anyone here is a writer, I would like to bring up that we have a lot of really cool stuff actually happening in the Discord. In fact, if you go to the Discord and you go down to the writing channel, we actually have, just for a couple more days, you guys can only submit for a couple more days, you guys have saved up enough community channel points to trigger a storytime stream. This is really fun. This has been a really popular one for you guys because you guys get to submit your personal writing here. And I am a professional voice actor and audiobook narrator. So it is up to you, the person who has written something here, to decide whether you want me to VA through it or just do an audiobook narration, okay? Follow it down on Twitch. Thanks, sweetie. All you gotta do to be a part of it is go to the writing and then threads, storytime stream. Then read the pinned messages. These are very important. There's not that many, but you gotta read them, because if I find any ounce of AI, if I pick up a single stench of AI, I'll boot you out of the fucking Discord and my community, okay? Very anti-Gen AI here. Gen AI can, suck it. What else have we got here? We also have, again, very, very generous and loving community here, very cozy. We have a community giveaways channel. There's not a lot of places, I think, that do this, but this is something you guys asked for and you have kept alive. All you have to do to get literally free games is join the Discord, go to community giveaways, and then just see, oh, let's see, Shadow Princess has posted this. Actually, we will be doing this giveaway on Friday. A custom 25 by 25 pixel art of the winner's choosing. Very cool. All you gotta do is boop, and then you're entered. And then on Friday, when we do our art stream, I will go here and I will see all of the people, and I will put all of them into a little raffle, a little wheel, and then we spin it, and then whoever wins, wins. It's a very good time. Alternatively, look, you could also get into this one. This is tutoring. This is DM tutoring. You don't have to enter all of these. You can enter 1, you can enter 9, you can enter all of them. Yuki is putting out Planet of Lana, very kind. Cyclones as well. Like, this is all, again, you can just go on in here, literally, boop, you have entered into that, okay? And yeah, this is just something kept alive by the wonderful community that has like a bazillion extra like Humble Bundle links and stuff. You can also put other things, gift cards, no cash, but like gift cards, artwork, adopts. The Amazing Aspen does adopts, really cute adopts. Game keys like Storm and Yuki have done. Beta access to games, things like that. It's a really cool spot. Let me see here.
Lovely luck.
Thank you for my hug, Pot. Thank you, thank you. Let me see here. Goddess Stydian keeps getting autocorrected to Estonia. That sounds about right. Let me see here. I actually managed to write something for the Storytime stream. Sorry, I'm so excited to read it. I'm so excited. Mostly from Giga-chan, Yuki-chan. I don't know, we've had a lot of very generous pals. We've had Ozzy, we've had Storm, we've had Briggy, we've had Umbra, we've had, of course, Yuki. We've had a lot of wonderful, precious pals who've been very generous. If I had the money, I would even gift a pre-order GTA 6. That is a pricey giveaway, but appreciated. The thought is appreciated. If I write a story, you'll know my writing is not AI because an AI can't help my shite writing style. It does have to be properly formatted as well. I can't. We've had a few people in the past who have literally submitted like 10 pages of size 8, a block of text. No pressing return ever. Just block after block after block. I can't read it. I won't read it. Sorry. We don't like AI here. Hate it even. It's true. Hi there, amazing. How was work? It's so good to see you. I can't wait for you to read my own story. I'm so excited to read it. Okay. Sorry. We'll keep going. And if Iceheart yet lingers at Zenith, all the better. I would have her hear the truth from the Dragon's Maw.
Yay, unicorn! We can share unicorns.
I think they're the same size. As a few have said, use AI, actual intelligence. Whee! Shout out to Gray for being so incredibly sweet. Thank you so much, Light, for literally just hanging out with me for every single one of these streams and chauffeuring me everywhere. You are the most patient angel ever. Thank you. I'll take you to Zenith for 80 gil. I'm big spending. Tau seeking Asuna incoming. Oh shit. Sorry. Wait. Okay, we're at Zenith. We're at Zenith. We will stay here, Asuna. We will stay here. I would like to see your glamour. Sorry. Shit. This is the most I have written for a story ever. The full story is up to 35 pages. Ah! Okay, I was gonna say, wait, we can't do 35 pages, but okay. 15,520 words spread out across the 5 parts I've written thus far, and I've submitted the first 2 parts. Amazing. I'm very excited to read them. Now back to the earlier topic of being welcome. That includes with peeps with disabilities, right? Oh, yes, absolutely. Of course. No, anybody, I mean, I guess, yeah, a lot of you don't know this, but my fiance is differently abled. And so yes, of course, that is 100%. 100%. If you're neurospicy, if you're disabled or differently abled, if you are queer, if you are, you know, furry, if you are like, yes, 100%, darling. I appreciate the clarification, but yes, absolutely. Work was abysmally boring, but I'm free now. How has Heavensward been? Heavensward has been fun and very unproductive because I've been having too much fun talking to the pals. I don't mind, I love FF14. I'm so grateful, thank you, lovely light. It's true that sometimes unending blocks of text can be... I see what you've done here. I see what you've done! It's true that sometimes unending blocks of text can be difficult to process, but I can understand people's desire to keep their train of thought again going without deviating into a more proper structure. Oh look, Tau just got on a horse and it's saying not to use AI, which I'm definitely not using here because there would be more dashes and probably more sentence breaks too. Wait, how long can switch messages be? This seems too long. Can mods break the length rules? Oh god, I'm going to stop. That's pretty funny, Save. Is it you, Asana? Here, let's see. Oh my god. You! Here, I will be your friend. If you would like to be my friend. If you would like to join the party, you can. There's none taken if you don't want to. This is a very cool, this is Warrior Maid. This is, Roberta from Black Lagoon, except Final Fantasy. You know what I mean? Am I the only one who's watched Black Lagoon? I know I'm not. That's so cool. What is RP? I don't know if I've seen that before. What's that mean? It'll be a regular feature of my submissions for storytime streams going for, in groups of 2. Okay, sounds good. Next storytime will be 3 and 4. That sounds good. Schoolgirl murdering schoolgirl? I love Roberta. I love Black Lagoon too. Yeah, it's pretty fucking good. Role-playing. Oh, wait. Is there like a role-playing tag? I honestly did think that. Oh, hi, Valina. Come on in. Yeah, I mean, like, I just didn't know that was a tag you could have, I guess. That's so cool. You're a role player? I've never role played in Final Fantasy, but it was like what kept me on WoW for ages. Yo, Faye! FF has been good. Thank you so much for asking. Type / role playing in FF's chat. Is that it? Is that all you have to do? Really? Oh! That's so cool! I didn't know that! Oh my god! And then you just do it. Oh my gosh, that's so cool! I didn't know that. That's sick. One day I would like to learn how to roleplay in this game. FF14 is an MMORPG. True. That doesn't stop most people from not roleplaying. You can even take off the sprout icon. No, I like my sprout icon. It can leave when it's ready. Even after 40 plus weeks, we're still learning new things. Absolutely. Absolutely. The voice is telling me to write a story using every hallmark that AI uses, but it is genuine, 100% homegrown and corn-fed human shit. He said, don't do it. Don't do it. I'm considering joining the Disabilities Guild on Twitch, but only one team shows up on user's profile at a time. And I'm already part of another team. Oh, that's fair, Alex. That is so fair. All right, we need to go talk to Sail, which is Iceheart, right? Is that Iceheart's? You guys are so cool. Always Nico, never anything else. Hell yeah. Oh, I was trying to fly. I was disappointed when I couldn't. Oh look, we are charging into battle together. Wow, wait, how do we, oh. Up here, okay. Whee! I'll wait for the horse. Whee! We're just prancing through the beautiful fields. Austin is over here like, I am so much faster than you guys. I have Cyberpunk. Yay, another horsey. I'll be in between the 2 horses. Yay! Yay, the majestic unicorn gallivanting around this beautiful meadow. That's definitely not ruins. Yay. Whee, they're so cute and whimsical. Went on the usual hunt for retro games. Nice, Alex, congrats on finding FF Explorers. All right. 'Twas here, was it not? Furious screams of the dragons carried far. You have slain Nidhogg. What more could you desire from this place? Will you not allow Hrasvelger to mourn the death of his kin in peace? Spare us your sanctimonious judgment, Ice Maiden. We have a gift for the Great Worm, and a mystery that can no longer lie buried. Lady Iceheart, the Dragon Song War has all but consumed your life and claimed many of your followers. 'Tis time you learned the truth of its beginning, the whole truth, that we may at last bring this bitter conflict to an end. Sound the horn, Warrior of Light. communism! Surprise communism, indeed. Do you think 10,000-year-old breath is pretty bad, or? I actually have no idea how old Gus Felgar is. One of the last papers I wrote in college, I used all the M-dashes and AI-generated words I found grading students' work in my opening paragraph. The professor was the same professor I TA'd for and had to report all the AI use. Oof. Just watched all 18 minutes. I loved it. Words cannot describe it aside from, well, you know. Isn't it great? Did you like all of the voices? Everyone did such a great job. And Pucky was an outstanding director and writer. Had a lovely time here. All good, Precious Patricia. Thank you very much for joining us, and hopefully we will see you for a bit of Friday and a bit of Saturday as well. 6 hours per stream across 43 weeks worth of FF14 puts you at around 250 hours, 58 hours of play time. Woof. All right, then we gotta multiply that by at least 5. Look, I'm gonna hit the 1,000 mark too at some point. I'm a member of the Warriors of Light. What horn shall I sound? No butt trumpets? No butt trumpets. Impenitent mortals, ever seeking to bury old wrongs under new. I did sense the moment of Nidhogg's demise.
You mean the moment I prized your eye from his head?
Would seem thou hast uncovered my secret. Unto the blinded Nidhogg did I yield 1/2 of my strength. I'm gonna see if I can give the ones I like the most to follow, but because you and Chalky are one of them, I don't want to unfollow and refollow. I appreciate that. I'm really glad that you like this. I'm trying to debate whether I think we'll go on one last break. One last break. Oh, we got the hurdy heady again. Oh, sweet. Nidhogg, what hath befallen thee? We are undone by covetous mortals. They did take Ratatoska's eyes and glut their appetites upon her essence. She is slain then. What madness hath unmade our peaceful accord? Did I not warn thee, brood brother? They have ever been untrustworthy creatures, these short-lived Elysin. So scary looking. But thou wert enchanted by thy mortal maid. Thy folly hath cast Ratatoska her life, and me, mine eyes. Oh, my beloved Shiva, how swiftly are thy kin made bestial by their appetites. Hresvelga, 'twas thy blindness that did invite disaster into our lands. Surrender thee an eye to me, and let that be thy penance. Nidhogg. They bested me once, but I was reckless. I shall need but a single eye to inflict enduring torment upon these traitors and every child of their line. Yield to me thy strength, brood brother! My vengeance is begun! Yikes. I think that's a sign. The Warrior of Light is having visions. Maybe they should see someone about that. Might need an MRI or a Mikote scan. Mikote scan, I like that cat scan. I'm sure I have a butt trumpet somewhere. I just need cheese. Thou hast borne witness to a scene from my past.
It was yours. Your strength that sustained Nidhogg all these years.
Would that Haldreth had dealt the worm a killing blow.
When my brood brother did appear before me, bloody and blinded, his life was all but spent. He demanded half my vigor, that he might exact his revenge upon the mortals who had wronged us.
And so you acquiesced. You surrendered your eye to Nidhogg, knowing full well the suffering he would inflict.
The peace my beloved so dearly desired had been shattered by her own kin. Their treachery claimed my brood sister's life and my brood brother's reason. Thinkest thou thy fits? Wow, okay. Thinkest thou thy fits of indignation will move me to remorse? Go, mortals. Take your unruly passions and leave this place. Your presence here spelleth naught but misery. Were it not for Shiva's soothing embrace, I would slay you where you stand. Woe betide you should the bond we share ever weaken. How interesting. So he wanted the vengeance too, but he hid behind Nidhogg's much more like clear malicious intent, and he was kind of the, not the mastermind, but he knew what he was doing. Oof. Interesting. Interesting. All right, we gotta go on a quick break, cutie pies. For those of you who are new here or who came in with the raid, I don't know when the raid was actually. Anyway, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. And that is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, you don't actually have to worry about it, because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run those ads, and then we come on back and make more content together. We do have only about 1 more hour of stream left, so I am gonna start a 45 minutes, 45, I think this works. Is that not, let me see, timer 45 min? Got it. D, hello there, dearest D. Thank you ever so much, darling, for subbing, and it's your first time. Thank you so much, honey. That means the world that you believe that we are worthy of your time and attention. Thank you so very much for your generosity, sweetheart. I do appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed the ad-free viewing and the handmade emotes. Thank you, thank you. And that means that you will not actually be, love your energy. Keep it up. Oh, D, you're so sweet. Howdy. I hope you're doing incredibly well, darling. Thank you for the kind words. I really like your vibes as well. Hopefully I'll get to know you a little bit better when we get back from our quick 3-minute break. And because you have subscribed, even though, again, I don't want people to miss content, but this means that you get to play with our little boss battle and also play with our words on stream, if you would like to. Precious Persimmon, it's so good to see you. We'll see you soon, okay? I'll see you guys in 3. Make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom and dogs. This is also your meds and mother in case you take any medications or vitamin. Mwah! Having Valley Girl do blacksmith is so funny. I'm so glad you like it. This story, I would like totally go with this outfit. So true. Passage into Aaron Keep is barred by a colossal gate, taller than a ship's mast. TauTassieTiger likes, and into the pouch you go. And stay forever. forever. Exactly, Yuki. I will be careful not to get confused and accidentally vor the pals, Jazza. Thank you for that. You see, you better pay up. You know the Dawn wants a coin right now. It's true. Nuggies? Where? Where Timkin Nuggies? Having Valley Girl do blacksmith is so funny. I'm so glad you like it. This story would like to aggravate Aussie. And thank you, Storm, for the lizard. Like to stick around? We would love to have you. I feel like Tau should be in black and white for this. I might actually be able to do that. Hold on, let me see. My Joey hair's over there. Hold on, let me see. Effects, color grading. Whoa! Fuck! Oh no! Ah! Wait, what have I done? Oh, wait, no, wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh God, oh no, oh, fuck! I don't know, oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my God, no! Hug for you, lovely Liv. I think I'm a clone now. There's always 2 or 3 of me just hanging around. I think I'm a clone now. The beating of our hearts is the only sound. I don't have to change that one, do you? What do you think of being made to eat fish? I think that's disgusting. You better not redeem it. Don't do it. Fuck! I knew you were gonna do it! No! Damn it! Damn it! Unbelievable. Here, you want this yet? Alright, I'm just gonna stand here until someone wants the thing I'm holding. Alright, that's my new strat. Alright, okay. Okay, what's next? Do you want this? Nope? Okay, you don't get any food then. Alright, okay, what about you? Do you want? Memories bring back you. Sorry, I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen. That's it, a little bit. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Seems like Luna. Look away, save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a doesn't have an option for controller. Hello. Okay, I'm back. No, it's fine. Oh, or whatever. Shut up! A vehicle would suit your model. I said perhaps a 2-seater convertible like Mazda Miata. Cute, and Nick said a dune buggy, which I actually agreed more.
Welcome back. I'll let you finish your
yeah, some kind of a
mouthful of
like
snacks.
4-wheel drive, like an
Finish
all-wheel
the
drive,
word.
like an ATV. An ATV. I love an ATV. ATVs are pretty cool. How imagine driving dragster, total ripped to ears.
All right. Here we go. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, Amazing Umbra, Awesome Aussie, lovely Lit, Precious Persimmon, lovely Light, Beautiful Bounty. Make sure you do post in the Storytime stream, Swedish Shadow Princess. Awesome Aussie, uppies for you. Good Aussie. Lovely Lit, uppies. Good Lit. Precious Politely, welcome back, gorgeous. Amazing Umbra, uppies. Good Umbra. Welcome back, Swedish Shadowgun. Gonna call it a night, Eisen. Of course, darling. Absolutely. You've been here for like 5 hours, sweetheart. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. And of course, you get your uppies for the road. Good, Eisen. Hopefully, we'll see you on Friday for our art stream. And amazing Umbra. You can get your uppies. Here you go, Umbra. Lovely Lucy. Uppies. Good Lucy. All right. Look at our fun. This is our group of ragtag cutie pies. Here we go. That's a very cool fit. And then we have Snowman 1, Snowman 2. And then we have Alien Abduction. And then we have the Monster Hunter. Very cool. All right. Astidian. Geeks' boy. Though he lifted not a single claw, it would seem that Frostvelger wreaked his own manner of vengeance against us. How called me cute? That's because you are cute, lovely eye tanks. You are very cute. And I'm really glad that you're liking the progress of our
It was my life's
sketch.
goal to slay Nidhogg. But I find there is little joy to be had in its accomplishment.
But you have rid the world of a hate-filled creature.
And the
ended a
amazing
bloody war in so doing.
Asuna. You are cute as well, lovely. A beautiful Asuna. The amazing Asuna. Oh, also, sorry, I just realized I need to put devunks on the raffle wheel in case we do hit that 150 for the week. Hold on. Okay, there we go. All set. Sorry.
I lost my family to Nidhogg's flames. And 'twas with
Thank you so
fury
much
in
for
my
the lurk,
heart that
incredible
I took
Eisen. I
up the
appreciate
lance. Every blow I struck in the name of vengeance. We were not so different, he and I.
Though help, I'm being abducted by aliens. Oh, look at her, she's so cute! Oh, shit!
I will not judge you for your deeds. I have not the right. Too many innocents have perished in the name of my greater good.
Yet
sure they're
even
friendly
with all
aliens.
that has passed, the tale is incomplete.
She's back in heat! Yeah.
We are short a great worm's eye. Of the pair which Haldreth took from Nidhogg, only one is known to us, the one I bear. What then became of the other? Why did Nidhogg, who had taken such pains to prolong the Dragonsong War, suddenly decide to hurl his entire army against the walls of Ishgard? Lord Commander. Aye. The deed is done. Nidhogg is slain. What? In the city? A battle with whom? At once, Lord Commander. Hold firm till our return. Fighting has broken out in the city. Lord Emmerich was sparse with the particulars, but it seems some commoners threw open the gates to a force of heretics.
I gave no order to attack.
Uh-oh.
Are we to mark the end of the Dragonsong War by spilling the blood of our own? Mayhap Hraesvelgr was right about us. Let us away, Warrior of Light. The people must be saved from themselves.
Uh-oh,
Wait!
spaghetti-o.
I would join you! There has been enough violence. I will appeal to my people in the city and make them see reason.
Won't the city want to murder you? Don't be snippy!
Come then, Lady Iceheart. Let us write the final chapter in this damnable war.
I can see that there's been a skit occurring when I did not get to watch the skit occur. Ah! Oh no! I was very excited that I was gonna be able to see what you guys were talking about, and now I'm back in. Every time I think I'm out, they pull me back in! It's this crazy old
A
man.
small army of heretics has invaded the city, Your Eminence.
You've made decent progress, actually. Hey, let's go. I just had to like lock in for a good couple hours. Oh, Tower Mods. I joined the Discord last night and it gave me an error and won't let me get verified. Sorry for the inconvenience. Is there anything I do? Sweetheart, you're not an inconvenience at all. That is not an inconvenience. I'm happy to help. Persimmon, let me have a look real quick. It gave you an error. What kind of an error did it give you? It's, so if anyone does want to join the Discord, also thank you so much, you guys, for defeating the boss. You'll see initially, you'll only see rules and verification. I think maybe rules possibly, but that doesn't matter. When you get here, I can leave and join again to see what it says. Yeah, please let me know, because if you read through this, it does say journey across to the rules channel. And be sure to read it well, for there is a key word that will unlock the gates of the pouch. So you'll go over to the rules channel, and it is a lot of text, but it is also important to make sure that we do maintain our cozy, chaotic space. If you want someone to read it to you, I did record a narrative, clip for you. Just press play. It is 12 minutes, but I have hopes that you can actually also use it to fall asleep if you want to. But you will still have to actually search through here for your keyword as well, and then you'll go back over to the verification and type that in here. It's not going to let you in automatically because we want to make sure that we can make sure that the handle on Twitch matches up with your Discord handle, and also make sure that you it says message failed to load. What? That's weird. Message failed to load. That's really strange. Read the rules, find the keyword. Rules audiobook. I was so happy for the audio. Oh, I'm so glad, Lovely Light. You're probably best off reading along with when I'm reading it out loud, because then you'll be able to find the keyword, because I forgot to actually say it in my clip. Might be a connection issue. Close Discord, reopen. I can click complete and maybe it'll guide there. Yeah, I hope so. I hope that'll do it, because I've never, at least you should be able to like see the that.
But there is no cause for concern. A sizable contingent of our soldiers is already in place to repel the Dravanian assault, and the intruders will soon find themselves outnumbered and outmatched.
Our plans proceed apace then.
Oh, try other devices too. That's a good idea as well. Thank you. I will try all of this. All good, Precious Persimmon. If you have any trouble with that, just message me, okay?
Yes, Your Eminence. This unrest shall serve to feed the people's fear of the heretics and the dragons both.
And lend renewed fervor to their prayers for deliverance. Very good. Grant our guests what time they need to sow a measure of chaos, then order the Temple Knights to crush them.
Okay, we'll do so. Thank you so much. Of course, Sweetie Pie. Thank you for reaching out for help.
Your will be done.
It always makes me sad when people are like, I just don't get your Discord, so I'm not even gonna try. I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, we're happy to help, but I get it.
The moment is at hand. Excellent. All shall soon be in alignment. It is time for the bringer of light to die.
I'm a flop to bed now. I hope you're enjoying the rest of FF14. Thank you so much, Cutie Cairo. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for dropping through. Always a pleasure to see you. Liff, no! Oh, hey, it's Laha Bread. Yeah, Laha Bread. Laha Brad? Oh, shit. The place really is torched, isn't it? Asian spotted! He's being sinister! Somebody stop him! Yeah! Was it ham-fisted that he was in the shadow of the chair while the old man was literally in blazing light? No! No!
There!
Oh, Oshapur. Tail whip.
Comrades, sheathe your swords. There is no need for further bloodshed.
The fists have ham. The fists need to share. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Aussie.
My lady!
She has come. Hear me, brothers and sisters! The war is ended! Nidhogg is no more! Aye, it is so! This adventurer and the Azure Dragoon laid the Great Worm low! The endless cycle of violence between man and dragon was born of our forefathers' treachery. You have followed me, bled with me, to bring this truth to light that we might all know peace.
And then they go, Ah!
But Nidhogg is dead. Nidhogg is dead, my friends. He who bore such hatred towards Ishgard is dead!
The Azure Dragoon enters Crimson-clad fellow. True. That's
Let
a good
his
point,
hatred
actually.
die with him, I say! Let us sheathe our swords and go in peace!
Not so Azure anymore, are you, bud? The funny thing is that I have no idea what's going on, so it's just word vom to me. That is totally fairly. I appreciate you being here and hanging out with us all the same. I feel like that's truly the mark of a good streamer if you're just like, I don't actually know what they're doing on screen, but I really like hanging out with them, you know? That's so funny that I said that. Isn't that funny? Because that's how I feel about Save. He plays Hearthstone, and I still don't know what a Squelch Yogg Deathwing
Whoa! They made the save icon in real life!
Whatever is. They did! And there he is. He's awesome. He's a sweetie pie. I love spending time there. Literally my favorite place to spend time on Twitch. And very, very chill vibes. Awesome. Very funny. He's very funny. And he's very grounded. He's got great memory. He plays lots of really cool games. Anyway, go check him out, please.
Have we lost?
What? Are you deaf?
No, my friend. Far from it. At long last, the peace for which we have so desperately fought is within our grasp. And I, for one, would not forsake it. Peace?
I don't know what to do with myself if I'm not fighting. Did you say? Ugh, fuck! I don't get to kill people? God damn. That sucks.
Seize the witch! Let
Oh!
none escape!
Okay, someone is not. I mean, I did think that was probably gonna happen, but.
Providing aid and succor to the wounded should be our first concern.
Damn it! I got all dressed up for this bloodshed. So right. Thanks, exactly. Nah.
If the heretics mean to observe the peace, then it would be folly not to do the same.
Smart men, smart men. Violence wasn't the answer. How dare! Back to foundation with a enchant. Surprise communism! Surprise communism! Exactly. That was rather too close for my comfort, but it would seem that calm is returning to the streets. My mind, however, yet clamors with 1,000 questions. You return to Ishgard in the oddest of company, my friend. I confess, I was more than a little dismayed to see you in the company of the Lady Iceheart. Whatever's going on in town. Beg pardon? You traveled to the Churning Mists together? Along with Estinian? Never was there a more unlikely alliance, nor one so magnificently effective. Nidhogg dead, the heretics pacified, Father and Sir Aymeric must know of this. Let us break the news to them together. I will bring Sir Aymeric to Fort Tasmania. Yes, that's an excellent suggestion. Very well. Tau and I shall await you there. Violence is never the answer. Violence is always the question. The answer is always yes. No, no, no. This is not true. This is not true. Gray, hello, my stalwart companion. Look at you go. You are hanging out with me all the time. You want to take forever. How much time do we have left? We'll be finishing up in about 45 minutes. And I'll turn the raids off once our little timer goes off. Gotta feed the aminos. Please give them pets for us, amazing Aussie. Music's so peaceful here. You got it. Yay! Let's see, where should we go? What is the closest? Alright, let's see what kind of drama awaits us inside of House Fortum. Are any of the side quests in this game voiced, or is it only MSQ? I kind of fit in right now because I'm in like
Halone,
actual armor.
you are safe.
My safety was never in doubt, Father. For I had the Azure Dragoon and the Warrior of Light by my side.
The area is when the quests start to get cutscene heavy again, so your progress is going to slow down significantly. Gotcha. Okay, fair enough. I think I did like 1 or 2 side quests when I first started Realm Reborn and never touched them again after that. I mean, I can see why, like, the MSQ is very full on. I think just the MSQ is voiced. Okay.
We bring the most wonderful tidings.
The infamous Lady Iceheart, here in Ishgard? This is most unexpected.
She has done much to quell the violence. The Inquisition may not approve, but we are glad of her presence.
And with the Great Worm's demise, even our nation's more reactionary elements will have scant grounds to press for her immediate impeachment.
My thoughts exactly.
What of the truth revealed to us by Hraesvelga? That the origins of the Dragonsong War, a core tenet of Ishgardian faith, are quite unlike those depicted in the scriptures.
That men and dragons once lived together in harmony, and that it was man's treachery which shattered the peace and plunged our peoples into war.
The same scripture also describes the origins of the High Houses. Were it exposed as false, the legitimacy of our rule would be called into question.
Well... Yep. Yeah. That's true. That's part of the point, I think, is probably, like, you know, stop with the kinging, hey? Yeah, that'd be good.
If both highborn and lowborn can trace their ancestry to Thordan and his knights 12.
Why, we may have a democracy! Can't have that.
But a single sip of dragon's blood is required to confirm their lineage.
If the Holy See knew of this and chose to remain silent, their crimes are grievous indeed. Regardless, this state of affairs cannot be allowed to continue.
Sir Aymeric, you cannot mean to raise this matter with the Archbishop.
Pray consider what you are proposing. If the Holy See chose to conceal the truth for centuries, what reason would they have to reveal it now?
At best, You will be branded a heretic and clapped in irons.
Yikes.
Then at least the Archbishop will have shown his true colors. My friends, this war will never truly be at an end until the truth is made known.
Dude, Amaric's strong
You must
man.
see what lies on the horizon if it is not. When ruled by fear of a common enemy, we were united. But now we have none. During the war, the highborn needed men to lead, and the lowborn men to follow. Not anymore. 'Tis but a matter of time before the old order is called into question.
The obviously evil church guy might be evil? I know, that's what I was saying. I'm like,
Lady Iceheart will share the truth with her
character
followers,
design is
and the
wicked
Holy
as fuck.
See will be powerless to stop its spread. The disenfranchised will rise up united, and blood will flow in the streets once more. A divided Ishgard will not survive.
Tread carefully, Lord Commander.
Interesting.
My lady, is it wise to let him go? I sympathize with the Lord Commander's desire for reform, but to approach the Archbishop in this manner bespeaks an idealism to which I did not think Sir Emeric prone.
Though he comports himself as a realist, he has long dreamt of reform. 'Twas that idealism which first drew me to him. That which made me swear an oath to serve.
Oh. Made with my absolute favorite. I love that emote so much, dude. I just want it so bad. It's my favorite Pokemon, eating popcorn and looking like a cutie pie.
We must not think of ways to hinder his cause, but rather ways to aid it. Even should the Holy See cry heresy.
You cannot mean...
If the Lord Commander does not return from the vault at the appointed hour, I mean to go and fetch him.
Have care, my lady. Your words border on treason. Should they reach the wrong ears, you will be declared an enemy of Ishgard.
That is a risk I am willing to take. Lest you forget, my lord, I am not born of this land. My loyalty is to the Lord Commander alone. But I speak only of what may come to pass. If the rumors regarding his heritage are to be believed, we have naught to fear.
Lies and slander.
Alec, thank you for contributing to the Movie Night Challenge.
Forgive me, what rumors are these?
That Sir Emeric is the Archbishop's bastard son.
Oh.
Senior clergy are not permitted to marry and sire children. But even the holiest among us are not immune to temptation.
Throwing me for a loop, game.
I labor to believe it. Sir Emeric is truly the Archbishop's son.
He has never been publicly acknowledged as such. But the rumors have plagued him since childhood. That he rose to his current position, despite being despised as a bastard and accused of profiting from his father's influence, bespeaks the quality of his character.
I was looking at the Discord and the rules. I click back and I see googly eyes. I can't breathe. I'm laughing so hard. I'm so happy to hear it, lovely Asuna. Thank you for thoroughly reading the rules. Did you happen to put a message into the verification? You did. I actually have 2. Count them, 2 messages in the verification. Let me let you both in here. I see some precious pals who have arrived. Everyone, please welcome the wonderful Asuna and the precious Persimmon to our ranks within the pouch. Both of you should officially be able to get in there now. Just double checking. Yeah, you should be good. There you go. Thank you so much, you guys. Yes, ma'am. Meow. Oh, thank you. Of course, precious Persimmon. Again, quick tour. Sorry, I'll just do a really quick tour of the Discord. If you ever want to know, I always stick to our schedule like glue. So if you ever want to know when our streams are in your local time, go to events and schedule. I post this every single Sunday, my time, which will be probably Saturday your time in the US. But
I always put like a little mini newsletter of like what we're doing and where you can go for certain things for the week. And then this is again in your local time, demo day, Final Fantasy, Art and More, story time, and Persona 5. And then you can introduce yourself here if you'd like to. There's no pressure. But general is where we usually we'll go here. Oh, Eisen's so very sweet, sending a message right off the bat before we even finish because I know that she's gone to bed. But in the morning, you'll see people have putting this good main sticker. It's how we say morning, afternoon, evening, or night. You can play some Wordle or Sudoku in this channel. Please keep it in this channel. This is a community games lounge. We do pouch watch-alongs and some suggestions for like community goals, movie nights, things like that here. We also have our community giveaways, which is what I was telling you guys about earlier, about how this community is so incredibly generous and kind. So if you would ever like to contribute something, then you're welcome to. All you have to do is fill out this little form right there, just everything I've highlighted. And then you just paste it down here and fill it out. Or if you would like to just, get put into the raffles for these, you can go on in here and boop, click on it. You can click on this. You can click on all of them if you want to, okay? We also have like a gotcha game channel. If you go to the games and schedule chat, just scroll, you'll find all sorts of cool stuff. You can post screenshots of your Final Fantasy stuff here. We have a gotcha game chat for all sorts of stuff. We've got Warframe and Soulframe, Monster Hunter. We got lots of cool stuff there. If you are into sports, we have a bunch of sports topics for you guys to talk about. If you are an artist, feel free to share safe for work artwork in here. If you have any fan art for me or the pouch, you can put it in the Tau fan art section. Media, pretty straightforward. Then we've got our recipes and food picks if you happen to make delicious looking food like this or have amazing strawberries like that. If you would like to contribute to the storytime stream, which you do need to make sure you contribute to within the next like 72 hours or so, please. But you just go to writing and then go to threads, storytime stream, okay? And then you'll want to check the pinned messages to make sure that you obey the rules, all right? Then we got our music. You can share whatever music you want. You got memes here, as long as it's, again, appropriate. IRL pics if you would like to share some stuff from your puppy dogs or your Kit Kats or your... There you go. There's Evie. That's Ozzy's dog. You can put suggestions for stream and Discord here, which is separate, by the way, from game recommendations. I know that's a little bit confusing. I totally get why that's confusing. I'm confusing. We also have a Palsonas and Paladins page. If you would like to join that, that's fun. There's absolutely no requirement, but if you would like to make your own little pouch pal, which are the little guys, that's you guys. You're the pouch pals down there. But you can customize it more if you go to the pinned messages and just download this template and fill it in. You can add stuff, horns, wings, whatever. It still has to look like a pal, so you can't make it like a werewolf or something. But yeah, you can kind of surf and get some ideas here. There's some lore there. You can rant in the Vents and Rants channel. That's the best place. Actually, it's the only place that if you're talking about some darker things, I would like you to please keep it there. However, we have the flip side, which is good news and warm vibes. If you've got a new job, or your dog seemed particularly sweet to you today, or you had a great hangout with your friends or something like that, it's very, very warm. People can go here and feel good about life, despite whatever's going on. I hope that's a good little overview. I know there's a lot of stuff, but I hope that it was I realized I haven't really done that ever. And it's a bit of an overwhelming thing if you haven't been in the Discord before, so I hope that's helpful. Let's see. Just like our streamer, Nate, you're so sweet. Importantly, keep in mind region locks. That's true. Please keep in mind for region locks and giveaways as well. Once you complete this quest, that will be 7 quests. So assuming you can't get one more done before we end, you hit 8. Which would keep you on 2 weeks ahead of our projected timeline we worked out before. Let's go! As long as I have a week or two of being locked in, it'll be all right. Tau, can I show you something you might have missed in the Discord? Sure, Lucy. What is it? Timed that perfectly. It's perfect. Thank you so much. My pleasure, precious person. My pleasure. Let me see here. Oh, Persimmon, you probably don't have to put anything else. You're done with your keywords and stuff at this point. If you would like to just You can talk normally now. Thank you so much for the 190 stream streak from Magnificent Maid. Thank you so much, and that is absolutely outstanding. Thank you for your dedication and support, darling. I do appreciate it.
It is my hope that on this occasion, the burden of his birth will work in his favor. Should our worst fears be realized, the Archbishop will not be so quick to execute his own flesh and blood, affording us time to mount a rescue.
Bastard or trueborn, he is our nation's best hope. If the Holy See dares to threaten him, I shall lead the charge against the vault myself.
Wow, okay, yikes. Thank you, no worries, precious Persimmon, no worries.
Here, here.
Keep it up, good job
the
indeed.
The future of
my
Ishgard rests on Sir Emeric's shoulders. I too will do mine utmost to aid his cause.
Orshafon, be reasonable.
You sent a ping in the art chat. Oh, perfect, thank you. I will have a little look. Something I really want to show you. I hope you like it. Let me see. Oh, that's really cool, hun. I love the spider. Yeah, the wolf spider. I like the play on words as well. Very cool little fuzzy feeties. Such a cute design as well. I love. Good job, hun. Well done. And well done to your friend as well. Awesome.
A knight lives to serve, Father. To aid those in need. The people need Sir Emeric more than ever. And we may be his only hope. There is no greater calling for a knight than to save the life of his fellow man. I swear to you, on the sigil of our house, that I shall do this and make you proud.
Even you? Romantic, reckless fools, the lot of you. So be it. Make your preparations.
I thank you all for your support.
Keep it up, good job, keep it up. Alright. Though your assistance is most welcome, I fear it will not be enough. Few as we are, we will struggle to reach the Lord Commander. If we are to succeed, we must needs recruit others to our cause. But how are we to carry out this bold endeavor? Even with an army of knights at our backs, a direct assault on the vault seems unlikely to succeed. You are correct, Master Alphanol. Not even the assembled might of House 4 and the Temple Knights would be sufficient. With the support of another party, however, we may yet stand a chance. You speak of one of the other high houses. Precisely the opposite. I speak of the revolutionaries rumored to reside in the Brum. 'Twas these disgruntled Ishgardians who opened the gates of our city to the heretics, I believe. But of course, if the hatred of the Holy See drove them to such deeds, they might as well be persuaded to assist in Sir Americ's rescue, knowing the truth he would lay bare. Precious politely, have a wonderful run! And thank you for the care package, awesome Lunsy. And thank you for the head pat, Precious Persimmon. Thank you. Passionate about it. I'm really hyped for what art to come out of Stilla's design. I'm really looking forward to the day. I've been looking forward to getting a comp from. I'm nervous about my first stream, but I'm looking forward to the anticipation. That's great, Lucy. I wish you the best of luck. I kept my promise and gave the Furminals pats and uppies. Maxie went limp when I gave said uppies and cuddles. That's very sweet. Aww. Such is my hope, Master Alphanol, and I would have you and Tau reach out to them. As a Temple Knight and a sworn servant of the Holy See, any overtures I make are doomed to fail. But as outsiders, the two of you may receive a warmer welcome. Very well. We shall seek out the leader of these revolutionaries and make our case. My thanks. Estinian, will your brothers heed your command if you order them to stand outside? Sir Puddin! Hello, sweetest Sir Puddin. Darling, thank you so very much for the incredibly generous 1, 2, 3, 4, And 5 gifted subs. That's so sweet of you, hun. Thank you so much for the incredible generosity, kindness, and support. It really does mean the world. I hope you'll get your cute unicorn now. Thank you so much, sweetest Sir Puddin. I really appreciate it. Thank you, darling, and welcome on in. The Dragoons have no love for politics, my lady. They will gladly watch and wait while the Highborn fight amongst themselves. How very wise. Tau, we should hurry to the Forgotten Night. Tartary may have knowledge of the revolutionaries. Been looking for a fellow materia player to gift to for the mount. Oh, let's go! Precious Puddin', I really appreciate it. Thank you. Are you Australia-based? New Zealand? I'm very curious. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support and the fact that you're supporting. Local ? local as can be. Thank you so much. Yeah, Australia, amazing. Let's go. Same here. That's fantastic. I mean, you can probably tell from the name. I'm Tasmanian, but that's absolutely awesome. Well, Puddin', are you a longtime player of Final Fantasy or a recent convert or what? Aw, Lucy. I'm glad that I could imbue you with confidence. All right, let's see. Speak with the top today at Forgotten Night. Yeah, oh good, it's on there. That's so sweet of you, Sir Puddin'. Thank you so much for the gift, Ed. Pretty chill of, this is actually the first, in my 3 years of streaming, this is the first time I think I've, really been a part of a drop thing. I think I'm either streaming on the wrong days or the wrong games or whatever, but we got lucky today, and we have so many wonderful people coming in and being so generous. Started around Dawn Trail's release. My boyfriend got me into the game, and now I have more hours than him. That tracks. That tracks. I'm so glad you're enjoying it. That's absolutely sick. What's your favorite class?
Tal! Arthana! Gods, I've been worried sick! It's so good to see you!
And you, Tataru. How did you manage to escape the chaos in the streets?
Gibralon and the others barricaded the doors until the heretics left. No one was harmed, thankfully. What about you two? What came of your journey?
Viper! Sick! That's awesome! Well, hun, if you would like to, we only stream Final Fantasy once a week. It's every single week on Wednesday. We start about, 5.5-ish hours ago, and we usually go for about 5 hours. I'm a newbie. I'm playing through for the very first time, Heavensward for the very first time, and I started with Monk, because the pals wanted me to try Monk, which was fun. And now I'm a gunbreaker, and I'm really bad at it, but I'm trying anyway. Yeah. So if you would like to, come on through anytime to help me with like dungeons or raids or trials or whatever, you're more than welcome to. Some other stuff that we do, I'm not sure if you're interested in any of these other things, but we're also doing our first time Persona 5 Royal playthrough on Sundays. And I can, with you, I can actually just not say Australia time because it's our time. I'm also a professional artist, so if you come in on Fridays, you get a nice long 8-hour stream of art where you guys get to help me decide what we draw, and also make music requests. On Tuesdays, we do demo days where you guys get to recommend demos and then come on in and I'll play them, so we did that yesterday. And once in a while, we'll also do a storytime stream, which is actually what we're doing this coming Saturday, where you guys, the community, get to submit your writings, poetry, lyrics, short stories, stuff like that. And I'm also a professional voice actor, so if you would like me to read that in a voice acting tone of voice, or if you would like me to read that in an audiobook voice, either one, you guys get to decide, and it's a really good time. We really like that one. That's a really fun one. Also, I just realized I need to turn off our raids real quick because we are going to be finishing up here in the not too distant future, about what, 15 minutes or so? Yeah, 15, 20. So let me just turn that off real quick. Cool. Okay. There we go. But yeah, it's a pleasure to meet you, Ellen. Nerdy! Hello, wonderful nerdy panda. How are you?
You're not serious. What was Sir Aymeric thinking?
I mean, the way you two talk about him, I wouldn't believe... Anyway, I've heard rumors of the people you're looking for, but I doubt they'll be of much use.
The only thing I can say with any certainty is that they're led by someone called the Mongrel.
A queer moniker, if I've ever heard one. But mayhap it will make the individual in question easier to find. Come, let us make all inquiries below. I was going to ask if that was the raid time. That's right, Swedish Shotgun, it is. I want to make sure that we don't actually accidentally get raided, like, you know, as we're finishing up, and then I'm like, oh shit, I'm so sorry, you know? So I usually want to make sure that we have like a good 15 to 20 minutes of wiggle room there for the pals and potential pals as well. Hello, my friend told me about you, so I've come to check you out. Ah, fabulous nerdy. Thank you so much for coming to check us out. Is it okay if I ask who it was? You totally don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Sorry, I don't know how to get around. But it's a pleasure to meet you, lovely. May we make a positive impression on you. Vivi, you got a sub from Sweetest Sir Puddin'. I'm so happy to hear it. Let's go. Excellent. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to... I'll move this over here so hopefully I can see it better. Brim over.
What's that? Speak up! I can't hear as well as I used to.
Okay, that was very helpful. That was good interaction. Okay, I didn't think that I had that one. But I do. I do have that one. Let's see. Up there? I guess they're up there. Hopefully. As long as I'm like right on top of them. Oh, they must be below. They must be literally below. Okay. Sweetest Sir Puddin', very thoughtful, very sweet. Gifting subs.
I don't know a goddamn thing about the Mongrel, but if I did, you can be sure I wouldn't tell you.
Well, little shit. Dearest daughter, hello. I have returned. Welcome back. Welcome back. Just woke up for the day, so hanging out. Oh, awesome. Well, Sweetest Sir Puddin', I hope you enjoy your time with us. Are you a night owl? Are you a night owl? Or you might be in WA. No, that's still night owl behavior. That's still night owl behavior. I don't blame you. I would probably do that if I could. I struggle so much to sleep during the day there.
A mongrel? Not sure I catch your meaning. To a bluebird, we're all of us dogs down here.
Jesus, that's fucking depressing.
The entourage of cutie pies! Look at all them! Look at all them cutie pies! You guys are so cute.
I love all of your gear. You all look so cool. Damn. Main character energy surrounding me. I'm not the main character, you guys are. I call them Cal, but they're, oh, it's Calnet! Cutie Calnet! Oh, how good! Oh, well, we do love Calnet here. I'm so glad that that they couldn't recommend us. I'm really, really happy to hear it. Current main story quest I'm on is The Parting Glass. That's a beautiful song. Have you guys heard that song? I don't know the song I don't know the quest off the top of my head, hun, but I'm sure that one of the pals could look up where that is. I think we have passed that one, maybe. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy.
Dearest Darth, thank you.
Whoa.
You for the thank you.
Thank you. Not a single shred of information. Just as I expected. These revolutionaries would not have evaded capture for so long without the masses' complicity.
Ah! Umbra, why are you throwing fish at me? What did I do to you?
Still, it is good to know that Tartary's ears are as sharp as ever. Throwing fish in that head pet, huh?
Thank you for the
Thank you for the feed. Thank you for the ooh. Thank you for the head pat. Not thanking for the fish. That should be angry purring. Let me try. Actually, yeah, I could do that. I could do that. Sunny! Hi, sweetest Dave. How are you? Thank you for my little pal hat. Whoopie doopie whoopie whoop. How you doing, darling? It's so good to see you. Frustrating though it may be, we must press on. While I continue speaking with the people of Rome, why not go and see if Gibralon, knows aught of value. As the proprietor of the Forgotten Knight, surely he must have heard whispers of the mongrel before. We can only hope that he will be more forthcoming than the others. Ah! I scared myself. I meant to press M and then I fat fingered and I pressed the space and I jumped. Scary. Wouldn't that just be growling? Yeah, actually, yeah. I think you're right. Good point, good point. Can I not really? My entire body can easily fit through the. How dare you prevent me? I'm finding shortcuts. So many precious pals hanging out. I'm so honored. I'm not with it today. Yes, growling. That's all right. That's all right. Is there a way to get in there over here? Am I wasting time by doing this? Maybe not. Oh, maybe yes. Ugh, fuck. Okay, yeah, we gotta probably. Oh, no, and I can't. No. Sprint time. Whee! All right, we gotta get back into the Forgotten Knight, which is a great name for a depressing pub, by the way. All right. All right. Gibble. You know, people long for a sympathetic ear, but they need to know what it comes that it comes with tight lips. Discretion, power. That's what my customers expect. If they don't get it, then I don't get them. That being said, I'm not without my sympathies. I've heard the tales, and I know you've done right by highborn and lowborn alike. Least I can do is point you in the right direction. But to do that, I'll need you to do something for me. So happens there's a hunter up in Crozier who owes me a fair bit of coin. However, I've agreed to accept payment in fresh herbs. Go and get them for me. Agreed? Well. Ooh, you're so pink and sparkly. Where do we have to go for this? In the pillars? On a scale of 1 to 20, how lazy do I want to be? I think I want to be pretty lazy, guys. I might be pretty lazy. Shit. Yep, I'm gonna go be really lazy. Oh, it's gonna be so lazy. Lazy. I'm just teleporting to the next, like, spot. Aw, too dang late. Raid shields have prevented a VTuber army convergence. Oh, well, maybe next time. Oh, no! I'm so sorry, sweetest Save. We are gonna be finishing up in, like, less than 10 minutes, so I was like, I better turn that off now. Oh, thank you for thinking of me, though. Save, as always, ever the sweetheart. Also, Tao, Kyle told me a voice actor, and I think that's awesome. Oh, thank you, Nerdy. I'm so glad you like it. Yeah, the most recent stuff is there, but if you want to listen to my demos, you can do !VA demo. But I'm really, really glad that you, oh, wait, I forgot what I was doing. W Save, it's true. Save is a W. He's a W streamer, and a W friend, and a W viewer. Like, yeah, he's fucking awesome. Reminder, if you guys haven't, we did shout him out earlier, and we'll do it again before the end of stream. In fact, I'm gonna forget, so I'm just gonna do it now. And I won't torture him like I did yesterday, where I was like, shout yourself out, I dare you. Oh, fuck, I have to wait another 23 minutes. No, I'm not streaming for another 23 minutes. Fine, I'm doing it this way then. There. You guys, Save is a dear friend of mine, dear friend of the stream, a wonderful streamer. He's fucking sick. I really, really love that guy. He is awesome. Please go check him out. Please go check him out. He also has a VTuber army, and it just so happens I'm the commander. Self-imposed commander. I mean, definitely democratically elected. So you're Gilbermo Zarengoyle. Good, good. How's he doing? Same as always? Right. Any road, I hope he appreciates how much trouble I had to go through on account of his bloody hives. Tell him to enjoy them while they last, because I doubt he'll be able to find any more till next year. Or next year at all. Bro, no, don't walk away. I want convenience. I require convenience. I can't be in the VTuber army. I don't have a VTubing model. Only PNG. No, that still counts. PNGs, 3D VTubers, 2D VTubers, they're all in the same class of streamer, if you ask me. We're truly grateful for Save and his community, that they've become a part of our lives. Me too, me too. There's a reason I can't stop talking about him. He's really excellent. As an individual and as a streamer, like, for real. As you can see, he comes into like smaller streamers chats all the time. And even though he has like hundreds of people watching him at any one time, you'll still, if you go into his chat, he will still absolutely talk to you and be super interactive. It's sick. He's sick. What is this? What's that one? Fuck. Gotta... Fuck. Where's the... Okay. Cloud9. Where is the... How do I tell? Fine, I'll just... Okay, the Forgotten Height. We just gotta go back there. Got it. 4D VTubers? Yo. Is a 4D VTuber someone who, like, stalks you as a VTuber or something? How does a 4D VTuber work? PNG tubers are VTubers. It's true, and not just in your eyes, lovely Aussie. That is the case. I firmly believe that is like, listen, VTuber is a virtual streamer. PNG, that's virtual. No? Yes. 40 VTubers are in your walls. Oh, they're way worse than stalkers. Cool. Well, you're gonna hand them over or not? I forgot what voice I was doing for him. He's gonna get an amalgamation. Aye, this ought to do it. With just a few other spices, I can make it just like she used to. There are a few things which stir the hearts of men like a sip of mulled wine. Share a glass of... Wait, that's right, it was more Britishy? Share a glass with the right people? Actually, a little bit Aussie? What is that? What am I doing? Share a glass with the right people, and who knows what stories they'll share. I apologize to any Australians. I've only lived here for 7 years, and I still can't speak your language. But I respect it. So just assume I'm doing British, a weird British one. Now that I think on it, there's a woman I know who is rather fond of this blend. Hyaritha? How do you pronounce that? Hyaritha. I don't know. Fabulous Fina! Hi, gorgeous. How are you? It's so good to see you. I am doing well, darling. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? Just dropping in for a minute because I'm becoming a coma elemental in a minute. Okay, as long as you don't stay in coma form for too long. We still need you in the VTuber army. Just do a British redneck accent. That's Australian, apparently. You're Australian. You can say that. I'm not allowed to say that. Wyertha's a name, and she resides in the Pillars. She's a maidservant to some noble house or another. I forget. Anyway, it'd be a shame if she didn't get to try this wine. Why not give her a bottle? You guys, Fabulous Fina is actually a fellow VTuber in the VTuber army. Was this the potential source save? Maidservant? One's dancing on the bar. A maidservant? Oh, are you guys dancing on the bar? I'm so sorry. I ran right past you. I missed the show. Fuck, sorry. Thank you for shouting. Of course, honey. Of course. I'm really bad about shout-outs, but I'm shouting at a lot of people, actually. I probably should be a little bit more plentiful with my shouty-outies. Alright, what is this? Athenaeum Astrologicum. I'm very good at reading. There. Join the VTuber army! We have cookies! We also have cake. We have cookies. We have carrots. All the sounds. Cake, cookies, carrots, croissants, surely there's a cheese that has a C sound at the start. Fina may have tried to be kind, maybe. Okay, well That's what I thought, isn't it? Thank you so very much, Fabulous Fina, for considering us for a read. I appreciate it. You're so sweet. How was your stream, Dallin? I would love to still, like, you know, give you credit for that one because we're just gonna be finishing up here in, like, literally 5 minutes. But yeah, if you are not yet in coma elemental form, I would love to know when your next stream will be, how this one was, etc. Let's see. Carrot cake. Oh, carrot cake. Yes, we do have carrot cake as well. Yummy, yummy. How do I get over there? What am I doing? Do you have free healthcare? Largely free healthcare. You can get bulk billed most places. Not most places. I'm being a little bit generous about that. You can get bulk billed, which means you don't pay a cent. Yeah, which is pretty fucking great. Pretty fucking sick. I'm very sweet. Frickin' heck, Save. You are very sweet, Fina. It's true. You're very sweet. Okay. It took forever to get over here. I did forget where I was going. Also, no, you're right. You are correct. Wait, where am I going? Where was this? What? Where am I going? What is it? Wait, is this? Where's that? Fuck, hold on. What is that? Wait, is that? Oh, I forgot where it's going. All right, this will be our last quest, and then we'll finish up. You're on thin ice, Buster Brown. That's cute. I want Fiona to call me Buster Brown. I'm a PNG tuber. That's true. Save is technically PNG tuber. I mean, it's definitely a trademarked, definitely a trademarked character, but we won't talk about that, will we? Yes, I'm here. Beg your pardon, but do I know you? I know this smell. This is the wine that girl used to prepare. A special recipe. It must be decades since I last tasted this. But poor dear. Such shame that she was taken in by that Baron. He cut a dashing figure, I'll grant you that. Tall, slender, long of ear. But those dazzling ruby eyes of his were filled with lust. It was not more than infatuation what she felt, but she convinced herself it was love. And he couldn't help but take advantage. When her belly started to grow, gods, the scandal. I mean, it's not an uncommon occurrence, but that was with the higher that made it so much. Well, I needn't tell you. She was discharged from her service, cast out onto the street like so much refuse. After she returned to the broom, we drifted apart. I only learned of her death years later by chance. Oh, that's fucking depressing. No! Asuna, don't die! I'm hugging you. Long ears, I know. You know what they say about long ears. I'll call you that anytime you want, Buster Brown. Oh my gosh, please call me that always. That's so cute. Wow, Tao remembers Mr. Ed and Fina is dropping Buster Brown references. Amazing. Just goes to show you never know what you're gonna get with a VTuber, hey? All right, my darlings. Well, precious pals who were able to stick around the whole time, and even those who were not, thank you so much for joining me. I had so much fun looking at your amazing glamours, running through that dungeon with you, hanging out with you guys. Thank you ever so much. I really do appreciate it. Is Valeri a pal? Billy, are you a pal? Do you hear my voice? I don't wanna hug Valeri if they're not a pal. Awesome. Uppies. Sorry for showing up late. Happy I could be here. Sleep well when you do. Thank you so much, darling Fiona. And you as well. You need to get some. Oh, I think it's you. Hold on. Let me invite you to the party and invite you to friend me. Befriend. Me befriend, please. Please with you. No, don't apologize at all, Fabulous Fiona. I'm really sorry I haven't gotten to come in many of your streams recently. All those who can hear my voice, Tau V Britannia commands you! And wait, there. Wait. I Do you approve, Save? Was that good? Thank you guys so very much for joining me, precious pals here and on stream as well. I'll hop out of here and we will just go over here. Oh my god, epic. I actually should rewatch Code Geass. I love Code Geass. All right, let me see here. Who might we go and see? Did you just Lelouch that? I sure did, Asuna. If you give me an anime reference I know, I will do what I can. All right, my darlings. I hope that you all had a wonderful time. I had a great time with you. Also, hey, look at me, remember. You guys, please check out our absolutely incredible raiders. We had one from Cutie Cade VT, who is actually a friend of Drive You Batty, the lovely Effie. We have Dearest Dragon Faye Library, who came in with Marley Mimic as well. No, sorry, who came in with Taigakin. That's right, who came in with Taigakin. We have Marley Mimic, who was super sweet and brought their community in. Lovely Neo Greg, another Hearthstone arena streamer who does other stuff outside of Hearthstone that you should definitely check out. Please do check out the Patreon if you're interested. My patrons are going to be receiving a tutorial on cloth and fabric rendering in the next couple of days. And I must also pay my very most sincere, incredible gratefulness to my top tier patrons. Thank you so much, Red, Tempestus, wonderful Hiyuki Yurino, the amazing Umbrakit 31, Cutie Katashax, lovely Lavender Rose 26, and Ryoko Stara. All of you will be having some Pouch Pal YCHs coming your way for the month of August. And thank you so very much for joining me. I said all that and then I forgot to actually, oh. Okay, I'm gonna let you guys vote on what genre we go to. We should see, we've got Phasmophobia, which is so in line with the stream. You know how much I love horror. Totally. Or we can do art. Surprise communism! Art. Oh! Nani? Lucy! Thank you so much for gifting that sub to the very lovely Fina, darling. I so appreciate it. Thank you for your immense generosity and support, darling. 69! 69 out of 150 subs. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much, hon. Let me see. Oh, we could also go see High Times. High Times. Or Story of Seasons. All right, you guys, you got literally 1 minute because we don't got a lot of time. Let me know who you would like us to go and see, okay? Get in the robot town. I know that. Oh fuck, I know that reference. I don't know it as well as Lelouch v Britannia there. Oh hey, Wolf, welcome on in. It's good to see you, darling. Have a good evening. Thank you so much. See you to say you too. Lovely Lucy, thank you so very much for your generosity and kindness. You guys, please vote. You got 30 seconds left. Otherwise, we're going straight into Story of Seasons. There's only one vote though so far, so please vote. Let me know. We got Phasmophobia, Art, High Times, Story of Seasons. Who would you like to go and see? Neon Genesis Evangelion. That's it, Asuna. That's the one. Lucy. Fingers spazzed. Holy moly, I need rest. As you should, darling. And so, with that in mind, go vote, you guys. But with that in mind, everybody, if you're going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well. If you're off to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. Massive thank you to our incredible raiders as well. We're gonna go see Art. Art it is. We're gonna see lovely Lampy. Lampy Moth is an awesome cutie pie artist. Does a lot of a ton of stuff over on VGen as well. So let's go see him. And yeah, like I said, if you guys are off to bed, sleep wonderfully well, have the studio streams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. And above all else, don't forget the Joey hair. Don't forget the Joey hair, okay? The Joey hair on my nose. Sweethearts, please take the best care of yourselves because you know I would take the best care of you. We're gonna go see Lampy now, and I will see you guys on Friday, all right? We're going to be seeing each other on Friday for some art, so make sure you come in early, all right? Mwah! Love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you soon. Ciao! Surprise communism! Pretty lady.